Hello and welcome to Legalbytes. If you're new here, my name is Alita. I'm a lawyer licensed in California and DC, and on this channel, we explain the law one bite at a time. We don't give legal advice, but we do talk about how the law works and try to look into our crystal ball to see how things might turn out. If you're enjoying this on YouTube, we'd love it if you could like the video, subscribe to the channel, share it with friends, all the great YouTube-y stuff. And if you want to listen while out and about, we're now offering our live streams in podcast form where you can leave a rating and review. Links are in the description below, as well as to our clips channel where you can find some of the best clips taken from our live streams. Otherwise, if you want to catch me elsewhere, you can find me on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. And if you want to support the channel, you can do so on Locals, Patreon, or by becoming a YouTube member, or by buying some really awesome Legalbytes merch. Again, all links are in the description below. And with that said, let's get into it. Hello. Good morning. Good morning. How is everyone doing so far? So far, it is just me. I'm waiting to see if maybe we will be getting some people coming in to join me on the panel, but we'll see. We'll see. I'm sure people will pop in here and there as they have availability. This is going to be a very long trial, so I don't expect. Oh, is my mic? Can you guys hear me well? I just realized my mic is like way over here. Okay. I think I'm apparently waking up. All right. As I was saying, I think it's going to be okay. Now it's better. Okay, good. Okay. So yeah, I think people are going to be popping in and out as this trial progresses. But you know, it's going to be a long 4 to 6 weeks, and hopefully we can continue streaming throughout the whole duration. I know that there were a couple streams yesterday, at least 2 that I know of, that got copyright claims on them, which is complete BS, because of course what we are talking about is a public proceeding. I mean, it's what people are using is the straight feed coming directly from the courtroom. No additional analysis by other, you know, broadcast companies or anything like that. So the fact that you know, people are getting these issues from places like Law and Crime Network, that has been a habitual, I should say, I don't know, a habitual abuser, I guess, of this process. In LawTube, we're familiar with this. I know Nick Rekieta, of course, had his own cease and desist letter that he got, which ended up just kind of magically disappearing after he responded with a lot of, you don't have the ability to copyright what you're trying to copyright in any way. Even if you did, this is fair use because it's commentary. We're providing a lot of commentary on top of it. And so it's a transformative use. So yeah, so we will not be using Law and Crime Network today. That was one of the reasons why we actually switched streams yesterday. We switched to a part 2. It was just in case there was some kind of an issue with the first one. But so far, so good. Hopefully the YouTube gods and the trial streaming gods are all favorable to us, and we can continue to stream this, because this is a super important trial to be talking about, in my opinion. And it's important for people to be able to watch with commentary, because commentary that they can trust, not biased commentary that has, you know, corporate ties, that has other interests. These are independent people. All of us are just giving our unvarnished opinion as lawyers on YouTube, talking to you from a little box. So anyway, with that, let me bring on one of my friends, Andrew. Legal Mindset. How's it going?
I object to everything you just said. I am the most biased person ever. I acknowledge my like gross and flagrant bias against Amber Heard in this case. So yeah, I completely dissent here. Screw that girl. And I'll keep my language more PG for your channel here. But
well, you can be yourself, be your full self, because you know what, it's like you know, where I can be, you know, we all have to be ourselves here, right? Because
yeah,
I cannot be Nick Rekieta.
Nobody can.
I know nobody can but Nick. And he's incredibly entertaining, but you know, for some, maybe they like a bit more of a straightforward approach, and so maybe that's why they're here instead of there, but who knows. But I love having all of you guys on the stream, like with all of your different personalities and all your different takes. And like I was saying, everybody here is just giving they're just giving their unvarnished opinion, and like, it's not related to any other ties other than
Yeah.
themselves.
Right, your
Right.
personal opinion. It's your personal opinion, right? Nobody's paying me to say that, Amber Heard is a crazy narcissist. Nobody's paying me to say. And by the way, like I covered on my channel, I'm not a huge fan of Johnny Depp either. I wasn't a huge fan when he called for the assassination of President Trump. That wasn't a fan of that. Didn't think that was a cool move on the part of Johnny Depp.
Yeah.
But doesn't mean what Amber Heard did was justified, and certainly isn't. Or what it appears she did. She did it. But that's my 2.5 cents. But yeah, everybody's got their own opinion, everybody's got their own take. And I appreciate hearing from educated people and having a panel of 6 to 7 people who are experts in their fields, who know what they're talking about, people you trust, a lot of people you guys follow and pay attention to, and being able to hear them live take it, because they're taking in the information with you. We're all taking the information. We're not getting it before you and processing it. I'm not sitting here doing deep dive research. Well, I do like 10 minutes of research. Alita does like hours of research. I pretend to do research, but
sometimes I do more research than other times. Sometimes I just wing it, but usually it goes better if I do more research.
You do a good amount.
Thank you. Thank you.
But it's been really good. It's been really nice, and I've really enjoyed all the trials to sit on them. And this one is especially great because you're going to get so many good people. Now, one thing I was talking about on my stream, I don't know whether you've covered this. Do we have the entire witness list? Have you looked at all of the witnesses?
We do have, and you know what, we can look at that right now while we're waiting for the court feed to come up. Let me see if I'll pull that up here. So because we do have both witness lists.
Yeah. And I agree, like this, the chat is saying, like he, even if you're not a fan of him, right? You don't have to be a fan of Johnny Depp to consider him as a human. He's a human being, and human beings shouldn't be treated like that.
Yes.
Period. It even doesn't matter if they have bad political takes. Doesn't matter if they're Democrats or Republicans or whatever. They shouldn't be treated like that. And just because somebody is a man doesn't justify them to be treated like that. That's another thing we need to put out.
That is also another thing.
That's a big thing we need to put out there.
Yes. Right. Exactly. Because that's just, there's no, like, it's just illogical, right? to make a distinction like that.
It is illogical. Yes. That's why, it's almost as logical as my show with Joe Neerman, A Logical Mindset, which I usually have every Thursday, but this Thursday I'll have to talk to Joe, but I'm probably going to take a little break this Thursday.
Okay, so here's Johnny Depp's witness list, the first part. So Johnny Depp, so you have 3 different types of testimony here. You've got people in person, by video live link, and then by deposition testimony. I think Johnny only has like a few people by depo, or maybe none, actually. I thought he had at least a few.
Looks like a lot of in person.
A lot of in person. Yeah. So
of course,
so
the famous people, you're seeing a lot of the famous people are by video link, right? Like I saw like Paul Bettany is by video link.
Yes. Yeah, Paul Bettany's by video link. The same thing with James Franco on the other side.
By video link.
And Elon Musk, although I don't know, I don't know that
who's
he's
calling. Is he Johnny's witness, or is he
Amber's witness, actually?
That's interesting.
Yes, I do agree. Matt Hagen says, I watched some with you and some with Nick, but no matter where you want to watch, we can all agree that lawn cuts should fall in a well.
That's why I jumped in on right now, because I heard you speaking about that. I jumped on Ricada after I bounced off of yours for just like a couple seconds, and then I crashed last night.
Yeah.
I'm probably going to, because I have an it's my early morning. It's you guys' evening. I'm probably going to catch like the beginnings of the ends, and I'll try to hop on with one of you in the beginning and one of you at the end. I came up with that as like a logical system. If both you're streaming, if one of you is streaming, the others isn't, then it makes the choice easier.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But obviously no one's on right now. But I think we can all agree that what they're doing is inappropriate. What law and crime, aka law and cuck, what they're doing is wildly inappropriate. Not only because it's frankly public domain, it's something that belongs to the public. They should have no right to stick their stamp on it and say they can claim copyright. But not
Yeah.
only that, but they're not even the one who's controlling the pool. That's Court
Right.
TV, so they don't even have standing for that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which is insane. And also, by the way, in the media, if you look in the media rules, it also says that like fan sites, blogs, other things like that don't even fall into the definition of media. But that's neither here nor there. I think what they're doing to claim copyright, they have no business. That's Court TV that should be
Yeah.
claiming it.
Yeah.
And I heard that it's up to seven different channels now.
7 channels got it?
That's what I was heard. So I know Come Geek Some.
Yeah.
I know Emily D. Baker.
Right.
Someone mentioned a couple others, but someone said it might be 7. I mean, I would believe it. And the thing is, too, is the sad thing is, as a channel gets larger, it's almost less likely they're gonna strike them. And someone asked me on my channel, is there possibility? And Alita, you're a specialist in this. Well, you know a little bit more about civil litigation, but unjust enrichment or other causes of action that they might have by the fact that they're taking down these channels to try to drive more traffic to their own channel,
Yeah, I
knowing
mean,
they
especially
have no claim.
yeah, I would say that the idea that they would know that there's no claim, or I mean, they probably would argue, no, we think that there's a claim because there's like a slight chance, that we could have a claim because there's no, like, at least I haven't seen any case law that is 100% directly controlling on this specific issue of live streaming trials, because there is case law on trying to copyright court opinions or trying to copyright statutes, for example. So those cannot be copywritten because that's it's the government edicts. What's the word? The
Government mandate? No,
no,
government.
it's called government edicts, but the
Oh, okay.
doctrine, sorry, that's the word I was looking for. The government edicts doctrine, basically meaning that the government can't copyright things. and
Yes.
so and so like if that content is coming directly from the government itself, um, I guess barring some exceptions, but generally speaking, like a court opinion, as an example, cannot be copywritten because that's the government. That's a judge's
Mm-hmm.
words, functioning as someone in the government. The
Right.
same thing I think can be argued for the actual proceedings of a trial or of a hearing that are being publicized. That like the straight like public, the straight hearings that are happening without, like if you add commentary, if you add, some sort of
That's
something
much
on top
different.
of it. Yes, like that is something that law and crime would be adding to this, to the whole image here, right? So they,
Mm-hmm.
like that would be copyrightable because that's what they are adding, that's their content. But the underlying stuff, the straight feed, no. Mm-mm.
Yeah, exactly. The raw feed. I mean, no. And I get what are they going to argue? They're going to say, I'm trying to come up with an argument. Like, what are they going to argue? Oh, well, you're entitled to come to the courtroom and watch, but us adding a camera that we paid for and providing you the feed through the internet, which we pay for, whatever hosting and bandwidth, that's added value. That's bullshit though, because once again, there's a pool and there's not room for enough cameras for everybody. So therefore you're supposed to share. It's there's no argument. I can't even steel man an argument for them
Yeah.
in this case. So,
Yeah.
anyways, I will say they probably fucked with the wrong lady messing with Emily D. Baker.
Yeah.
Honestly, I get it if it's some guy with some streamer out there with 1,000 subs, but like Emily D. Baker has like she can probably just look at what she would normally make during a week for YouTube or whatever, and she's like, here's my damages. Like, you got me a strike for no reason. Oh yeah, and not only is it my normal, but it's a event, right? This is something on Rittenhouse level. So let me look at, what Rekieta made during his live stream or whatever. Now it's damages against you, law and crime. It's not looking good for law and crime.
Right. Exactly.
But anyways, hashtag not legal advice for anybody, by the way. That's just
Of
my
course.
musings as a person out here on the internet.
Oh man. Yeah. Of course. Agreed. Also, Sarah Rowan, welcome to Team Legalbytes. Happy to have you here. Brick Cormier says, starting with Florida Man, at least now we know where rock bottom is. Nowhere to go but up for the rest of the day. I love
What's
Brit.
up, Britt? I love it. I love it. I love it. You always start at the bottom. What is the song? Started at the bottom. Now we're here. That's gonna
Yep.
be the theme song today.
Exactly, exactly. Also, IFID said, nice to see Johnny Cage and Sonya Blade taking a break from fatalities and to do some legal commentary. Just got here from Mindset Stream. Welcome.
Awesome. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. And I'll be on. I saw someone saying, I'm so used to talking with Drex. I'm dropping F-bombs. I'm actually on with Drex tomorrow. Well, my tomorrow morning at evening, you guys, 7 p.m. Eastern time. He'll be coming on my channel, talk about Amber Heard. We're going to go through her relationship history, her, dating issues, and really dig into that. So that should be a fun one. There will be many F-bombs dropped on that one.
Many, 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 many. Let's see who else. Oh yeah, Brick Cormier also said government cannot copyright it, but they can classify it to hell and back. I don't know what you mean by classifying it, but yeah, you're right that they cannot
Classify
copyright
it like top secret. Like if it was
Oh,
top secret, but this is like the
that's true.
opposite of top secret. This is like literally public. I mean,
Yeah.
you could even say that federal proceedings are more secret than this. So yeah, this is not private.
Yeah. Also, Michael Ferber said, "Is the blonde lady single?" I am not.
Whoa! Was she talking about Camille
Legalbytes.
Vasquez though? Because Camille
that?
Vasquez, I haven't been able to find
Oh,
out whether
she's not
she's married
blonde
or
though.
not. She's got the dye in there. She's got the dye in there. It's
Yeah, but even I don't know.
what is that?
She's a
Balayage? How do you pronounce that?
light brunette.
Balayage? Is that how you pronounce that?
Balayage. I don't know, but I would
used
say
to say
she's a light
beige.
brunette. All right, I'm trying to find a good trial stream here. Okay, here we go. This one will be good.
I do not care that Amber Heard is single, guys. That's not something that's happening. I've already talked about this yesterday during the stream. I got groans from the entire chat.
Also, Kelly B says, "Hi, just joined the chat. I'm sorry if I missed this, but do we not have a live stream? Also, is Legal Mindset single, and is it dark where you are?"
It's very dark here right now. It is 11 p.m. at night. Luckily, the weather's better, and I am always ready to mingle because I'm single.
There you go. And we do have a live stream feed. I'll prove it to you. I'll prove it to you. There it is. Boom. They're not in yet. So
I do like their logo though. That is a pretty cool.
It is
logo.
very like
the Sic Semper Tyrannis, really cool.
It is good. It is good. I like it too. So yeah, so that's going to be pretty good, I think. So hopefully, like I said, hopefully we don't have any copyright issues like some folks were having yesterday. That sucks, and it scares me too, because I don't want to have those same issues either.
What's your alternative? Because it could mean you can use some of the news sites or to LNC.
So Sky News. That's
Sky. Okay, Sky.
Yeah. So there are a couple, and I think yesterday also, ironically, Washington Post was streaming it. Did you see that? They
really?
were also yeah. They're like,
bold
this
move,
is kind of about
Post.
us, but maybe we can profit off of it.
Oh man. Bold move.
Also, Amber Heard's turd says, "Hope they talk about me again today."
Oh, they 100% will. I guarantee you, the turds will be flying.
The turds will be hitting the fan. And Matt Bond said it's almost midnight in Australia.
Yeah, that's only about 1 hour off from here in Korea. I'm in Seoul, South Korea, for those who don't know.
Yeah. Crazy. So, yeah. Yep. But yesterday was I don't know. Yesterday seemed like it was a mixed bag. Like it's anyone's game at this point.
Did it keep you awake? Was there any boring moments that were like just or any really bad moments for you?
I mean, so as far as boredom is concerned, the Amber Heard's opening statement. Were you there for all of that?
Yes, for Granny lecture, like over an hour. She started strong. And then she kept talking, and she literally said, "I suppose I have to let you go at some point." And I'm like,
that's right.
This is the worst thing you could say it rubs in the face that she is keeping you there intentionally long.
Yeah. Yeah,
It
it's
was
not very
bad.
not very great. And yes, it starts at 10 a.m. Eastern time, and it looks like the camera is moving. Oh, nope, nope. Now it just shifted back. Okay. Oh, oh,
Mm.
there we go. We've got some movement. So I'll show it. I'll show the screen so you guys can see. Um, and I'll oh, maybe I won't show that volume. I wonder if ooh. I hope that's not something that continues. Did you hear that beep?
Yeah, I think it's just because it's starting and like
Okay.
it's not on yet. They're literally looking at a light right now. So
Okay. Okay. Yeah. So, yeah. So yes, so just so you guys, on the note of the copyright issue and on the note of commentary and all that kind of stuff. I know we got a lot of comments yesterday in the chat and in comments afterwards. Um, um, so we are going to be talking during this trial, and we are doing it for the purposes of educating and helping to inform and helping to sort of guide people through the process. If you don't want us to be talking over witnesses at various points, we're gonna try to keep it so that we're not talking over important parts, but at the same time we are going to be commenting, we are going to be giving our thoughts on stuff, and part of that like I said, is to educate and inform and really transform this feed into a tool that can be educational for people, and to make it more entertaining, to be quite honest. At the same time, we also would rather, oh gosh, what is that? Okay, I'm just gonna put that away for now. At the same time, we also would like to be able to use a good fair use argument in case there's any kind of a copyright issue that comes up for us as well. This should not be copyrightable. We should not be getting any copyright claims on these things, but it helps to have an additional argument to say, even if the off chance is true that we are wrong on this copyright issue, which we don't think we are,
no.
but even if that was the case, this is fair use because what we're doing is transforming this into a completely different experience. If you want the experience of the straight feed of just watching without any commentary, watch on Law and Crime Network or Sky News or Court TV, any of these other networks that don't have commentary, and then that way you will be able to watch without us interrupting it. But otherwise, other than that, it's we're going to be talking over it. And I also apologize for the sound balance issue. That's another thing about these trials, is that the sound coming from the trial feed always tends to be pretty low. So I can't turn them up. The only thing that I can do is turn us down so that you guys turn your overall volume up on your
Yeah.
computers or on your phones or whatever. So that is what we're going to have to do. So as people come in, if their volume isn't already kind of turned down from the previous stream, I'll just automatically turn them down to a certain level, and hopefully things will find the right balance between the stream and between us. And so, let us know if things are out of whack, or if things, coming kind of crazy or hot. By all means, let us know. But I am doing my best to moderate all of that on my end.
You're doing better than I do. I never even see anything. I'm just like, once I'm looking at video, I'm just staring at the video, ignoring everything else. So you're doing a good job. And you're always going to see in the chat, like literally through, we saw this through Rittenhouse, we're seeing this through all the cases. You're going to see people who are finding the chat for the first time, they're finding the stream for the first time, and they're like, why are you talking? Stop talking. And they don't understand, right? They don't understand that we're providing commentary. If you don't like it, there's tons of other places that are just doing it raw. And
Yeah.
you can get that when you want, but if you want commentary, humor, everything else, you want 6, 7, lawyers, or at least people who are educated on the topic talking,
Yeah.
stick around.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So there's that. Oh, and then also a note about the chat. So generally speaking, I try not to over, over moderate my chat. So because I like having people um I like having people, disagree with me. And I encourage people to have dialogue that sometimes disagrees with one another also in the chat. My one thing is that I want people to keep it respectful. Don't do any kind of ad hominem attacks. Just be you don't have to disagree with someone without, leveling some kind of nonsense at them. So if there are people that are in the chat that are Amber Heard fans, I'm not an Amber Heard fan. I've said more or less decided that my opinion is that Johnny Depp was not the abuser in this relationship, but at the same time, there those people can be in the chat. I welcome their opinions so long as they're not, being disrespectful to individual people and leveling personal attacks. Okay. So
I'm just laughing here because as you say that, Brit sends a super chat that is like directly targeted at me, and I'm just laughing, like, which is, by the way, how you should take most things when people say things about you. Just laugh, because I know that she doesn't mean it. She's it's sent with love, which is, can you pull this one up? I'm gonna laugh at this right here.
yeah,
But
yeah, yeah.
this is
Let me
like
let me
a good example. Like, you can tell, like, this is hilarious to me. When Legal Mindset is watching a video, we have to see it twice. Once without audio for us just to see his reaction, then once where we can hear the video of what he's saying. Tell me I'm wrong. No, you're completely right. It's hilarious. And I'm a freaking boomer. But despite being 35 years old, I'm a boomer.
Boomer at heart.
But yeah, no, I mean, that's sort of my rule. I mean, as long as you're not spamming ad hominem shit, or if you're saying something like, hey, I disagree with your takes. I had somebody in my chat super chat me to say they vehemently disagree with my takes today, but they
Hmm.
do enjoy watching. And I'm like, hey, that's great. You're
Yeah.
allowed to disagree, and you're allowed to roll your eyes and say that I'm a misogynist. That's fine. I'm cool with that.
Yeah, exactly. Also, Dragon's Treasure says use code AmberTurd to get your delicious anime themed tea before Bidenomics forces me to raise prices. I've been holding off for almost a year, but it's getting to be a bit much. Buy some tea. Link is in the description below to thedragonstreasure.com. Use AmberTurd to get 10% off, and it benefits the Dragon's Treasure, an independent tea company, and it benefits me because I get a small commission from that as well. So if you guys want to help us all out, then please do. That would be fantastic. I don't know. Oh, what happened here? Did they? Oh, okay, never mind. Okay, here we go. Now we've got people showing up. We've got Johnny Depp showing up. He's showing up to the courtroom. Okay. Trying to zoom in here.
I
See what I
like that
can
they
pull
have
up.
public B-roll too. If you go to that website for Fairfax County, they've got, like, on Vimeo, like, publicly accessible B-roll.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. All right, he's got another black suit, this time with a blue tie. Okay, he looks all right. He looks all right. Nodding, waving, saluting. All right, there you go. Okay. Cat FP, does it start at 10 a.m. EST? That's what it's looking like. They are rolling in now. So Matt Bond says, I want someone to greet Amber Heard at court with a poop costume. Max said, Nova Kids, checking in from Vienna. Hashtag squad.
What's up,
Vienna,
Grüß Gott?
Virginia. I have a
Oh,
friend.
Vienna,
I have a friend who.
Virginia,
I have a friend who used to. Yeah, Northern Virginia. Yeah, I have a friend who used to
not
live in
Austria.
Vienna, Virginia. Yeah, no. I know the area a little bit from living in DC for about a year. There's Amber. She looks better today. This is a
Wait,
much better look for her than yesterday.
was that Nissan just like a security detail or something, like pulling into?
I don't know exactly.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
What do you think about this outfit?
I like it better. I like it better than yesterday. I mean, it's a bit more of a tailored look. She looks more put together. Yesterday, she looked like she was kind of falling out of her clothes a little bit.
Because they were not well fitted, not because
Yeah.
she was buxom. I mean,
Well, right. Exactly. Yeah. No,
yeah.
it looked it looked like it was too big for her, in fact. Okay, so now sound is on and without the crazy beeping. Mandalore Wise 01 says, thanks for yesterday's summary. I had to drop out after Depp's opening statement due to the death of my grandfather and
Oh, I'm
wasn't able
sorry
to
to hear
catch up
that.
afterwards. I am really sorry to hear about that. My deepest condolences to you. And I hope you can spend some time with your family on that one. So I'm glad you appreciated the summary. My editor worked hard to get that out super late or early this morning. I mean, however you want to put it, we're going to try to get those out earlier So I'm going to try to wrap up these streams maybe like 30 minutes after they close for the day so that I can jump on that and get that out a little bit sooner. But I hope that you guys do enjoy those.
Yeah, I was trying to do those like right afterwards. I did that for Rittenhouse. I would do them right afterwards, and it seemed like you couldn't get them done quick enough, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Stony Tassi said Sky News isn't being shown in Canada. Boo. Mandy Fabani, can you guys go over the witness list for today? Sorry, we looked at it briefly. We didn't quite have enough time. But now we're going to be getting started in a minute. Mark Sermon says, just show a constant stream of Super Mario 64 in the corner to create a state of copyright deadlock where two parties duke it out, but neither claim. You know what? That's not the worst idea. Linda Poulin says, or Poulin or Poulin, sorry, that sounds French. Best result, nobody wins. Everyone take your toys, go home and act like adults. CD Nighthawk says, I have not followed this at all. Can you provide a brief overview? There's a link in the description below that to a primer on this case. You can get the basic four corners of it. I also have another video that I published a few days ago that went through two of the incidents that are alleged in this case by Amber Heard. Check out that video as well. And finally, like I said a few minutes ago, there was I came out with a summary on this channel of yesterday's opening statements and yesterday's first witness testimony. So check out those three videos and then you'll be up to speed.
Do we know who they're going to call?
Well, so first they have to do the redirect. I mean, I imagine that Johnny Depp's team wants to do a redirect of Christie Dombrowski because they did not release her at the end of the day yesterday at the end of her cross-examination. So like I said, I imagine they're going to do a redirect. And then after that, I don't know who exactly we are going to be seeing here. But as soon as they point them out, I've got his witness list up separately here. So,
Mr. Rottenberg, do you have the redactions for me?
We have one of the two. The other one, we had to make one tweak to, and we're going to do that electronically during my cross-examination.
Okay, all right, so which
But
one do you
we
have
do have
for
one,
me?
Exhibit
214?
214.
yeah, no, they won't
All
call
right.
Ghostbusters.
So the redactions, reserving your
Do
other
we have a
objections.
nickname
the
for this
redactions are
judge?
okay?
Yes.
Okay,
I call
all
her
right,
Church
so
Lady.
214 will be in evidence.
Church lady? Okay.
All right,
From SNL.
all right, do you want to get the
That-
witness back?
that one I don't
stand
recall,
before we get the
but-
jury here?
I can see it.
Mr. Dombrowski? All right, let's put
DJ
her on
Smith
before you get
says,
the
I
jury
was
out
watching
then.
on Court TV and the breaks were killer. Thanks, coming from Canada. You're welcome. Thank you for watching.
Keep on trucking. That's my biased commentary.
There you go.
What's up? A lot of people I saw checking in from Romania. I saw Germany. You got a lot of people abroad. So shout out to everybody
Yeah.
who's in
Mr.
another
Rottenberg,
country
you-
like me and
Mr.
like
Rottenberg,
Alita will be
You're
very
going to get
soon
me
as well.
214 after?
Yes.
Okay,
Your Honor, there
so-
was one.
Okay. No, there's 210. This is 214.
Yes, 210.
Okay.
So Danny, let's go.
We'll put it up on the screen but without the presence of the jury. So the judge will see it at the same time.
Okay, Christie
Okay.
Dombrowski is up on the stand again.
All right, we ready for the jury? We ready for the jury? Yes, okay.
I saw a hello from Argentina in the chat. That's awesome. London, Mexico. Geez, this really is an international Germany. Awesome.
I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Oh yeah, I see a Florida Gator out there. Go Gators.
Nice. Matt Bond said, have to call Amber's FM lawyer, Karen.
Grandma Karen.
Brick Cormier says, Judge looks pretty animated in the sidebars as far as I've seen. She looks like she lays down the law fairly hard when the mics are off. I think she might. You might be right about that. Oh my gosh. India, Alabama, Finland. This is awesome. Norway.
And V gets to everybody in Germany. Don't get to practice my German here in Korea that much.
Nice. And I have to ask, anybody from Lithuania? Join us
Nope.
Love to see it.
Actually, what's funny? There's like one or two people Lithuanians who hit up my super chat.
Nice, nice, nice,
Oh, I see one in the chat right now.
nice.
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. All right, you can have a seat, Mr. Dombrowski. Mr. Dombrowski, I just want to remind you that you're still under oath at this time, okay? All right, you want to continue with your cross-examination? Mr.
Thank you,
Rottenberg?
Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Dombrowski.
Good morning.
Oh, we're
So I
continuing
believe
with Cross.
we talked
Okay.
a little bit about this yesterday, but you were, in addition to being Mr. Depp's brother, you were his, I believe you referred to it as his personal manager. Is that right?
I have been referred as, yes,
Okay. And so you were responsible for, or had some responsibility for his business affairs, right?
I actually coordinated with other people, but I didn't have full responsibility.
Right. But in terms of the information that you would receive, you would receive information that was relevant to Mr. Depp's business affairs and personal affairs, right?
At times, yes.
And you care about Mr. Depp's well-being, right?
Of course.
Yes,
He's your brother.
Yes.
You love him, right? It was important to you that you, in your role as both his brother and as his manager, be kept informed of his well-being, right?
yes,
And if something was wrong, you'd want to know about that, right?
yes.
Did you ever have reason to believe from anyone other than Amber that Mr. Depp had a problem with drugs or alcohol?
No,
Did you ever have reason to believe from someone other than Amber that Mr. Depp romanticized drug culture?
no,
Well, what does he
Did
mean
you
by
ever have reason to
romanticize?
believe from anyone other than Amber that Mr. Depp didn't take accountability for his actions?
N- I didn't have reason to believe that, no.
Did you ever have reason to believe from anyone other than Amber that Mr. Depp lacked patience for getting his needs met?
I didn't have reason to believe that, no.
Did you ever have reason to believe from someone other than Amber that Mr. Depp could act like a child if he didn't get immediate satisfaction?
Objection, Your Honor, lack of foundation.
I'm asking if she had.
Overruled, I'll allow it. That's fine.
Let me ask that again. Ms. Dombrowski, did you ever have reason to believe from anyone other than Amber that Mr. Depp could act like a child if he didn't get immediate satisfaction?
Okay.
Overruled for this question. We'll see if the follow-up. Okay.
I'm sorry?
Did you ever have reason to believe from someone other than Amber that Mr. Depp could act like a child if he didn't get immediate satisfaction?
My guess is they have text messages.
I never had reason to believe that.
Did you ever have reason to believe from someone other than Amber that Mr. Depp had fundamental issues with anger?
Okay.
Okay. So now they're approaching a little sidebar outside the presence of the jury so that they can't hear. So obviously we can't hear.
Yeah,
They're
trying
having
to
an
assess
issue about his-
fundamental.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was going to say fundamental. It's almost pushing her testimony here. Fundamental issues with anger. Well, you're
Reason to
asking
believe from
someone
someone other
what is
than
and is not an
Amber
issue.
that your brother had fundamental issues with anger.
I didn't have reason to believe.
If I were her, I'd be like,
And
I don't know what you mean by fundamental.
Did you ever have reason to
Exactly.
believe
I'm
from
not a
someone other than
psychologist.
Amber that your brother didn't grasp the responsibility that he had in his children's lives?
I did not have reason to believe.
Heather, can you pull up Exhibit 268, please?
Yeah, that was my guess is they had text messages or something where she said something about. All right, what's it going to be?
Ms. Dombrowski, is this an email from Dr. David Kipper to you on August 18th, 2014?
It's not being offered yet, so I'll overrule the objection.
I don't have it.
Can you see the document on your screen?
You
No.
might have to make it bigger. It's much small.
I don't have anything.
Pinch and zoom.
I'm
Can you
sorry.
see it
It's a
there,
pinch and
ma'am?
zoom. Pixels.
It's not showing up on her screen.
Just bear with us 1 minute. Thank you.
Do I need to do something?
That's not us, is it?
No.
Okay. Fundamental issues with anger. If I were her, I would say I'm not sure I understand what you mean by fundamental.
I'm not a
Do you have a
biologist.
physical
I mean,
challenge?
psychologist.
A psychologist.
Not that's not marked up. Let me, can you see if you can grab one?
Oh, wait, she's got it.
Oh, okay.
Turn it off and on, see?
That's the trick.
That's the
Yeah,
judge
that's-
rule.
Oh my
Technical
God.
difficulties are
Thank you.
unfortunately common in the courtroom.
Take as much time as you need to read it, Ms. Dombrowski, but my question is this an email from Dr. David Kipper to you on August 18th, 2014?
Yes, it's got my name on there, yes. from him.
Okay.
And this is an email that you would have received on or about that date, August 18th, 2014, to the best of your knowledge?
It was sent on that date, yes.
And it's about Dr. Kipper's treatment of your brother, correct?
I'm actually reading it.
Okay, take your time. Thank you.
Okay. I mean, this is not the smoothest impeachment. I'm not gonna lie. And
And it's about treatment that a doctor gave to her brother that she wasn't probably a first party to. It's really weird.
right. I mean, what he's getting at is he's trying to say that the doctor who was treating him for whatever reason is saying that he has fundamental issues with anger. He has fundamental issues when talking about talking about his responsibility for his children. Basically that kind of stuff. So, but there's so much pause in here right now that you kind of lose. I mean, he'll restate the question, of course, but the longer that this goes, the longer that this drags on, it kind of loses the effectiveness of the impeachment, in my opinion, because you may start to lose the jury. They're like, they're looking around now. They're like, what's going on? How many tiles are there on the ceiling? Like, did I have enough food for breakfast this morning? It kind of gives them time to sort of sit with their thoughts. And that pulls their attention away from the questioning, potentially. So, also, I
Sorry, I muted my mic. I was like saying, because this was
Is there-
disclosed to a third party,
I'm sorry,
there's no
is there more
privilege
to
issue.
the-
yeah.
There's another
Yes,
page
thank you.
which we can go to, but my question is just this, and I think we established this. This is an email that you received from Dr. Kipper, correct?
Yes,
Your Honor, permission to publish the second paragraph on page 1 into then the remainder of that paragraph on page 2 with everything redacted, else redacted.
You're asking to enter it into evidence.
Yes, we'd like to enter it into evidence with those redactions.
Sure.
Yeah, I think this might actually be hearsay because it's being admitted for the purpose of proving the statement that Johnny Depp had anger issues.
Yes.
So
They're
I think that
literally
this
using
probably will be properly excluded as hearsay, in my opinion. I mean, unless they manage to get it in as it's supposed to be. I'm just asking for her impression on things that other people told her about. Which, I mean, that question alone is
No,
hearsay.
No,
So,
yeah, that's like so hearsay. This is all really hearsay.
Yeah, I don't think, and it's not a HIPAA violation.
Not HIPAA.
It's not HIPAA. It's not. I see that in the chat. It's not. It normally would be privileged, except for the fact that this was a disclosure already to a third party. I mean, Depp probably had a HIPAA disclosure in there to allow his therapist to tell her about these issues. I don't know, maybe, but one way or another, this is probably going to come in, except for the hearsay issue. If it is what it sounds like it is, it's probably going to be hearsay. Also, Fridays. I learned yesterday that this court is not actually in session on Fridays because this judge is leaving Fridays open for other motions, other hearings for other cases that she has in her docket. So
Ms. Dombrowski, if
Fridays
you
we're
can
not
take a
streaming.
look at the first page of that email, please. In the second paragraph. Well, first of all, who was Dr. Kipper?
Dr. Kipper was the doctor that was helping my brother, helping my brother get help from the pain medication addiction that he had.
He was helping him with his drug addiction.
The pain medication.
And
Good that she
your
clarified
brother was
pain
addicted to
medication.
pain pills.
He had been taking them for a long time, yes.
Right. And you were instrumental
Which
in
nobody
hiring
cares, by
Dr.
the way.
Kipper to help your brother try to deal with that, right?
Yes.
And so Dr.
But
Kipper,
it
in
also
his
is a little
role
bit
as someone treating your brother, tried
relatable
to
than
keep you
cocaine, I
informed
think.
of what was going on
Yep.
with that treatment, right?
Yes.
And it was important to you
It's
as
not
both
helping
his
Amber.
brother, his sister and his manager that you be kept informed of that, right?
It was important as his sister.
And well, and his issues with drugs were having an impact on his career as well, too, right?
No,
And you knew that they were having an impact on his relationship with Amber, right?
yeah.
She's given plenty of testimony about.
Overruled, I'll allow it.
Oh,
You knew that the
really?
drugs were having
Okay.
an impact on his relationship with Amber, right?
I knew that Amber claimed. Certain
Very
things.
good.
But
There
you
you
didn't
go.
believe that
There
they
you
were?
go.
I didn't necessarily believe it, no.
Okay. We'll get to that in a few minutes. Isn't it true that on the bottom paragraph on page 1, that Dr. Kipper informed you that your brother was uncomfortable and pessimistic that he will ever be able to stop doing drugs? I'm not asking for this.
I'll allow this question, but it's the only question on that point. Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry.
Ask the
Isn't it
question
true
again.
that Dr. Kipper informed you in August of 2014 that your brother was uncomfortable and is pessimistic that he will ever be able to stop doing drugs?
He does write this in this email, but this email is an update. I believe, if I'm looking at the dates, and I don't remember all dates, but I know that period and what's written in the email. I think this was during the time they were, where he was getting help from Dr. Kipper.
Right, but that's what he informed you of in your role as his manager and his sister about the status of Mr. Depp's belief that he would be able to stop doing drugs, right?
I'll allow that question.
The thing is, he's hammering on
I
this.
think he was informing me of
And
the
I feel like it doesn't
conversation.
matter.
Yes.
And he
It
also
really
informed you that your brother didn't take accountability for his behaviors, correct?
He does say in here that, yes, he wrote that he has no accountability for his behaviors in this time.
And Heather, can you go to the top of page 2, please? In that first and second line, he also told you that your brother has fundamental issues with anger, right?
Your Honor, objection, hearsay. No exception applies.
All right,
It's the same exception that applied to the other ones. This is what he informed her.
we need to move on, though.
Yeah, it's not doing as much work as he thinks it
Heather, you
is.
can take that down.
Oh,
So
whoops.
you just testified,
Hey, welcome back.
Sorry.
Ms. Dombrowski, that you understood from Amber that drugs and alcohol were impacting their relationship, but that you didn't necessarily believe that, right?
Right.
And you didn't necessarily share those concerns, right?
Right.
Did you have an occasion to speak with Amber after a plane flight from Boston to Los Angeles in May of 2014?
Objection, hearsay.
I just asked if she spoke with her. I'm not asking what the content
Just
is.
spoke, I'll overrule the objection at this time.
I don't recall specific times speaking with Amber like that.
Did you become did you become aware of an incident on a plane flight from Boston to Los Angeles in May of 2014?
Foundation objection. If you,
She's testified that she,
I'll sustain the objection. It's foundation if you can lay a foundation.
if something happened in your brother's life that was notable, you wanted to know about it. You testified to that, right?
Yes, sir.
It's a foundation question. She's testified that she had insight into his daily life.
I don't see it as a foundation question, so I'm going to sustain the objection if you want to.
Okay.
You,
I mean, I actually
You were kept
kind of
apprised
disagree
of
with
the
that
goings
move,
on
but
in Johnny's life.
Yeah,
Correct?
but it's still, I mean, you're going to win some, you're going to lose some, but
yeah.
For the most part,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, and
good objection.
you testified yesterday. You saw him
Yes.
just about every day, correct?
What I testified to yesterday, saw him every day, was when he was with the family of Vanessa.
And you still saw him, or were in touch with him fairly frequently as his business manager and as his sister when he was with Amber, correct?
Less frequent,
Okay, but still with some frequency, right?
yes.
And if an event had happened that was potentially harmful to your brother, you would want to know about that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And
all right, I'll sustain asked and answered. Next question.
you made an effort to make yourself available to Ms. Heard to talk to you about issues she was having with your brother, correct?
I'm excuse me, I made an effort to talk to her anytime I felt she needed to speak.
Is that us or them?
That is somebody in the courtroom.
Somebody's trying to call us.
It's kind of a pleasant ringtone.
I didn't answer it, so
Oh, it's the judge's phone.
Oh, shit.
I don't know.
It's the judge's phone. Judge.
Mr.
Imagine if it
Dombrowski,
was the Pirates
in
theme,
addition to
Pirates of the
just
Caribbean
Amber
theme.
believing it, you believed that your brother needed help, didn't you?
Big.
You believed that your brother needed help with drugs and alcohol, didn't
Overruled
you?
it. Overruled the objection. Go ahead.
Sorry.
I believed on the one medication I was concerned about.
And you wanted your brother to get better from his addictions, right?
I wanted to address the medication that he was on.
Good answer.
And you understood that Amber wanted the same
Answering it,
thing,
but not taking
wanted him
his
to get better for
narrative.
both him and for her, correct?
Yep.
I'll sustain as to what Amber wanted.
Mhm.
Now, do you recall meeting with Ms. Heard on May 25th, 2014?
I don't recall.
Let's pull up Exhibit 234, please.
And guys, he's supposed to be
You said it was
asking leading
234?
questions
234,
because this is a
yes.
cross-examination. So ideally, if he were doing a really good cross-examination, he should be leading her like, sounds
The
weird, like on a
non-redacted
leash,
version.
basically, like super tight. You are going exactly where I want you to go. But she's working in her own answers, which is, as a witness,
Mr.
it's
Dombrowski,
good.
this is a
She
multi-page
seems like she's doing
exhibit
better
that we can,
today than
um,
she was yesterday on
I'm
cross-examination.
not going to ask you about all the pages, but
She's intelligent.
is
She is.
this a text message chain between Amber and you on May 25th, 2014?
Yes,
And those are your texts in gray on the left, right?
yes,
And Ms. Heard's texts in blue on the right?
yes.
Your Honor, we have a version of this exhibit with Ms. Heard's text redacted and the personal identifiers redacted that I'd like to ask the witness about and publish to the jury. I'm happy.
First, you want to admit into evidence before you publish it to the jury. So
Correct,
let's-
right. So I'm just previewing that. Would you like me to go through the unredacted version with the witness first?
No.
Or,
Well, if it's just her text, how is that probative if it's just her text?
because it's her text about what two things. One, it's her text about what she wanted for her brother. We'll get to those on page 2.
You can only do it if it's like an impeachment or an admission against her own interest.
I'm allowed to ask her about her her own words and what her feelings.
You can
were
ask her on the
Ask her about it,
stand.
But it's not coming into evidence.
There
Yeah,
you,
well, okay.
Okay.
yeah.
There you go.
Ms.
There you go.
Dombrowski, did you reach out to Ms. Hurd on May 25th, 2014,
Yes,
asking her if she wanted to talk?
yes.
Why did you do that?
I
I
Did
don't
you do
remember,
that
it was like
because
10 years
you
ago.
had been made aware of an issue about your brother's behavior on a flight earlier that day,
I
or the day
don't,
before?
I don't recall why I did
Good
that.
answer.
You don't recall why you did that?
No,
It's 10 years ago.
You have no
Yeah.
awareness or memory of a flight earlier that day or the day before?
There have been a lot
I
of
don't
flights
recall
since
all
then.
flights at all times. I don't have any specific memory of anything.
That's, she seems
If
sincere.
you can turn to page 2, Heather. If you can look at your third text down, Your Honor, or Ms. Dombrowski, you say to him, or to Ms. Hurd, you say to Ms. Hurd, I love him so much, but he needs help, and I don't have all the information to help alone. Do you see that?
Objection, Your Honor. This is all hearsay.
I'll allow that question. That's fine.
I do see that.
And what did you mean when you said he needs help?
I don't recall the actual timing of it, but I wanted to help him with that medication that he was on. That I know. And I know that I wanted to be able to be helpful in life because they were arguing all the time.
And I believe you testified earlier that you didn't actually have concerns about your brother's dependence on drugs, right?
No, I said that I did have about the medication.
Just
did
the
say that.
pain pills,
It was the pain pills.
nothing else?
I didn't have concern.
So when you said he needs help, that's what you were referring to, is that you believe that your brother needed help with pills.
Objection, Your Honor. This is an ask.
May I approach, Your Honor?
All right.
Okay, another
Permission to be a
sidebar.
dick. Yeah, I mean, and he knows he's it's not his first day to law school. He knows what you can and can't ask. He's
Yeah.
pushing the line here.
Yeah, yeah. And this is a lead attorney at a prominent law firm. So this guy's been in litigation for a while. So he knows what he's doing, even if maybe yesterday both attorneys or all 4 attorneys were getting their feet wet, So there's always a possibility that because of nerves or whatever else, you kind of ease into your flow after the first day. She looks like she's from the 1920s.
I was gonna say she looks like a pop star, like a British pop star.
She looks
Heather,
better
can you
than
please pull
yesterday,
up,
though.
the pages ending in 934. Start with that, please. Actually, let's go to 936.
Also, to answer the question in the chat, is it a legal
Just for the
requirement to be a
record, this is
douchebag to be a
still
trial
an
attorney?
exhibit
Does it just seem that way? It's
234.
not a
Yeah.
requirement.
Page Stanford.
But it is a
96,
recommendation.
correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm
No.
joking. I'm joking.
It's actually, I actually love it when the other one
Ms.
loses their
Dombrowski, do you
shit
see
and
the
you stay calm.
message
'cause
that
you're
you sent
like,
to Amber
"I
3
know,
down
I
where
know."
you said he is going to see the doctor in the morning with 3 exclamation points?
Yes.
Tell me what you remember about that. Were you referring to, when you said he, you were referring to your brother, right?
Yes.
And by doctor, you meant an addiction doctor? Is that right?
What the fuck is an addiction doctor?
I believe I would have meant Dr.
Doctor that-
Kipper.
That
And
specializes in
what was,
addiction issues, I guess.
you'd agree that it's fairly rare to get an appointment for a doctor the next day, right?
Not if you're famous, bro.
I'll allow it. That's fine.
I don't know that it's rare to get an appointment the next day.
Well, Dr. Kipper wasn't an emergency room doctor, right?
No.
So what was so urgent about your brother's need to see a doctor that he was going to see Dr. Kipper the next morning when you texted this at 7:35 p.m.?
I don't remember.
I don't know that it was urgent. I think I was happy that he was going to see the doctor.
And you were happy he was going to see the doctor because you thought he'd finally realized the problem that his drug addiction was having on himself and others, correct? That's why you were happy, right?
I was happy he was going to see the doctor because I was concerned about the pain medication he was
There you
on.
go.
And you were concerned about what
Good
that
answer.
pain medication did to your brother, right?
Yes,
You were concerned about the effect that that had on his life, right?
I was concerned about him.
And you were concerned about the effect that that drug addiction had on other relationships in his life as well, correct?
Yeah.
Going through,
That's fine, I'll allow it.
you can answer.
I didn't see anything that was happening necessarily in life to be concerned about others, me. It was him I was concerned about.
So you didn't see, your testimony today is that you didn't see any effect that your brother's drug problem was having on anyone else other than him.
My concern was him. I wasn't focused on anything beyond that.
Right. You weren't concerned about the effect that it could be having on anyone else. Is that your testimony?
Again, my concern was him.
So you're going to bring up some more emails or text messages?
Can you pull up page
Yep.
937, please? And when you misheard the text at the top of the page at 9:20 p.m. on May 25th, 2014, and you said, "I just meant I will help in getting him help," what did that mean?
It's help with Dr. Kipper, I believe.
You were referring to getting your brother help for his drug addictions, correct?
I was referring to getting him help with the medication that he was on.
And if you go to page 938, please. When you told Amber at the bottom of that page at 10:26 p.m., I think you need to tell him you were scared and you can't deal. What did you mean by that? I think you need to tell him you are scared and you can't deal. What did you mean by that? Asking her what she meant with one of her statements. It's no different from the statement I just asked her about.
I'm just not sure what the prior inconsistent statement would be for this,
Yep.
which was,
Well, that she's testified that all of Amber's concerns were overblown.
okay.
Yeah, because the thing is, the reason why he's able to ask from these text messages right now is because he's trying to use them to impeach. In order to impeach, he has to show that she has concretely testified to one thing, and that the prior statements that she's made are inconsistent. That's what an impeachment means. It's you're using a prior statement that she has made or that someone has made that proves otherwise from what she is saying right now. If it's not an inconsistent statement
Drug
from
abuse.
before,
You were concerned for your
it's not
brother and your
impeachment.
brother only. Is
it's
that
not a
right?
proper impeachment.
I was concerned for my brother, yes.
And only your brother. Is that right?
That my brother was my focus.
Now, you in your capacity as his personal manager, you were often apprised of your brother's performance on movie sets, right? Did you have occasion to communicate with studios, for example, about movies that your brother was shooting?
Yes,
And studio executives could feel free to contact you about your brother's work?
yes, they mostly contacted the agent.
Okay. And who was the agent at the time? Is that Tracy
Tracy.
Jacobs? And that's your brother, Mr. Depp, fired Miss Jacobs in or around 2017. Is that right?
I don't recall when,
How long was Miss Jacobs his agent?
20-something years.
And he fired Miss Jacobs at some point, right?
Yes.
After his divorce from Amber?
I don't recall exactly when he fired her.
Do you recall whether it was before or after he divorced Amber?
I don't recall. Sorry.
But in any event, you had frequent communications with Miss Jacobs about your brother's work, correct?
Excuse me. Yeah.
And you, in the course, in your capacity as his manager, it came to your attention that he was late to movie sets, correct? you testified that you had frequent contact with Ms. Jacobs, his agent, right?
Yes,
And that contact included when he was shooting movies?
yes,
And that contact included communications relating to his conduct on set? I'm laying the foundation.
Well, it sounds like your foundation is going to be based on hearsay, which is what we're going to be getting to.
Yep.
Well, I'm,
So your
yeah, either way,
foundation is
foundation's gotta
shit.
be based on
So
hearsay.
did
Your
you have
foundation
personal
is
knowledge
an
of your
Amber
brother being
turd.
late to a set, movie shoots?
would that be if I was physically there? Is that what you're asking? Or,
Your Honor, no, first I'd ask you to instruct Mr. Chu not to shake his head, nod his head to the witness. That's inappropriate.
All right.
I'm not shaking.
Okay.
Well, he was.
All right. well,
This is
I'll keep a
childish.
lookout.
This is childish behavior.
Please
All right, thank you.
stop
Ms. Dombrowski,
motioning to
your brother
witness.
told you himself that he was late to movie shoots, didn't he? Party admission.
I'll allow that.
I don't think he came to me and said I'm late to movie shoots, no.
You learned from your brother that he was late to movie shoots, correct?
I don't think he would have come to me to talk
I'll
about it,
allow
no.
it.
You learned, so you never had any communications with your brother about issues that he had being on time to movie sets? Is that your testimony?
No, what I'm saying is I worked with him for years. You know, there was never really a continuous topic of whether he was late to a movie set, him and I having a conversation.
He told you he had been late to movie sets, correct?
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Can you pull up
Yep.
348, please?
348.
If you can you blow it up so you just see the second email down, Heather? And that second email down is an email from you to Tracy Jacobs on February 27th, 2015, right?
I allowed that question. We'll see where we go.
The second, all the way down in here?
The second one down from the top. Sent at 12:50.
Oh, sorry. Yes, that's from me to Tracy.
Okay.
A lot more objections
Now-
today coming from Depp's team
A whole lot
than
more.
yesterday.
In the second sentence of that email, you write, he told me 1 to 1.5 hours, but not 2. Yes, he was 2.5 hours late one day and 7 hours recently. Do you see that?
I do see that.
And when you said he told me, you're referring to your brother, Johnny Depp, admitting to you that he was late to movie sets, right?
I don't know that I'm referring to him now.
In any event, it was a problem. As his personal manager, you knew that it was a problem for the studios if he showed up late to set, right?
A movie star showing up
I
late.
knew that on
Oh
this particular film.
no.
Yeah, I know, right?
There were
Come
times when he
on.
was late to
Come
set.
on. Seriously, bro?
You
Like-
Yeah.
did know on this particular
On
film.
this
Seriously?
particular film.
And this particular film is Pirates 5, correct?
Yes,
Pirates of the
The
Caribbean
pirates
5.
that should never be made.
And he was filming that in Australia, right?
yes.
And this email was
I don't
sent
know.
on
I haven't
February
seen it,
27th,
so I can't say if it should have been made or
right?
not. I stopped at
Yes.
4 though.
So you
Yeah,
knew that as he
stop
was
after
filming
2.
Pirates of the Caribbean 5 in 2015, early 2015, that he had problems being late to the set, right?
I wouldn't call it problems being late to set, but he was occasionally late to set.
Late enough that Disney executives called you to discuss that, right?
All right. I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
And you knew that this wasn't the
Proper
only
protection.
movie that he had been late to set for, correct? She's testified about her close involvement in his personal affairs when he was shooting movies.
If
Yeah,
you, if you lay a
creative
foundation,
people are
not
very
based on hearsay.
not good with time.
Have you,
Tends to
you
be
talked
that
to your
way, yeah.
brother when he was filming each of the movies that he filmed, right?
Yes,
And with respect to Pirates 5, he told you that he had been late to the set, right?
no, I don't recall him telling me he was late to set.
Okay, so despite the fact that you said he told me, you don't recall whether that was him or not.
It's 10 years
I
ago,
don't
bro.
know I don't know that the he in that refers to him.
You were also, I believe you testified yesterday that you were closely involved in the financial aspects of your brother's life, right?
In what way? That's a vague
I was
question.
closely involved in speaking with the representatives, but I wasn't really closely involved in, his financial world. That
Balancing the
wasn't my thing.
checkbook.
And your brother's, the income that he made from movies or other commercial opportunities that he had, that funded both him and it flowed, or it came in through his companies, right? And then
Bad question.
the money that your
Bad
brother
qu-
made
bad
came in
cross
through his
question.
companies, correct?
I don't really understand your question.
Well, you're
There
the
you go.
president of one of those companies, Infinitive Nile, right?
Yes,
So if your brother signs a movie contract, the money, is it paid directly to him or does it come in through a company that he's owns?
Infinitum Now is completely a separate entity. So how he gets paid that's the business managers.
Okay.
That's
You-
not my
you were
wheelhouse. That's
involved
somebody
with-
else.
Discussions of opportunities that he had to shoot movies, correct?
Sometimes, yes.
And you were in close contact with others on Mr. Depp's team about opportunities that arose, right?
Yes,
Okay, including Tracy Jacobs,
yes,
his agent,
yes,
including you. In fact, you would be in contact with studios directly as well. It's from time to time, right?
yes.
And Mr. Jacobs, well, strike that. In your capacity as his personal manager, you became aware of financial distress that your brother was in, correct? Because you were familiar with his financial affairs, right?
I was somewhat familiar. That was the other representative's area.
Did you have occasion to become familiar with whether he was undergoing financial distress such that he needed to get movies, a certain number of movies a year?
Tracy had a certain number of movies per year that she wanted him to do.
Okay, good answer.
And the certain
Yeah,
number
very
of
good.
movies a year, to your understanding, the certain number of movies a year that your brother had to do was necessary to stave off financial distress, correct?
The certain number of movies per year, Tracy would push for a certain number of movies per year because it was beneficial to her.
Oh, she may have
That's
had a
the only
financial
reason she pushed for a
incentive.
certain
She
number of
had an
movies a year?
incentive.
That's the main reason Tracy
there
would
you go.
push for a certain number of movies per year. Yes.
Mhm.
Not because it was beneficial to Mr. Depp?
If it was beneficial to Mr. Depp, then it was going to be beneficial to Tracy.
Okay.
There you go.
Just because it was beneficial to
go.
Tracy doesn't mean it wasn't beneficial to Mr. Depp or his
What the fuck
companies.
is this? If it's not
Correct?
A, it's B, it's
like-
Y. Get the hell out of
Statement
here,
objection.
buddy.
Next question.
Come on, such a dumb
This is
question.
ridiculous. He's ridiculous. He's preposterous
Now,
today.
at some point, you became aware when he was filming Pirates 5 in Australia,
I'll slow
you
the chat, see if
became
it
aware
works
of an
well.
injury that he suffered to his finger, right?
Yes.
And you were involved in trying to cover up how it happened, correct?
I'll allow the question.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
You were involved in helping to
There
cover
you go.
up how the finger injury happened, right?
Helping to
I
cover it up.
don't understand cover up.
You were involved in making sure that people on Mr. Depp's team didn't say how he hurt his hand, correct?
I'll allow it if she can answer it.
You can answer.
I'm not
Um,
sure what you're asking is what I would say.
We certainly didn't want any press to know about it. So that's, to keep it from that.
Yeah, because why would you?
And because you didn't want any press to know about his finger injury, you told Mr. Depp's personal assistant to make sure that he wasn't sure how Mr. Depp hurt his hand, correct? You instructed him to say that.
If it was someone that I would be concerned that the word would get out to the press, I would have done that.
So it was okay to you to tell people to lie to protect your brother, right?
It wasn't necessarily a lie. I didn't know how
He's-
he hurt his finger.
He's trying to
myself
paint
at
her
the
as somebody who
time,
habitually lies on his
'cause
behalf
I'm pretty sure
as
I know
part
the
of her
timeframe
role,
you're
but that's
talking
not going to
about
do the same
is
work
when it
out
first
there
happened.
as here, I think.
And you have no personal knowledge to this day of how he hurt his finger, correct? Because you weren't there.
I wasn't there.
That's fair.
Heather, can you pull up Exhibit 210 redacted, please? Your Honor, this is the exhibit we discussed yesterday. If the court and Mr. Chu agrees with the redactions, I'd just like to publish it to the jury and admit it into evidence.
If it's 210, it's already in evidence. That's the one you gave me this morning, correct? No, that's a different,
Yeah, I think that was 214.
that was 214. I'm sorry. I got
Get
it
your number
backwards. This
straight,
is
bro.
210.
And I believe that this
follows.
it's just one page. Or it's two pages, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's these 2 pages that we talked about yesterday.
Reserving your objections. Are the redactions correct?
The redactions are correct. We reserve our redactions.
Okay, that's fine. I will enter 214 into evidence.
All right.
Over objections.
Permission to publish, Your
All
Honor?
right, yes, sir.
Can you blow that up, please?
Okay, what are we looking at? Oh, this is the text from before. JD is on a bender
So, Ms.
from
Dombrowski,
Amber.
we discussed this a little bit yesterday.
That doesn't mean
This
shit.
is
It doesn't
the
mean
text
doesn't mean
exchange
mean
a
between you
single
and Ms.
nothing.
Hurd
turd.
on February 3rd, 2014, where Ms. Hurd
Because
says
she
JD
says
is on
he's
a
on a
bender.
bender.
And your response is where are the kids, correct?
Yes.
And just scroll down, please. Let's go to the next page, please.
Yeah, all of these black boxes are redactions because the court has said that that stuff
Scroll
cannot
down to
come
the
in.
bottom, please. And then you text Amber, worry about everything. Is that right?
I wrote the words worry about everything. It was myself. I was speaking about myself.
Yeah,
And you tell her,
that's
I don't love
reasonable.
any of it, correct?
Right.
And
All right, sustained. We did go through this yesterday, but go ahead.
And 2 days later is when you sent your brother the text messages that said, stop booze, stop coke, stop pills, correct?
Again,
I'm not
asked and
looking at
answered.
it. I don't recall the timing of it.
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right, redirect.
Yeah.
What the? That was such a flailing, impotent cross.
Okay, thank you.
That was not a good cross, in my opinion.
That was
Um,
trash.
It's try. If
Good morning, Ms. Dombrowski.
he was trying to
Good
put those
morning.
two together, but she's like, I don't know, and that's
During
fair. That's a
Mr.
fair response.
Rottenborn's examination
Now we're on
yesterday and
redirect.
again this morning, he spent a lot of time talking to you about your brother's alleged drug and alcohol abuse. Do you remember that?
Yes.
You're not denying that Mr. Depp ever used alcohol or drugs, are you?
Objection leading.
It's redirect, Your Honor.
Literally.
That's still leading.
You asked about it.
I'll sustain as leading.
You
if
just
want to
asked about
rephrase your
coke.
question.
Well, she still heard the question, so she knows where he wants to
You
go.
also testified several times in response to Mr. Rottenborn's questions that Ms. Heard tends to say things in a more dramatic manner. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Why did you say that?
I've had my own interaction one-on-one with Ms. Heard, so I know a bit about her personality. She would present information to me that was not necessarily information that was supported by everybody else that was around. And I've spent a lot of years working with my brother. We have a close team. It's many years of trusted people helping, make sure that everything in life, it works out and goes smoothly. But all those people where I would have a daily contact, whether it's about scheduling or just how the day's going for all the years, those people never said the same thing.
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
I think it was responsive to the question.
Well, I'll sustain the last sentence.
Yeah, but,
Just
Your Honor,
the last sentence of it, that's all.
understood, Your
Okay.
Honor. I think it goes to state of mind rather than the
Well,
truth.
I just did the last sentence.
Well,
I'll
her
sustain
state
just
of mind
last
isn't
sentence.
the
Strike
issue.
the last sentence, okay?
And do you recall your testimony yesterday when you stated that after the phenomenal success of Pirates One, one of the changes to Mr. Depp's, your brother's personal life, was that there were a lot more people around him after that? Do you recall
Yes.
that?
Yes.
Joyriders.
When Johnny and Miss Heard became involved in a relationship several years later, were there still a lot of people around them, your brother, on a regular basis?
Yes.
Who were those people?
He had assistants, he had security, he had, property managers, people that helped at the house. He had quite a few people that were around all the time.
How often did you communicate with those people?
I communicated daily, not necessarily with each one of those people, but I communicated pretty much daily with people within the world, the circle.
Did any of those people ever raise the same concerns that Ms. Heard did?
Calls for hearsay.
Objection, hearsay.
All right.
Again, it goes to state of mind.
I'll sustain the objection as to hearsay. Next question.
What, if any, concerns were expressed about Johnny's behavior when using alcohol?
Objection, hearsay.
All right.
Again, it goes to state of mind.
I'll sustain the objection. Next
Yeah,
question.
because her state of mind is not an issue.
Thank
in
you,
this
Your Honor.
case.
That's all I have.
All right. Is this witness subject to recall?
I do not believe so, Your Honor.
She's subject to recall? No.
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Brusky, you're free to go, or you can stay in the courtroom. It's up to you, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brown.
One down.
Oh, he
All right,
had a
your
little bit
next
of a smile.
witness.
He's happy to see her done. Got a little
One
bit of a
down.
smile
Good
from
morning,
Johnny there.
ma'am. Isaac Peruch.
Isaac
All right.
Peruch.
All right, I'm gonna
Okay, that's
Legalbytes,
fine.
I'm gonna
Thank
step
you.
out because I gotta wake up early in the morning. But
Okay.
I will catch you guys on the flip
While we're
side. If
waiting
I'm
for-
up
can
in
you
the
spell
morning
his
before
last
it's
Thank
name
over,
you
I'll
for
before we
rejoin
joining.
order
you.
for
And
me?
hang on, but we do have, before you go, we do have one super chat directed at you.
UCH. Thank you.
Legal Bites. Can you get me Andrew Tim Tebow's autograph, please?
Well, if you become a member, I'll send you a personal autograph on my channel.
Awesome.
Legal Mindset, following Legal Mindset on my channel.
Linked in the
Catch you
description
guys.
below.
Thank you.
See ya. Thanks for joining. Okay. So this is new witness. What did they say her name was again? Taruch was the last name. Or his name.
Swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case on penalty of law.
Oh, Isaac Burridge. Okay.
Hey, there's a thing here, transcript
You
thing.
can
Is
just keep it there, sir. Have a seat.
Okay.
Put the microphone close to you, please. Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Would you state your name for the record, please?
My name's Isaac Baruch, ISAAC BARUCH.
Mr. Baruch, where do you currently live?
I live in Los Angeles.
Do you know the plaintiff in this case, Johnny Depp?
Yes.
How do you know Mr. Depp?
I know him since teenagers. We met in Florida.
And could you tell the jury a little bit about your experience meeting Mr. Depp when you were teenagers in Florida?
Yeah, we were both playing in bands. We had mutual friends, and that we met in probably 1980. And yeah, we hit it off. We got along with each other, and yeah.
How often did you see Mr. Depp when you were teenagers together in Florida?
A few times a month. I'd say it could be more, a little more or whatever, because we'd see each other at parties and clubs, nightclubs where the bands played.
He doesn't sound like
Yeah,
he's from
like that.
Florida.
And for how long were you both living in Florida and seeing each other somewhat regularly?
Well, we met in like 1980, so and then we both moved away. He moved to California. I moved to New York. What was that? From 80 to 83. What's that, like 4 years?
What were your impressions of Mr. Depp while you were both living in Florida at the same time?
Oh, he's a sweet kid.
Oops.
A sweet guy.
Sir, wait, there's an objection.
Yeah.
Thank you.
What his impressions were back then.
Or what's the relevance?
Just establishing the background and the
All right.
relationship, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question, please.
Yeah, it's kind of more
Mr.
character,
Baruch,
to
did
be
there
honest.
come a time when Mr. Depp moved away from Florida?
Yeah, yeah.
And where did he move to, if you know?
Like I said before, he moved to California.
At some point in time, did you also move to California?
Yeah.
And did you reconnect with Mr. Depp when you got there?
Yeah.
Around what time was that?
Sometime during the first year, and then afterwards, after the first year, more and stuff.
About what year would you say that was?
Oh, I moved to California in September of '85.
And did you know if Mr. Depp was working when you arrived in California in 1985?
Well, I knew he was pursuing acting at that time. Yeah, he's looking for work because he's pursuing acting.
This guy comes across so
How often
sympathetically.
did you see
I love
Mr.
this guy. I
Depp
wanna
when
be
you first
friends
moved
with
to
him.
California?
Well, like I said, the first year, a few times. Afterwards, I had a friend whose girlfriend lived in the same building as Johnny, and so then hanging out over there, I ended up seeing Johnny more often. And plus, my friend who I'm talking about, whose girlfriend lived in the same building, he was playing in a band, and they needed another guitar player, and Johnny ended up joining the band, so we were hanging out a lot more often.
Oh my God,
What were
this
you
guy is
doing when you
great.
moved out to California?
I was pursuing music also, working retail jobs and trying to get a band, make a band.
Just trying to
you know?
get the band together.
Did there come a time when you began working for Mr. Depp?
Oh, yeah.
When was that?
Oh, that's later on. That's like in 1993.
What were you doing for Mr. Depp when you started working for him in 1993?
Well, he owned a place called the Viper Room, and which is a music venue, nightclub,
Very
bar,
famous
and
bar.
bands play. And it was already open for 6 months. And the girl who was working, the person who was working as office manager didn't want to work there anymore. So the guy who was running the place for Johnny, who was a friend named Sal Jenko, another Florida friend from back in 1980 when we all first meet, he calls me up and he says, "Hey, Isaac, do you want to work this job?"
I don't think it's offered for the truth of the
Well,
matter.
yeah,
I
agreed.
mean, can we
That's
get-
fine. I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Yeah.
At some point in time, did you stop working at the Viper Room for Mr. Depp?
Oh, yeah.
When was that?
Well, I worked from 93 to 98. In 98, I moved away.
Did you return to LA again at some point?
Yes, I did.
When was that?
I moved back December of 2002.
What did you do for work when you returned to LA?
Well, for 2 weeks, I worked at an art gallery, and then I went back to the Viper Room on New Year's Eve.
How long were you working at the Viper Room at that point in time?
It was another year, and then the place changed hands.
Were you working on anything else while you were working at the Viper Room in that time frame?
Yeah, I was sidewise. I was teaching myself art.
And what steps were you taking to teach yourself art at that time?
Okay.
Books, learning how to draw and paint, and taking community college classes.
Honestly, I
At
was
some
not
point in time,
expecting that.
Did you begin pursuing art on a full-time scale?
Yeah.
How did that come about?
Well, I was working at the Viper Room, taking classes, and then at one point, the club changed hands completely after a year, 2004. And I was given a choice of either keep working for these new owners, or Johnny, out of his pocket, was going to give a severance pay to whoever didn't want to work there anymore. So I took the severance pay, and then it helped me continue on to finish community classes, private classes, and then be able to transfer to Cal State University.
And did you get a degree from Cal State University?
Yes, I did.
What degree was that?
BFA,
What year?
2010.
After you received your BFA, did you continue to pursue art full-time?
Yeah.
Did Mr. Depp ever express an interest in your art?
Yeah.
When was the first time that happened?
Well, first time you saw a painting in 2008. And then the next time was 2012. I had made a painting and sent it to my best friend, in an email. And he forwarded it to Johnny, and Johnny emailed back saying, "Hey, when Isaac wants to sell that, whenever he wants to sell that, to go ahead and get in touch with me because I want to buy it."
Aw.
Did Mr. Depp ever buy that painting?
No,
Why not?
because when I brought over paintings, I had moved back to California, and I brought over a bunch of paintings for him to look at and see if he wants any, to buy any. And he looked at me and says, "I got an idea. How about I be your patron, and we put together an art show,
Ah,
make a body of work, and then I'll throw a party and invite people, and
Dude.
I'll sell the stuff for you, and you could keep all the money." So he didn't buy any paintings there. Instead, he offered me a complete patronship.
oh my
So what
God.
did you understand he meant by
This is
becoming your
wonderful.
patron?
Well, it was going to financially make it possible for me to just paint every day and put together a body of work, so that way then it could be sold.
Hmm.
How did he plan to do that?
Objection to what he planned on doing.
What did you understand he planned to do
Well, I
to make that possible for you?
I could tell you,
There you
I
go.
could tell you that
Dumb
what
objection.
it included was that the next day I ended up moving into I moved into a art studio penthouse at the Eastern Columbia building. It was, listen, I got a place for you to go ahead and live and work and put this body of art together, and I'll take care of you. You don't have to worry about anything.
And what was the place where you were going to live that Mr. Depp offered you?
The Eastern Columbia building.
Did you take him up on that offer to live at the Eastern Columbia building?
Yeah, of course.
And how did that make you feel?
I started crying.
Aw.
You know, one day you're in your mother's garage selling paintings for $100, $200, $300 on eBay. Next thing you know, it's an art show, and like you don't have to worry about diddly squat. Of course. I was flipping out.
Amazing.
When did you move into the Eastern Columbia building?
The next day after we met and we talked.
Oh, look at him smiling.
The next
He
day.
can't help himself.
The next day, I get a phone call from a guy named Kevin Murphy who is working for Johnny, and I go and he says, "Hey, meet me at this address." And I go and I meet him, and here I am in front of this building. This is a beautiful building. This is like, it's whatever, 13 floors, but it's like from the 1930s, some Art Deco, beautiful building. And I'm looking, I'll go, all right, this is unreal. What? There's going to be, all right, it's going to be one of these apartments or whatever, one of these places here. I go in with Kevin Murphy. He takes me all the way up to the roof. We go into penthouse 2.
This is such a
And
great
this,
witness.
I walk in and I'm like crying, going, it's beautiful.
He's
This is
got
like
me
a
tearing up, you guys. This is such a
mansion,
beautiful story.
situation to me.
Mr. Birch, how long did you end up living at the Eastern Columbia building?
3 years and 7 months.
Your Honor, I'd like to show the witness plaintiff's exhibit 116.
All right, 116.
Oh my God, this is such a fantastic witness, you guys. Like, he is so wholesome, so sweet. I was not expecting this story that he became an artist and he was a struggling artist, and then Johnny Depp
Am I
became his
looking at something?
patron.
You
Like,
will in a second, sir.
oh my God, I thought he was going to be like his bodyguard or something based on first impressions, right? Which also goes to show first impressions mean diddly squat, right? Yeah, people in the chat, I want Isaac to be my friend. I want him to be my friend. This guy is like, he's like a ball of sunshine. I love him. And you can tell that Johnny is starting to look a little bit relaxed too, seeing him on the stand. Like, you see him cracking a smile, or you see him kind of like his body just feels it looks like he's just sort of like loosening up a little bit as he's talking. So this is such a wonderful, wonderful witness for him so far. I wonder how it's going to go with cross-examination, but so far, even the opposing side has not objected to anything really that he said, other than some foundational ticky-tacky stuff. But it's like, those are so stupid, because all you do is you get the other lawyer to figure out a new way to ask their question. So it just makes them a little bit better. And right now, I mean, I don't even want to interrupt what he's saying. I'm sure the jury is super attentive to him right now. Like, it just, he feels so warm and so endearing and so sympathetic. This guy is such a great witness for Johnny right
I'm
now.
just going to pull up a paper copy for a moment. We can see it, but he can't see it.
It's like they're getting that character evidence for him without having to testify. Generally speaking, this was his character. This is just great examples of things that Johnny did for this person. And obviously, it also kind of shows that this guy is going to be a little bit biased, but that's okay. The jury's going to expect these kind of people to be showing up for Johnny Depp as well. So, just being like, this is all the great stuff that he did for me. He
All right.
completely made
Thank
my
you.
We'll just use
life.
the paper copy. We'll get this resolved at lunchtime.
Thank you, Your Honor.
It's
Mr. Birch,
fantastic.
Do you recognize the document that you're looking at that's been marked as plaintiff's exhibit 116?
Yeah.
What is it?
This is the floor plan of the roof. All the penthouses up on the roof at the Eastern Columbia.
And that's the building where you lived starting in March 2013, is that right?
I moved in the first week of March 2013. Yeah.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move into evidence, plaintiff's exhibit 116, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 116 evidence, you can publish to the jury.
Okay, so these are the penthouses where they lived.
Is it, I'm sorry, Your Honor, I just want to be sure that.
Yeah, they can see it in the gallery, see it.
Okay.
We'll just have to work on
All
that
right,
screen.
thank you, Your Honor.
Mhm.
Mr. Baruch, can you describe for the jury what is depicted here in Exhibit 116?
Yeah, that, so the right side of this, graph is, there's a pool there, there's another, top of another apartment that actually starts on the floor below. It's a 2-story apartment. But there's a pool there, and there's a gym, workout room, and the left side, there's at the bottom, there's an X, and that's the elevator. And so you walk out of the elevator, you make a little left, and there's part of penthouse 5 right there, straight ahead. And then you keep walking straight, and then you make a left, a sharp left, and the actual penthouse 5 is straight ahead. And then you hang a right, and you start walking up that way. On your right is going to be penthouse 1. On your left is going to be penthouse 4. When you get to the end of that corridor, is the door for penthouse 3. And if you hang a right, oh, look, there it is. It came up on the screen. And if you hang a right and you go down to the end, is the door to penthouse 2. That's the apartment that I lived in.
And who did you understand owned these penthouses?
Oh, Johnny owned them all.
Which one did you live in?
Penthouse 2.
Was anyone else living in the penthouses at the time that you moved in March 2013?
No, I was the first one to move in. I moved in the first week of March, and then a couple of weeks later, 2-3 weeks later, then Johnny and Amber moved in. And then after that, the next one to move in is Rocky, Raquel Pennington, Amber's friend. And then at some point, her sister moved in, Whitney. And also at some point, Rocky's boyfriend moved in with her in penthouse 1.
So I believe you just testified that Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard moved in shortly after you moved in. Is that right?
Yes.
And which penthouse did they move into?
Penthouse 3.
And then you testified, I believe, that someone named Rocky Pennington moved in.
Yes.
Who was Rocky Pennington?
Amber Heard's friend from Texas, and I think they made, I don't know, I'm not sure if they told me that they moved out there together or something like that, but yeah, her friend.
And later you said that her boyfriend moved in with her. What was his name?
Josh Drew.
And which unit did they live in?
Penthouse 1.
And I believe you also testified that Whitney moved in. Who was Whitney?
Whitney Heard. She's married, so she's got a different last name. I'm not sure what it is. But Amber's sister, Whitney.
And which of the units did Ms. Heard's sister live in?
4.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about your relationships with Ms. Heard, Ms. Pennington, Mr. Drew, and Ms. Heard, sister?
Oh, yeah, I was friends with all of them. I loved them all. They all treated me with respect. It was great. You know, I'm an old time friend of Johnny's, living there, and we were looking out for each other. We became great friends. I fell in love with all of them.
When you moved in to Penthouse 2, you were working on an art show with Mr. Depp, right?
Yeah, that's the entire reason that I'm there, is to work and put together this art show.
Mhm.
Did you have a time frame that you expected to be able to put on that art show?
At first, when we first powwowed this idea, when, you know, we talked about, all right, what do we do? You know, what's this show going to be? How many paintings?
We're gonna boppity
is
boopity.
it
Let's
going to be?
figure
And we
out the
came up
show.
with a number. Okay, so there's going to be a certain body of work. I'm not a known person. I'm just some schnook painter. So there's, and if
I'm
I was
just
a
some
famous
schnook
painter, I
painter.
could make 5 paintings, and the room will fill up. But so we decided, okay, like 25 pieces of work, large scale. And and Johnny says, hey, how long you think this will take? I said, I've never done it before. I don't know, maybe a few months.
And were you able to complete the paintings in a few months?
No, it's after it took me in order to make 2 large scale paintings, it took me like to almost 2 months. And I'm start freaking out going, I'm only got 2 paintings and all right, I got to do 25. I said a few months. So I ended up going to Johnny's place and saying, hey, look, dude, this is going to take a lot longer than a few months. I could only make 2 paintings.
And how did Mr. Depp react?
He looks at me and he starts laughing and he says, Ike, don't worry. I do not care. I just want you to paint however long it takes. I want you to paint every day.
During the course of time that you were living at the Eastern Columbia building, did Mr. Depp ever give you any money?
Yeah.
How much did he give you?
Over a period of 4 years of the patronship, I ballpark it, calculated probably around 100,000.
Nice.
And how did you come up with that amount?
Well, from the first get-go, when I said, hey, look, I need dough, to buy stuff and to, to do this, I ended up getting an envelope the next day with
Wow.
$5,000 in it. And then I budgeted it and stretched it out and, and so every few months.
I love this guy.
I get an envelope. It could have that I didn't know if it was going to be the same amount, but it ended up being the same amount, which was wow. So basically around $5,000 every few months. So in a year, it's 20 grand. But then also there was a period, maybe a year or two, might have been that it was 5 times I had to ask for dough, or it was 4. And then on top of it, so right there, could be 80 grand or 90 grand. And then on top of that, I ended up getting a herniated disc.
Oh.
He sent me to the doctors.
Oh my
to
God.
get an MRI and see the doctor, get an MRI, and there was 10 weeks of therapy that he covered.
Oh my
so
God.
I throw that in there too, and I ended up coming up with the figure of 100 grand. Could be a little less, could be a little more.
What was your understanding of whether Mr. Depp intended to be paid back for that
Oh.
money that he provided to you?
There's no, that's not even the thought of being paid back. This is something that he wanted to see happen. This is something he invested in. He knew he was going to spend money to make it happen for me to survive and paint and create this thing that he wanted to see because he liked the art.
He invested in me because he wanted to see the art.
And the whole thing was about him selling the art, so that way I keep all the money. He didn't expect anything. He was doing this as a friend, as he's done with many other friends.
No, it's not
I'll sustain
hearsay.
the last sentence of his.
It wasn't
his
hearsay.
statement.
He didn't say as other people said. He said as he did to other people.
We've done that, but that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Baruch, did there come a
But
time
whatever,
when
it doesn't
you
matter.
decided that you plan to pay Mr. Depp back?
Oh yeah, that for me, when he's told me he had money situation going on. For me, it was like this guy just changed. He's been making it possible for me to live and work and make product, and I'm by that expense, I'm part of the problem. It's like, how do I help him? How can I help him?
Yeah.
I mean, he's sharing his sandwich with me.
He's sharing his sandwich
It's like,
with me.
how do I share that my sandwich with him? Give him that half to make something up.
Oh, that's a beautiful way to put it.
You don't not
So
do anything.
relatable.
And said, the only thing I got is paintings. So I stood up when he's telling me what he's telling me about his money situation. And for me, I said, hey, if these things ever sell, we got to split this 50-50, and I ain't taking no for an answer. Something I got to put something into this. So
Okay.
for me, I looked at it like he has to get something back.
Mr. Baruch, during your time living at the Eastern Columbia building, did you develop a relationship with the defendant in this case, Ms. Heard?
Yeah,
And did you get along with Ms. Heard?
I loved her. I fell in love with her just like Johnny fell in love with her. I fell in love
Ooh.
with her. She's
I fell in love with her just like
totally
Johnny fell in love with
respectful,
her.
gracious to me. That she's got great teeth. That she treated me with complete respect. Anytime I walk into the humor wise, total locker room humor, demented humor. Totally laughed at the jokes, made the jokes. Totally got along with her. Every time I walked into their place, Isaac, you want something to eat? Isaac, you want something to drink? Every time. There's only one time I remember that she didn't offer, because I walked in and she's in the kitchen at the counter and she's doing a beauty facial mask. And so she can't offer me. And I'm going, hey, is that something that can
Even
help
she's
me?
trying
And she
to
looked at me and she goes,
hide a
no.
little bit of a smile.
And I'm laughing. And then she laughed after because she didn't realize she was making a joke. So, yeah, I loved her.
Mr. Baruch, did Ms. Heard ever visit you in your penthouse?
Yeah.
Do you recall the first time that she visited you there?
Yes.
When was that?
The first time is that it's in March when they moved in, and they were there for a couple of days, and I didn't even know. And Johnny had called me, says, "Hey, come over, meet my girl." And so I did. And then the next day, they came over to my place for the first time to see how I had set up the art studio, lights, and just what's my painting set up and stuff, and to look at other paintings. And they walked in, and I remember the first thing she said was, "I hope we didn't keep you up last night because of all the yelling." And I looked at her and I says, "No, these walls are like 3 feet thick. I don't hear diddly squat."
I don't
How
hear
did she
diddly
seem
squat.
when she
I
said
love
that to
it.
you?
Well, she's semi-joking and inquisitive, like they did, to find out.
In your 3.5 years living at the Eastern Columbia building, did you have opportunities to observe Mr. Depp's and Ms. Heard's relationship?
Yeah.
Can you describe what you observed about their relationship?
They were always loving with each other. They treated each other like gold, it's kissing and what can I get you type of thing, just being kind with each other. Always loving, always a loving situation.
How often would you say you interacted with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
If they were there, because they're traveling, they're working and doing stuff. If they were there, I saw them maybe 2-3 times a week. Could maybe there might be one time a week that I see them, that I go over to hang out or see them, or they might come, or Johnny might come over to visit, or like that.
Since you've known them, did you ever see them get physically violent with each other?
Never.
Did you ever see them argue?
Yes,
How many times?
probably like twice.
Can you describe the arguments that you witnessed?
The first argument that I remember was walking in. It was a telephone argument. Johnny's at the kitchen table and he's arguing. He's screaming about something, and on the other line, because it's on speaker, and he's talking with the phone at the phone. The other person is Amber, and that she's in New York, and he's at the kitchen table, and they're arguing, and he's going, "Who is it? Who is it?" And she's saying, "Oh, baby, come on, please don't. What are you doing, baby? Why are you being like this, baby?" And this went on for a little while, and I'm listening, and then he hangs up. She calls back again, and it's the same thing. Who is it? What's going on? Who is it? And she's saying, "Oh, come on, baby, don't be. What are you doing, baby?" And then hang up the phone again. The third time it happens, I'm saying there's no solution in this conversation. I grabbed the phone from him and I says, "Hey, Amber, this is Isaac. Listen, this conversation is now over." And I hung up the phone. And she didn't call back again. And
Oh, so
he
she
went
kept
to
calling.
the couch and went to bed.
I believe you said you saw them argue twice. Was there another time that you saw them argue?
I ended up going over, and there's at the kitchen table is Johnny, is Amber, is Rocky, and Josh. And and I'm going, "What are you guys doing?" And they're hanging out, and they're trying to plot to figure out a way how to get rid of Whitney to not live there anymore. And I felt bad. I like Whitney. Says, "Oh, well, that's going to be a drag." And "What are you plotting? How do you figure out? Hey, lend your sister some dough and let her move out." But they're trying to figure something out, something differently or whatever. At so there was a point Johnny got completely, flustered and frustrated, and he got up and he walks away. And as he's walking away, he says, "Figure it out." And that was it. That was the whole thing. I don't know if you want to call it. I don't think you might call that an argument, but
Your Honor, I'm about to switch gears a little bit. It might be a
Okay.
good time for a mid-morning break.
Perfect. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen,
Okay.
go ahead and have you take your morning recess for 15 minutes. Okay, just remember to not talk to anybody and do not do any outside research. Okay, and we'll see you back
Mid-morning
here in
break.
15 minutes.
That was phenomenal. This guy is an amazing
You
witness.
can stay right here. That's fine. You
So
don't
this is
have to
probably
stand.
going to be a 15-minute break, I think they said. So this witness is amazing for Johnny because they got such a telling picture with so much texture to it about who Johnny is and what kind of a good person he is that he
All right.
basically just made this guy's whole
Sir, I just want to
life.
remind you, since you're still on the stand under oath, you can't talk to any of the attorneys or Mr. Hurd at this time until your testimony is done. Okay.
okay.
All right, and we'll be back at 11:45. Okay. All
I
right.
got to stay here the
Yeah,
whole
you have to stay
time.
the whole time.
Oh man, what a ham.
Oh, okay.
I mean, he has this whole courtroom in the palm of his hand right now. Everyone in the room loves him. This is going to be a difficult guy to cross-examine. It's going to be interesting to see how Amber Heard's team tries to do this because this is somebody who, like I said, everyone here in the courtroom loves. Everyone loves him. So if Amber Heard's team tries to come in too hot on this guy, it is going to backfire 100%. They have to be super careful in how they treat this guy. Hey, Rick, happy to have you
Hey!
back. Did you catch any of that witness testimony just now?
Only like 10 seconds of it. A guy talking about seeing a fight. Well,
Oh, but
loop me
he
in.
was
Loop me in.
amazing. Let me tell you about it. Okay, this is Johnny Depp's friend since high school. They were
Okay.
in Florida together. Johnny Depp moved to LA. Eventually, Isaac moved out there as well. And then he kind of bounced around back and forth. And eventually, this guy who he doesn't even sound like he's from Florida. He sounds like he's from New York.
It
You
did.
know, like
I
he
did
sounds
hear
like
enough of him to sound like he'd be a good mob movie member there.
yes. So like hearing him, seeing him, like, and this also goes to, of course, first impressions and biases and whatnot. But like, I look at this guy, hear this guy, and I'm like, oh, he probably becomes his bodyguard or something. He
Yeah.
becomes Johnny's muscle. And then he's like, yeah, so I got really interested in art. So I decided to start teaching myself painting.
I love
And
it.
I became a struggling artist. And then one of my best friends sent an email showing one of my pieces to Johnny Depp, and Johnny Depp was like, "Oh, I want to buy that when it's ready." And then the lawyer's like, "Well, did he end up buying it?" And he's like, "No, he didn't. He didn't buy it." And so you're kind of like, "Wait, then what happened?" And he was like, "What he decided was that he really liked my stuff so much that he wanted to become my patron. So he had me move into one of his penthouses in the East
Not a
Columbia
Patreon
building."
patron, like a literal patron of the arts.
Patron of the arts. And so he's like, he had me come and live in his penthouse, and we came up with this whole plan, and he supported me for like 4 years so that I could come up with this body of work and really sell it and really market it out to people. And he said that he calculated up the all of the support that Johnny Depp gave him financially over that time. It was about $100,000 that he basically like gave him. And so this guy was like,
Not
"Okay, then
including the
I'm going to give you
penthouse, it sounds
50%
like.
of my proceeds."
Yeah.
So, and then he was like, "Oh, and then I like something happened with I think his back or something." And hey Nate, how's it going?
Hey, what's
We're
going on?
talking about this witness right now. He's amazing. He's amazing.
For
And
for the plaintiff or the defendant?
for the plaintiff, for Johnny. He is a fantastic. Oh my God. He is this ball of sunshine. Like, I want to be his best friend. I want to have drinks with him. Everyone in the courtroom right now loves him. He is just so relatable. He's so comfortable. Even Johnny is starting to loosen up a little bit. You can see in the shots of him, he's starting to he's got his hand in front of his face, but you can see that he's trying to hide a little bit of a smile.
He does
He's
do
kind
the
of loosening
finger.
up.
He does do, yeah. No, I did see a little bit of that. So is the general thrust of this still in the vein of Johnny's a super nice guy? Like, I mean, is that
Well, so they have gotten into he's living at one of the penthouses. There's 4 of them here in downtown LA. And this is where where some of these incidents are alleged to have happened.
right? I did see that yesterday. Yeah.
Yeah. And so he's gotten into what he's seen of their relationship and what he's seen of the 2 of them. And and they asked, "What do you think about Amber? What did you think about her when
Right.
you were living there?" And all of her friends that were living there too. He's like, "Oh, I loved all of them. I loved Amber. She was so nice to me. She would bring me food. She would always be so hospitable." And then he even got her to start to smile even. It's like literally everyone he got everybody laughing at his jokes. Like, this guy is like the prime witness that you want for your case.
He's an entertainer.
He definitely is. And but the thing is, he's coming across as sincere. He is
Yeah.
not, he doesn't look like he's calculating. He looks like this is just him. Like, he
Well, I
just
mean,
walks around like this.
by the time he says he loves Amber, right? I mean, like, that's not pro Johnny necessarily, but that does speak to sincerity of,
Yeah.
I'm believable. I'm not going to lie about my interactions with her just because that might help in one direction or another. Well,
Yeah.
that is fascinating. Yeah, no, I only popped in for about 20 minutes. I was between calls and saw him testifying. Watched your stream of it about. They were asking him about arguments. Now, are we on
Yes.
break? I mean, I actually wasn't anticipating popping in and just seeing your logo here.
Yeah, no, they just went for the mid-morning break, so it's going to be about 15 minutes. And
Oh, not
and then
lunch.
what's that?
Mid-morning.
Yeah. Yeah, mid-morning.
Okay.
Yeah. So they are, yeah, which is interesting because we are a little bit closer to lunch now.
Yeah, this is when your midwinter break just crams up on your Easter break. It's a whole big problem, right? We're gonna have 15 minutes. We're gonna come in for 3 questions and be like, feels like lunch.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, they'll probably finish his direct examination and then go to cross-examination. But now, what I was saying is that the Amber Heard's team
Yeah.
so far, what they've done is they've come across as pretty aggressive, both in their opening statement and in their cross-examination of the first witness. So I'm wondering how they're going to handle this guy, because if they come across as super hot and super aggressive on this guy, it's going to backfire, because this is a really phenomenal witness.
I wonder if they have a chill cross-exam chair over there, because I don't know that the guy we saw yesterday has chill in his vocabulary. He tried a little bit, but yeah, that will be interesting, because if you have somebody that's friendly and that people have taken a shine to, you don't necessarily want to come in and, well, frankly, I didn't think you wanted to come in as hot as you did against the sister yesterday.
I think so too. I think that was a mistake as well. But I think that that's kind of their style, and I don't know that that's even a good style generally for them to have on Amber Heard's side, because it's kind of reinforcing the narrative that Amber Heard is the aggressive one in the relationship, whereas Johnny Depp was the one that was trying to keep things calm and try to avoid the conflict, try to minimize the conflict. So that's the impression that I have so far. So if they come in super hostile against this guy, or even remotely hostile against this guy, it's going to reinforce that narrative again, and it's not going to be good for them.
I always think though, cross-examination of a witness is an art form,
Yes.
and it's hard to generalize it for every occasion, because I think sometimes you have to be aggressive, but it's but I think there's core principles that we can all agree to, right? Get in and get out, commando raid versus having a long dissertation up there, that type of thing. The attorney is the witness, right? All the information should come from the attorney. The yes and no's should come from the witness, those type of things to make it more
Yes.
effective.
Right.
But I think in this case, if you do have a witness who's friendly on the stand, remember Earl Grey, his cross-examination of the mom in the kid, what was the case with the kid that the Potter case, where Earl Grey had the mom and
Yes.
he wanted to get bad facts out of the mom. So
Yeah.
he didn't go up there and he went up there very professional. And when you have a sympathetic witness or a friendly witness, you always want to bring them back to a factual understanding. And if you could trap them up with the facts, then no matter how friendly it is, I've destroyed your credibility. And that's what he did to the mom, right? Blah, blah, blah. Did you know he had a warrant? So all those tears and all that stuff, all that emotion, it did drive some response from the jury. But when you got to the facts, you can't, it's conflicting. Then no matter how sorry I feel for you or how emotionally invested I am, that's going to sting. And I think if you have and I'm assuming these are extremely competent attorneys, they're going to go in understanding, read the room, read the jury, and then come with a plan that kind of overcomes that. Sometimes you have to come in hot. Sometimes if you had a witness and if you have if your script, the questions you want to ask, allow you to come in hot with something where he's just said something that's just crazy and you can just get him right out the bat. Yes, but otherwise you try to want to work yourself up to it. So I don't know what their plan is, but if this witness is as good as you're saying with, I think you gotta have, it's harder than just saying, hey, you can't go after him, because you really don't know what they kind of have planned in that, in their tool bag.
Yeah, if they have something obvious, absolutely. But I mean, if the witness winds up not really crushing their case and everybody likes them, and you also have to take that into account. What is the advantage I get from doing these various things on the fly?
Yeah.
I mean, the problem I had yesterday was he came in so darn hot with like the standard, you take a salary from your brother questions. Is like, yeah, okay, these are normal. You can just be, here's some bias. You don't have to come in. It almost looked to me like I know I'm on TV right now type of, I'm going to act like I'm on Law and Order or some kind of Suits, get in there and just really cause some damage. And it's like, well, that doesn't work so well necessarily if it doesn't kind of match what the level of what you're exposing or trying to expose.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You did show that she was cagey. I mean, like, she was definitely cagey yesterday.
Of course. And
She
I
was.
think that's what you want to get to in front of the jury. But let's really think about this though. There's going to be about 30 days in this trial. We're at day 2.
Oh yeah,
right?
no, I had a proposal. I wanted Alita to put up like an icon of a marathon, and then like each day it could be a mile, and you could have a finish line. I thought it would work with your branding. I was thinking about this sometime during hour 6 yesterday. But yeah, no, absolutely, it's a marathon, and you honestly, as I think you said yesterday, Nate, you don't know what that random key thing is going to be on day 13 that's really going to resonate in the jury room.
Yeah.
So it's an interesting process. We're obviously watching closely. We're analyzing it as we look at these things here, but a lot of it's not going to be actually responsive in the jury room, and something that maybe even we don't think is that important could be. That's the wonder and awe of the jury system.
Yeah.
I'm assuming you guys have been on like conferences and things where you spent like, when I was in law enforcement, they used to send us on trainings, and sometimes you go to the training for like a month. So you're seeing those same people for a month. And then I don't know if it happens to you guys, but after like 3 weeks, I'm in a total different frame of mind with these same people. I kind of feel more comfortable with them. I know them. I kind of know their mannerisms. So the way I feel about you day 1 or even week 1 is going to be totally different than the way I feel about you when we're leaving on day 30. And
Very true.
that's what I think is going on these first couple of days. The jury's kind of learning, who Johnny Depp is, right? They haven't really seen him, what's going on. They're learning about Amber Heard, what she's about, and the attorneys. So this is, I think we're still in that feeling out period, but I don't know if you want to put your best witnesses on during the feeling out period, right?
Save them for the middle.
Or
don't
even
know.
toward the end, or maybe in storm, because right now these witnesses are going to be forgotten. Unless something major happens, these witnesses are going to be forgotten.
Well, facts will be forgotten, but feelings are a lot harder to forget.
Oh, very good point.
Yeah. So that's why I think having the feelsy ones at the beginning is probably better.
Well, and as I said, you are starting to create debits and credits for the teams and attorneys and how they operate, I think. But yeah, the substance, right, I think Nate's right there, the memories will be emotional and feels driven more than this specific thing happened this specific way. I can certainly agree to that. It's very hard to even project, right? They have to sit there and pay attention to everything else. I bounce in after I do 3 documents in a conference call this morning. This is their life for just like a ridiculous period of time. Like this case is ridiculous long. So yeah, I don't envy them the task, but it is certainly right that they're going to be in a different state of mind by the time that closing argument ends than they are today.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh yeah. Don't forget, in closing, you're also going to be pointing back to a lot of this testimony, and you want it to be fresh. Like, remember when this person said this, and you want them to also feel what they felt when the person said it, because that's a really powerful tool.
Jury's so weird, right? Because this is going to be their life, and they're effectively not allowed to talk about it. They're not allowed to confer. This is all that they're thinking. This is all that they're referencing, and they don't get to talk about it until 6 weeks from now. It's a crazy experience.
It is a crazy experience. The fact that and realistically, do we really think that they're not talking about it?
Okay, so all right, see, you're doing some real politic on me. They're not allowed, Alita. They're not allowed. The judges said it very clearly. Yes. No, of course, there are hopefully minor conversations happening. But yeah, you don't want pre-jury conferences on a witness and a half. But yeah, it's
agreed.
But I'll ask you guys though, if you those jury members are truck drivers, people, just regular people off the street. These are 2 millionaires just arguing about somebody pooped on my bed or something like that.
Crazy.
I think this is going to be, and this is the reason why I keep saying I think Johnny has such an uphill battle, because at the end of the day, you're keeping these people away from their family for 6 weeks. There's school, there's this, there's that, and they're going to start to get a little resentful, because those 3 statements that I keep reading, those 3 statements, I keep going back to it. It just makes it seem to me like this is not a big deal, and you're wasting my time. And a lot of times when you get juries, I've been involved with trials where there was one guy who was, this is when I was in Brooklyn. So at the Brooklyn DA's office, I'm second seating a trial for with the guy he had weed. He had like a pound of weed, but this guy was he was a paraplegic, so he he really couldn't walk. He was like really and the cops raided the house on his birthday and found a pound of weed. So we got a 2-week trial for this guy, and at the end of the day, jury found him not guilty. But then when we a couple of jurors, they don't mind answering questions, so we asked them questions, and a couple of them said, we just thought it was BS, right? We
resented this.
We resented the fact that you even brought these charges because it was a waste of our time. So they punished us for it being a waste of time. And I'm thinking that's what Johnny Depp and his team has to start being concerned about, because those statements and everything, this is starting to become like, are you just wasting our time here?
Well, I do think you. Oh, I'm sorry, Alita.
I don't know about that. See, I've been thinking about the defamation claims and the 3 statements and what you guys were saying. And I think you guys might be lawyering it a little bit too much, because
I have that tendency.
Because the other part about this is that, we like to think that we as individuals are rational beings, but we also are, at the end of the day, quite emotional. And so I think that there is a distinct possibility that the jurors may look at this case, and at the end of the day, and or at the end of this trial, look at the defamation statements and the allegations of domestic violence, and if to them it looks clear enough that Johnny was not an abuser and that Amber Heard was making this all up and coming up with this conspiracy and producing these photos that are fake, essentially faking this whole thing and dragging his career and his life through the mud in the process, in order to do that, in order to make these so-called political statements about domestic violence, etc. You know, if they see that is strong enough, they may just say, you know what, like, maybe kind of sort of defamation, maybe you kind of sort of have to wiggle it a little bit, but come on now, let's
I do
punish
agree
her.
with that. I mean, that's part of what I said. I don't see
Yeah.
defamation here, or not easily.
Yeah.
But if they really show she's a bad actor, and it's kind of a clear between the tipping, and it's not remotely close to mutual
Yeah.
in the eyes of the jury, I think juries sometimes say, well, what do I have in front of us? I want to
Yes.
punish somebody. But
Yes.
what do I actually have? What boxes do I have to check? I do think that can happen. And to Nate's point, you know, I think they could become resentful, but I also think there's a reason that there's so much passion about this. And yes, it's celebrity, yes, it's fandom, but it wouldn't surprise me with more coming out if you actually start engendering those kinds of feelings in one or more jury members. That this is obviously a case that is of high levels of interest to a lot of people, with a lot of emotionality on board. Some of that's politics, some of that's social movement, some of that's celebrity and fandom. But I don't think the jury is impervious to that if they kind of get good, well-told narratives and stories told to them as this goes through. I think 6 weeks
And
is a long time.
And
but-
especially through, if we see more witnesses like this current one right now, because he's not an actor, and he is coming across like the most sincere, wholesome ball of sunshine that I have ever seen.
Well, I still think, we obviously have a long time to go. But as I said yesterday, I was surprised the sister wasn't able to tie damages to this thing. I still think if you don't want to be resentful of the whole process, you do need something like the Warner Brothers executive sitting there saying, yes, we fired him because of that op-ed. I mean,
Right.
you need,
Which
you need something
I will
to tie
say,
up.
so her cross-examination, her continuation of the cross-examination.
Okay, which I didn't
today,
see.
We've got this here.
Yeah.
So she did say that she didn't really handle his financial aspect. She was more on the personal management side. So that could be why she responded that way yesterday, and why she was kind of hesitant to sort of say one way or
Then
another.
Direct should have done a better job of establishing she wouldn't have that information.
I
she
agree.
doesn't have
That's a
that
lawyer's
knowledge.
problem then.
Yeah.
And that'd be a nice objection too when the question is asked. She doesn't have
Yeah.
personal knowledge of that.
Yeah. Florida Dad says, just checking in to see if Amber Heard dressed like Elizabeth Holmes again. And yep, spot on. Bang up job from the stylist. I'm sure that will help. Vito
Until she rolls
Spatafiore,
in
Legal
like Tim
Bites.
Cook.
Can you get me Andrew Tim Tebow's autograph, please? Oh, yeah, I saw that earlier. Expect no quarter said, new sub, Brother Tug. You rock me, brother. Hey, happy to have you as a sub. Expect no quarter. Amber's new Etsy page, Turd Herder Creation.
Next question.
Oh, she's got a suit and tie on. Amber
Mr.
got
Baruch,
full.
were you
She
Back.
looks a lot better today than she did
Thank you
yesterday.
for coming back.
Yes.
I like
you
when
clearly
her
had
and the
the
lawyer
House 2 of the Eastern Columbia
like are in
building
sync,
on
looking
May
back and forth. Like
21st,
she'll look at the person doing the question.
2016.
Yes.
They're like a robot.
Do you recall what you were doing that evening?
May 21st, 2016.
Yes.
All right,
One
this
of
is
the
the day.
incidents.
What were you doing?
I was out, it was evening time. I'm out in the neighborhood and I'm on my way home. I get a phone call from my friend who wants to know
This guy
if I
has
want to
great
go out and
presence
eat.
as a
I said
witness.
to stay, but
amazing.
I'm 5
Yeah.
minutes away from the Eastern Columbia building home, and I go across the street, get something to
Very
eat,
comfortable hand
and
movements.
bring it up for takeout, and we'll go upstairs to my joint.
The only
And
thing he's not doing is
we'll
talking to the
eat.
jury. He's talking
yeah.
to the lawyer.
Did you meet your friend back at the Eastern Columbia building?
yeah,
Around what time was that?
9:30.
What happened
This is
after you
Bill
met your
Direct. This
friend?
is Depp's
We
attorney.
went upstairs.
Can we pull up plaintiff's exhibit 116 again, please?
Now, for those
Your
of you
Honor,
who
given
don't know
that
about
this has already
professional
been
witnesses,
admitted,
generally
I
we
ask
tell
that
the
it be
witnesses to look at the
published.
jury when
All
answering the
right, that's
question.
fine. You can publish it. He just can't see it. It's not on his- Okay, he still has it.
This witness is Isaac
Mr.
Baruch.
Baruch, is it on the screen in
Baruch?
front of you?
Yeah.
For anybody that's new,
Yes.
one of Johnny's friends. and Johnny was his patron.
Mr. Birch, I'm going to
as an
ask you a couple of
artist.
questions about what happened after
Great
you went
witness.
upstairs that evening. And it may be helpful for you. There are controls on that screen that you can use to sort of mark the exhibit to show the
The
jury
ones
the
that are numbered, are
spots
those
that you're
Johnny's?
talking
Or
about
does he have
and
5?
identifying.
So if you just touch it, it'll make a mark. So you don't have to touch the top. That's fine.
Do I touch
No.
something on menu here?
No, you don't. No, just wait, and you can
Oh.
touch it whenever she needs you to mark it.
Just wherever I touch it, it's gonna make a mark.
It will.
Okay.
Boom.
Thank you.
I love this guy. Everything
Mr.
he
Birch,
does.
when you got upstairs that evening with your
Look at
friend.
Johnny
He's
laughing.
laughing.
Yeah.
Yes.
What did you see?
Yes.
He's like, oh, motherfucker.
We got out of the elevator and,
We
just
got
like
out
in the
of the
graph,
elevator. I
you,
love it.
you
I
make
love
a
everything
left
he
and then
says.
you turn the corner. When we
is
walked
why he's
out,
Johnny's
I
friend.
noticed on the floor, there's shards of glass, there's pieces of glass. And so, it's just looking, going, oh, something busted. Could be one of the sconces or something like that. And kept walking.
Can
Penthouse
you mark on
problems.
the exhibit where you saw the
Sconces.
broken glass that evening?
Yeah. Boom.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
Right there, right where you could go left or you could go right. And if you wanted to go to the pool area,
memory's
that's
great.
There's an exit that way. So you
Yes.
could either go right or you go left. You go left.
Sometimes you
you're in
exit
the
your penthouse, you want to go to the
apartments,
pool.
going in the
You know how it
hallway
is.
to the apartments, or you go right there in that spot.
And did you continue on to your penthouse after you saw the broken glass?
Oh yeah. So we walk
I would not
around,
start my course until
and then we make the
after
turn.
lunch. I would ask the
we
judge, let's
hang
go
the
to
right.
lunch.
Yeah.
Past the penthouse 5, and we stop right in front of, right here.
And why did you stop right there?
Oh, stopped in front of here, penthouse 1, which is it's more right there, because there's this puddle of wine, huge puddle of wine on the floor that's in front of the door, and there's wine, the splashed wine that's dripping down the wall. And so we stopped,
Ooh.
and I'm looking at it and going, look at this. Someone must have got hammered. These guys probably had a party.
He was prepped. Whoever
And at
prepped him
that
for this
point,
testimony
right there, as soon
did
as
an
I
amazing
said that,
job. Oh
Yes.
the
my
door
God.
opens up.
It's like this is the first time, to
And
me, it's
it's
looking like it's the first time he ever
Josh
saw this
Drew.
map. You know,
Pokes
he
his
gotta
head
do
out
this
the
already.
door, only enough for his head to come out. And he's pretty bug-eyed and looks distraught. And I look at him and I go, what's up with the spilt wine? And I'm figuring I'd get an explanation or whatever. And he looked at me and just said, rough day, had a rough day. And at that point, I got concerned and said to him, because I'm friends with him, I got concerned. I said, hey, you okay? You want me to help you with something? Do you need help? He said, no, it's okay. We
My
got it.
notes on cross-examination
And I said, okay.
is don't let him speak.
And
yes or
me
no.
and my buddy
You got to definitely
took
limit
off
him to yes or no. He's too
and went
friendly.
into my place.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And what did you do after that?
My buddy ate.
Who did he say he interacted with?
I
Was that
believe
Josh
he had
Drew?
pizza from across the street.
He
said
And,
Johnny.
we talked. We yapped for a while, and could be I could yap, so it could it could take. We were there probably an hour and change or something like that, and then we're done. So I walked them out and walked down, went to the elevator, walked out, went to the elevator. We went downstairs. I walked them out the door, finished the conversation that we were having. And I said, all right, see ya. And then I went back in. I went upstairs and I went to bed.
Around what time was that you went back into the Eastern Columbia building?
You know something, is if we got there at like around 9:30 and we're talking, I don't know, an hour, an hour and a half, 2 hours, somewhere around 11 o'clock, I would think.
We can go ahead and take Exhibit 116 down. Mr. Baruch, can you describe for the jury the events of the next day, May 22nd, 2016?
Yes. It's my birthday. May 22nd is my birthday.
Oh,
Now he's looking
Wake
at the
up.
jury.
happy
I end
birthday.
up texting Johnny and saying, hey, I'm gonna be in town, because he's not staying at the
Now he's
at the
being a
Eastern
witness.
Columbia building.
You
He's
see?
staying in
Pointing
a
at
house
them.
in town.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so I texted him, it's my birthday. I said, listen, I'm gonna be in town. I'm gonna come by.
This is
and
why I remember this
to
day.
have a
It's
birthday
very
drink."
significant to
Okay.
me.
Mhm.
I didn't
True.
hear from him, I didn't get an answer back, but I said, that's what I'm doing.
What was the
That
question?
happens, that
He's just saying, go
happens.
make a speech.
But
He did.
so
it was wide open. Tell us about the 22nd.
noon
Yeah.
time, so I left. I walked out of my
People can't
apartment
even remember what
and
question
I
was
go
asked.
through the hallway, as you see the graph. I go through the hallway and I turn the corner from Penthouse 3 and
Fee says,
as
oh
I'm
my God,
walking
stop talking
down,
over the
well,
witness.
who do I see?
Do they
See a
get that
group
we're
of
here to do
people.
commentary? Or do they
It's
forget?
Yep,
a guy
I've
in
explained it
black
multiple times.
clothes,
You
black
can go to
shirt,
Court
black
TV or
pants,
Long Crime Network or
Amber
Sky
Heard,
News for just the
and I
straight
see
feed.
Josh Drew.
You might need to pin
We
that
are
one
here
by
to
the
give
time
our
you're
Leaning up
done.
commentary.
against the door, and the
They want us to
door
just
is
look at the
open.
screen.
This door is
What?
open. Something's going on.
Yeah.
And as I'm walking up, I'm saying, hey, what's up? What are you guys doing? And then Amber turns to me as I'm walking up. Amber turns to me and she says, Johnny came by last night. He got violent. So I'm changing the locks on 1, 3, and 5. And I'm look at her and she goes, oh, and don't worry about 2. You're okay. And at this point, I'm now walking past. So now we're all in front of the open door of the apartment. And I see there's 2 guys, 2 locksmiths working on the door. So now I'm standing on one side and you have Josh Drew on one side of the door. You got the 2 locksmiths with the door open, working on it. Sunlight's, the sun's coming through the door, sunlight from windows. And then Amber is in front of me. And there's the security guy. And that we're 2 feet away from each other, talking. And she introduces me as she's finishing saying, oh, don't worry about your apartment. She says, oh, and this is a security guard that I got who's going to be
He's
hanging
connecting
around.
so well with this jury
And
right now.
I got
Yeah.
introduced.
Is the jury
She
where he's
introduced
looking?
me to him, and I shook
I
his
think
hand.
so.
He gave me a card, which I lost, and that.
Oh,
And
such
I'm
a great
kind of
witness.
taking this in and going, and I said, wait,
What was the question? Was the question, give us a speech about the
what
22nd?
happened?
It's
so.
like, this is like a
What's
10-minute
going
rant
on?
here.
Doesn't matter.
And
What do you remember about the
at
22nd?
that point, Josh Drew looks at me and gives me the high sign to like, hey, I'll, follow me. I'll
Hearsay
I'll
now.
tell you in private. And
Well, not hearsay.
When
It
you were
was
Josh
speaking
Drew
with Ms.
said he'll
Heard,
tell me
how
in
close
private.
were you standing to her?
Well, that thing.
like I said, I'm 2 feet, a foot and a half, 2 feet away. We're all 2 feet.
And how was the lighting in that area?
There's lights in the hallway, but we're standing in an open doorway that the wall is all windows. Sunlight's coming through, and you could operate in
Has
this
a lot
light.
of
There's
light.
that
You could
much light.
see everything.
Did you notice any marks on her face when you were speaking with her?
No,
Ooh,
Did you see
no
any
marks on her
bruises?
face.
no,
Did you see any redness?
no,
Did you notice any swelling?
no,
Oh my God. Such
Did
a
it look
great
like Ms. Heard
witness.
was wearing any makeup?
no.
Oh,
Had you seen her
Ooh.
wearing makeup before?
Yeah.
And you had seen her not wearing makeup before?
Yeah, I seen, like I said, with the face mask, doing a face mask, no
Oh my-
makeup, hanging around, waking up in the morning, with makeup, glammed out. to
This
go
is a
out.
great witness.
And the good
3.5
thing about him
years
is
I've
he
seen her
had
in
such a
different,
story.
different forms.
So
Yeah.
his memory seems pretty good.
Did you speak with Mr.
And
Drew
earlier
about
he was
anything at that point?
complimenting her, talking about how
Well,
much
yeah,
he loved
after
her.
I said
Mhm.
that, hey, what's going on? And he gave me the high sign to like, hey, follow him. We went into my apartment and had a conversation.
And what happened after you had that conversation with Mr. Drew?
We left the apartment and we go walking back towards Penthouse 1. And as I'm walking back, I say to Amber as I'm walking up, "He hit you?" And she goes, "Yeah, he threw a phone at me and hit me." And I'm looking, because I had just seen her 2 feet away, and I'm going, "Where?" And she puts her head out. She puts her face out like that for me to look at her, the right side of her face. And I'm looking, but at that point also, I'm looking, and I turn around, get on the other side. We're in the doorway. So I'm on this side with the light shining this way from the doorway with the lights above, but the sunshine. And she's got her face out like this, looking, to show me. And I'm looking, and I inspect her face. I'm looking at her forehead. I'm looking at the side of her eye. I'm looking at her cheek. I'm looking at her chin. I'm looking at the other side of the face. I'm looking at the whole thing. And I don't see anything. I don't see anything I don't see a cut, a bruise, swelling, redness. It's just Amber's face that she's going like this and showing me. So I'm not seeing anything. I back up and I'm making a joke. I make a joke going, "Well, I don't see anything, but maybe all the beauty from one side of your face to the other side of the face is outshining everything, so I can't see anything." And she laughed and she, smiled. And I just looked at everybody and said, "Hey, it sounds nuts." And I went and I said, "I gotta go." And I gave her a hug and kissed her on that side of the face. Kissed her on that
This is
side of the face. And
exactly
then
the
I
kind of
left.
testimony that Johnny
Said
would have
goodbye.
wanted, would have
What was
needed.
her reaction when you kissed her on that side of the face?
Nothing.
Did she flinch?
No.
Oh,
Did you see Ms. Heard
Well,
again the next day?
we're gonna get a lot of makeup cross X, I think.
I would
Yeah.
like
Of
to believe
course.
that. Yeah.
of
So
course.
that's Monday. That was May 22nd, my
course.
First, you
But
gotta
birthday.
make
I
sure
don't
he's
think
not
that
a
even
And
doctor.
then
matters,
the
though.
next day
I'm gonna check
is
the repercussions. You're not a doctor. You can't
Monday,
evaluate stuff like
the
that.
23rd.
I was gonna say,
Of course.
sir, do you have
I had
expertise
woken
in
up,
analyzing whether a woman is
with
wearing
a
makeup?
chest cold,
Yeah.
and I heard a knock on the door, and it's Amber.
You're a doctor, right?
So
No.
I opened up the door.
Around what time was that?
That's, I want to say, maybe around noontime, maybe a little bit before, maybe it could have been a little bit, I think around noontime again. And I went downstairs and I opened up the door.
And when you opened the door, did you have a good view of Ms. Heard?
Absolutely, yeah.
How was the lighting?
Lighting's fine. Lighting from outside, and there's light from my place. Yeah, so the lighting was great.
Did you see any marks on Ms. Heard's face at that time?
No, same thing like the day before. There's no redness. There's no swelling. There's no bruises. There's no
killing
cuts.
her.
There's no nothing.
He
Just
just-
Amber looking like Amber.
She almost looks military.
Did you notice if she was wearing any makeup at that point?
She didn't look like she was wearing makeup then either.
What did Ms. Heard say to you during that encounter?
She was knocking on my door to see if I would take her house key, to let the cleaning lady in, because she had to go somewhere. And I woke up that day and I had some kind of chest cold thing. I was upstairs laying down, and so I
Pre-COVID.
looked at her and I said, "Hey, listen, I'm feeling sick. I'm going to be upstairs laying down this entire time for the day or whatever." And that so I can't do it. And then she stood there and is like, "Well, I got to figure out what to do." Like maybe if she was only dependent upon me to give the housekeeper the key. It's the same. The housekeeper cleans both of our places. And so I said, "Hey, listen, why don't you go ahead and take the key and put it in an envelope and bring it downstairs to the concierge, and that's where the key will be, and tell Hilda, who is the housekeeper, that
cleaned up your
that's where the key is." And that's it. And you're set. And she was like, "Yeah, okay, I guess I could do that." And I'm 3 feet away from her, 2.5, 3 feet away from her, talking with her.
And how long did that conversation last?
3 minutes.
Did you see Ms. Heard again the next day?
Yes, I did.
Where did you see her?
All right. I go down. I'm leaving my apartment on Tuesday to go downstairs to the cafe to go get something hot to drink. I still haven't shopped or did anything for what's a chest cold. And so I wanted something hot to drink. I go downstairs, and as I'm locking my door, that all of a sudden a group of women come up to penthouse 3, because in the corridor on the graph you could see we share the same corridor. So I'm locking my door, and a group of women show up.
Did you recognize who the women were?
3 of them, yeah.
Who were
It
they?
was, something, I'm unsure if it was 4 or 5 women, but it's Amber, it's her sister Whitney, and it's Melanie Iglesias, who's a makeup artist for Johnny and Amber. And then there's 2 other women that I didn't recognize, but I'm not sure.
Did you interact with the women at all?
Well, after closing the door, Whitney, who calls me her spirit animal, came running down the
Objection, hearsay.
down the hallway, going, "Isaac, spirit animal," and I'm going, "Hey, listen, I'm not feeling so hot, I'm not feeling so good," and
Look
I
at him.
get duck
He's
under
smiling.
arms,
Help
stop, and I love you, but stop, and I duck under arms, and I go past, and I'm passing the other ladies, Amber and her, who she's with, and I'm looking at them, and they're laughing of
Someone
this
said
whole
he's
scene.
everyone's
And
spirit
then
animal now.
that
I
was
agree.
it. And then I went past and went down and got some hot tea.
Did you see Ms. Heard's face during that encounter?
It was a
Your
quick
box
glance,
rattling.
but nothing,
Yep, I gotta
nothing
change it to subscriber only. Sorry,
shot
guys.
out to me to like notice anything.
Did you see Ms. Heard again the day after that?
Well, I saw her again that day.
Oh, can you describe that, please?
Yeah, that on the way back
Fixed.
from me being outside at the cafe, getting having a tea, I come walking back in, and now all her and the women that she was with are coming back out, and we're in the lobby, and the doors of the lobby, it's all windows, there's great light shining through the entire lobby. And the women there's a table in the middle of the lobby, and her friends, or I don't know if they're friends or not. I know 3. One's a sister, and the other one's a friend. They're walking on one side of the table, and then she's on the other side of the table where I'm walking, and now we're walking past each other, and she's, of course, we're gonna acknowledge each other and looking at each other. And now she's the sun shining right in her face. It's to my back because I'm walking in. And so that's like this, and saying, all right, hey, all right, enjoy yourself, have a good time, or whatever you're doing, and go by. And I went up. And that was it. That was the second time that I saw her. And that's on Tuesday.
And did you get a good look at her face during
Oh.
that second encounter?
Absolutely. The sun shining right on her face.
Did you notice anything unusual about her face?
Nothing, no cuts, no bruises, no swelling, no redness.
Very
no,
specific.
It's Amber. It's
Mhm.
Amber's face.
And then did you see Ms. Heard again the day after that?
Yes, I did.
And that's Wednesday, May 25th.
That's right.
Where did you see her?
At that point, I was like, okay, I
Hey,
got
Mike,
to shop
welcome
for
back.
something to.
Hello.
Otherwise, I'm not going to get rid of this.
This
chest
witness is
cold.
amazing.
I
He's cool.
go to the store.
He's phenomenal.
And on the way back, in between the garage and the building, there's this room with like vestibule, that's you have to walk through. And I'm coming in to go into the building, and Amber and Whitney, her sister, are coming out of the building to go into the garage. And we met there.
How long did you speak with them, if at all?
Yeah, we spoke. we're facing each other. Amber and Whitney across from me. We're 2.5 feet, 2 feet away from each other talking. Of course, and so we stop, of course, to say, hey, what's up? What are you doing? Where you going? Where you going? Where you coming from? I have bags of food in my hand of stuff that I went and I bought. And so I said, hey, I'm coming from shopping. I finally bought myself some stuff to get rid of this chest cold thing. And they go and they're going to the CVS. And they look at me and so what's yapping, everyone's smiling and stuff. And she says, you sure we can't get you anything? How about we get you some aspirin or some, some cold stuff? I said, no, I think I got everything. And and they said, you sure? And I said, yeah, of course, I got it. Don't sweat it. And a kiss or whatever. I got my hands. I can't hug or whatever. So, and then I said to see you, and I went up, and they went through the garage. That was it that day.
Did you have a good look at her face during that conversation?
Yes, this room. Yes, yeah, this room. It's completely lit. That it's a spot, and there's a camera taking cameras always on, a security camera, and always, and so it's got good lighting and stuff, because this is a spot where if you use your fob key to go into the building, well, the door takes a long time to, it's one of those things with the pressure thing that the door just doesn't.
I don't quite
close
know what
shut.
he's
It
explaining
takes a
right
while
now.
for it to close. Someone
like,
could be
okay.
in the garage who's not supposed to be in the garage, run and hold the door open. And that then they get into the apartment building, and then who knows, maybe somebody gets ripped off. But so it's well lit for security reasons, and that there's a camera there that's taking pictures.
I'm pretty sure he said
seeing what the
he was
camera
told
does.
talk about the lighting.
Was Ms. Hurd
but-
wearing makeup during that discussion?
Neither of them looked like they were wearing makeup at all. Whitney had this hat on that it was a fun hat or whatever, and that
so excited to tell this part.
no makeup. I don't even know Whitney to be a makeup person, and that Amber, no, she looked like she was just natural Amber. It's all just as always, no makeup.
Did you notice any marks on Ms. Hurd's face?
No.
Did you notice any swelling?
No swelling. No, there's nothing. There's no swelling, no bruising, no redness, no cuts, no. I don't even, nothing.
Turning back to May 21st for a second, when you first heard that Ms. Hurd told you Mr. Depp had hit her, do you recall that?
Say that again.
When Ms. Hurd told you that Mr. Depp had hit her
when
on
she
May
says that?
22nd.
21st
Yeah,
is
my
the
birthday.
alleged incident.
Yeah, but
How did you feel
she
hearing her
corrected her
say
date
that?
on the second question.
All right. What's the relevance to how he felt?
I mean, it's a present sense impression of how he perceived that in that moment.
I'll sustain the objection.
I mean, she didn't
Mr.
need
Birch,
that
did you see Ms.
answer.
Hurd at all
We've
the
already
rest of
gotten
that
so
week
much from him
of
on
May
that.
23rd?
No.
Did you learn at some point in time that Ms. Hurd had filed for divorce from Mr. Depp?
Say that again.
Did you learn at some point in time that Ms. Hurd had filed for divorce from Mr. Depp?
Yeah,
How did you learn that?
I learned it from the internet after the weekend, around
He is good.
probably Monday, either Sunday or Monday. I'm on the
Like we all
internet, and I end up seeing a picture of, it was the Friday of that week, the past week, and there's a picture of Amber wearing a black morning dress and with this brown mark on her cheek. and that she's been to a divorce. She went to go file for divorce. That's how I found out.
Were you surprised when you saw that?
Surprise is not the word. It's like, what the hell is this? What's going on?
Well,
At any point when you had seen her during that prior week, had she told you that she intended to file for divorce?
I'll allow it. Go ahead. You can answer the
Yeah.
question, sir.
What's the question again?
At any point when you had seen her during that week, had Ms. Heard told you that she intended to file for divorce?
No. She never once. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday or Friday, not even see it. No, there's no. I'm clueless. She did not say anything about divorce.
So what did you think when you saw those pictures and read the articles and learned that she was filing for divorce?
All right.
I'm sorry, objection relevance to what he thought.
It
the
builds on
relevance.
all of the testimony he's given previously. Your
Yes,
Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
Yeah. Yeah,
When
he's a
did you
lay
see
witness.
Ms.
He
Heard
can't give
next
his
after
opinion.
that?
She knocks on my door June 3rd, Friday, a Friday night, June 3rd. She knocks on my door around 11 o'clock. Is the next time that I see her.
And what happened when she knocked on your door on June 3rd?
I opened the door. I opened up the door. And naturally, something I'll say is, "Hey, how you doing?" To say hello. So I open up the door and say, "Hey, how you doing?" And she looks at me and she says, "I'm not feeling so hot that I made some food. Would you like to come over and eat with me?" And at that point, after everything I've seen, I looked at her. I said, "Listen, me and you, we're not going to talk anymore. After everything that I've just seen all week long, from the past week and change, listen, I'm confused, I'm angry, and I'm frustrated by everything that I've seen. And that I think the best thing is for me and you that we don't talk anymore."
Did she say anything in response?
Yes, in response to that, she looks at me and she says, "I told Johnny I don't want anything. The lawyers are making me do all of this."
Oh, wow.
And that's what she said.
Did you respond to Ms. Heard?
No, what I was thinking was to me, after saying that, after she said that to me, I'm thinking to myself, "Gay cock'em yum, hey, how,
All right. I'll sustain that objection. Next question.
Did you see any injuries on Ms. Heard's face on June 3rd when
Yeah.
you spoke with her?
hey, it looks like I have to
No.
go, but I will be back.
Okay.
Did you ever speak with
Thanks,
Ms. Heard
Rick.
again after that?
Well, she said to me after that the lawyers are making me do all of this. Then I was just looking at her, and then she ended what she was saying by saying, "Well, I'm sorry you feel that way." And I closed the door and would never talk to her ever again.
Did you have any interactions with the staff at the Eastern Columbia building about Ms. Heard's allegations against Mr. Depp?
Objection, Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
A little bit of a sidebar. Yeah, now they're going to probably start to object a bit more. I'm actually surprised that they didn't try to object more throughout this, because he would go on for a long time. He gets into a really great flow. He holds people's attention. Everybody
Yeah.
loves him.
He's a good
I'm-
witness. He's devastating.
Oh my God. I mean,
I
I don't know if you guys saw earlier, but he was even talking about how he was like, "I loved Amber. She was the nicest person. She was so hospitable. She would bring me food. She would bring me drinks. She would always say, like, what can I get for you?"
Yeah.
I loved her, but I didn't see any marks on her face. That's exactly the kind of witness that Johnny would want here, because that is the kind of person that the jury is going to trust.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see how he holds up on cross, but on direct, he's likable, and his character, he is a character, but he's congruent. That is really who he is, and juries love that. Somebody being themselves.
Yes. Yes.
It's
Very
not a show, or at
Mr.
least
Bruce,
he's.
did you have any
If it is, he's
interactions
doing
with
it well.
Staff at the Eastern Columbia building about Ms. Heard's allegations against Mr. Depp?
Yes.
And at some point, did you see a security video taken in the Eastern Columbia building?
Yes.
When was that?
Sometime in June, maybe 2 weeks in or something like that. It's 2-3 weeks in.
Can you describe what you saw in that video?
Yes, I can. It was a video of Amber and Whitney waiting at the elevator, a mezzanine level, coming from the garage, obviously, and waiting for the elevator. And Whitney does this to Amber. Pow! And hits her, like faking hitting her in the face, going pow! And then they start laughing.
Did Ms. Heard react at all in that video to the fake punch that you observed Whitney throw?
Yeah, she's laughing after doing it. They both, laughing at with each other.
Mr. Baruch, do you know who Elon Musk is?
Sure.
Have you ever seen Mr. Musk in person?
Yeah.
Where did you see him in person?
First time was I'm getting into the elevator on the rooftop, penthouse level. I'm going into the elevator and he's coming out of the elevator, going past me.
And when did that take place?
This is after May. This is sometime June, it could be July, but after May.
In that same year, 2016?
Yeah.
And when was the second time that you saw Mr. Musk?
One morning waking up and going and opening up the shades to the bedroom, and it's on the second floor and it overlooks the balconies, our adjoining balconies, because my balcony joins with John and Amber's balcony. And that opening up the shades, I see Elon Musk going through the balcony door on
Elon
their
Musk.
side to then walk down a common corridor to that then at the end leads to a door that you walk out to the rest of the rooftop. And you go to the pool, you go to the gym and stuff. So I'm looking out, and the view out the window is of both of our balconies. So that's where I saw him.
And when was that?
Oh, sometimes it's either June, July, but it's after May.
Mr. Bruce, how long have you known Mr. Depp?
Met him, I believe, in 1980, and what's 42 years? Well, it's going to be 42 years.
Have you ever seen Mr. Depp be violent when angry with Ms. Heard?
Objection leading.
What? Come on.
I'll allow the question.
That was a question.
No.
I'm allowed to answer?
Yes, yes.
What's the question again?
Have
Ooh,
you ever
what's the
seen
question
Mr.
again?
Depp be violent when angry with Ms. Heard?
No. Well, from what I said from before, there was an argument that I walked in. So there's obviously that, but have I ever
It's
seen him
not
be
violent.
violent to her with physicality? No.
Did you ever see him hit her?
Never.
In your 3.5 years living at the Eastern Columbia building next to Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, did you ever observe any injuries or marks on Ms. Heard?
Objection leading, Your Honor.
All right, I'll sustain this to leading.
Well,
Did you ever notice anything unusual about Ms. Heard when you were living at the Eastern Columbia building with her?
Objection leading, Your Honor.
I'll allow it.
yeah, that's fine.
I can answer?
Yes, sir.
What's the question again?
Did you ever notice anything unusual about Ms. Heard during the time that you were living next door to her at the Eastern Columbia building?
Besides having great teeth? No.
Mr. Baruch, are you appreciative of everything that Mr. Depp has done for you?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading and relevant.
All right, I'll sustain this to leading. All right.
Mr. Baruch, how do you feel about what Mr. Depp has done for you?
Objection. Well, you know what? No, I'll go ahead.
Okay, go ahead. I think that's withdrawn. Go ahead. Let me answer the question.
They're just throwing them now.
Never mind, I'm going too far.
You could just answer the question, sir.
And the question is,
How do you feel about everything that Mr. Depp has done for you?
oh, come on, it's unreal. Yeah, it's, you think too much about it, you're gonna cry. That I appreciate everything that he's done for me. You know, I it's like stuff you can't pay back.
Would you lie for him under oath?
Oh, no.
Leading.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Well, he already
Well, whatever.
answered.
The
Have you
jury
given
still
your
heard it.
testimony today?
Yeah,
Object, Your Honor, leading.
it's still leading. I'll sustain the objection.
That's all I have.
Okay,
They're
thank you.
trying to cover their butts because of
Cross-examination?
yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Let's start with the makeup. Now, you know that Ms. Heard was.
Excuse me. I
I'm sorry?
didn't hear the beginning of what you started saying.
I said, let's start with the makeup.
Okay,
Okay. You're aware that Ms. Heard has both modeled and been an actor and had been for many years before you met her, correct?
I knew she acted. I didn't know she was a model.
Okay. Were you aware that she had a commercial agreement with L'Oreal, for example?
When, now or back then?
What's your knowledge?
I don't know any of that.
Okay. Have you ever been with Ms. Heard when she has put makeup on?
I've been in the room, yeah, when makeup was getting put on her, yeah.
When makeup was being put on her, was this for some acting role or something like that?
It was an event that they were going to.
Mhm.
What do you guys
So
think
that
about
was
the
somebody
beard
else
touching?
applying makeup to Ms.
Distracting
Heard, who was
a
going
bit.
to have some gala event that she was going to.
Yeah,
Okay. Have you ever been with Ms. Heard in her bathroom or anything when she's applying her makeup in the morning?
no.
Okay. Are you familiar with Amica cream?
What is it?
Amica?
Amica?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Do you know what type of foundation Ms. Heard uses?
Oh, come on.
No.
Do you know what type of concealer Ms. Heard uses?
No.
Do you know what type of tint Ms. Heard uses?
I have no clue.
Do you know what types of powders Ms. Heard uses?
You guys called it about the
No.
testimony or the
So,
cross on makeup.
When you're saying that you didn't notice any makeup, would it be fair to say that you yourself are not familiar with what type of makeup Amber Heard
You could
uses
still
on a
tell if
daily
somebody's
basis?
not wearing makeup in person.
And he's an
I don't know
artist
what
that
she
pays
uses
attention
on a
to
daily
detail.
basis.
That's my point. Now, the first time that you saw her, which was May 22nd,
Yeah,
Ms. Heard was there. Were you aware she was on her way to somebody else's birthday party, not yours, but somebody else's that day?
no,
Okay. Can you tell me what her hairstyle was that day?
it's just down.
Down as in,
Just regular house. She has it up now. She's got some kind of hairstyle, but no, she was
I love it.
no hair down, regular,
She's got
no
it up.
makeup.
She had
just
it down.
hanging.
Down
well,
as
when you
opposed to
say
up.
no makeup, you don't know.
I'm a
she was
simple
not wearing
guy.
Makeup, correct?
For a fact,
Correct.
no.
And you don't know whether she had applied Amica cream, correct?
I don't know what Amica cream is,
No.
okay?
And
I
you-
didn't even know what Amica cream is.
And you don't know whether she had applied concealer or foundation or powder or tint, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, if she's going out to a party,
Yeah,
do you think she would want to have her bruise exposed?
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the
Speculation.
objection?
Calls for speculation.
Yeah.
Mhm.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next
Yeah.
question.
So, do you recall what Ms. Heard was wearing that day?
you know something? I could have sworn she had on a schmata dress, hippie dress at that particular time, but I could be confusing it with June 3rd. She's got this Victorian type of long hippie dress that has embroidery, and she definitely was wearing that that night.
All right,
Oh, this is
but
gold.
let's go back to May 22nd. Do you
Yeah.
recall what she was
She
wearing?
was
I
wearing a
coulda swore
hippie
she was
dress.
wearing another schmata dress that I've seen her hanging
Rocket
around
dress.
the apartment with.
And do you recall what color?
No,
Okay. Do you recall what jewelry Ms.
No.
Heard was wearing that day? No. Okay. Now, you indicated that there was a security guard there and there was
Yes.
Josh Drew,
Yeah.
correct? And was there anyone else there?
yeah, the two locksmiths.
Okay. So
And also in the apartment, for a fleeting second, person went walking by and who seemed to me looked like it was Raquel Pennington, but it could have been another friend that was supposedly staying with them.
okay, so you saw somebody come by. So how many?
No, go through the living room and then they're out of the picture because they went upstairs. So that's somebody that else was in that room but walking by.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and you talked to Josh. What did Josh tell you? Josh
When?
Drew, he took you to the side. What did he tell you?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain the objection to hearsay.
All right. Before you spoke with Josh Drew in the other room, what, if anything, had been said about what Mr. Depp did the night before?
Objection to the extent it calls for
Hearsay.
hearsay, Your Honor.
Be a hearsay objection, I'll sustain that objection.
I,
Next
I,
question.
I'm asking what, if anything?
That was still solicit hearsay.
But he already testified about what Amber said. I'll go back to that.
Okay,
So what exactly did Amber Heard tell you happened the night before?
As I was walking up the first time, she turned to me and said, Johnny came by last night and got violent. So I'm changing the locks on penthouse 1, 3, and 5. Don't worry about your place.
Okay. Did you ask her for any more specifics on what she
About
meant by
changing
getting
locks?
violent?
Huh?
Did you ask her for any specifics about what she meant by he came by and got violent?
No.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'm going to jump you to the next day for a few and then I'm going to come back. But let's go to the next day. So the next day you testified that you saw her twice, correct?
From Sunday? No. Monday I saw her once in the morning. I want to
That's when
say
she
around
came by
12.
to ask if you could have the key or that you could leave the key for the house.
Right,
Right?
for Hilda.
And you weren't feeling well, right?
That's right.
Okay. So you wouldn't have been standing very close to Amber, right? Because you were sick?
Well, I opened up the door and I'm holding the door. We're like 3 feet away from each other. Yeah.
Okay. And you told her you were sick, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know where she was going out someplace, correct?
She was going somewhere.
All
Yeah.
right.
She wasn't going to be there.
All right. Do you know whether she had applied any Amica cream that morning to her face?
What is this
Amica
about the
cream.
Amica cream?
No.
Do you know whether she had applied
Gonna
any
erase her
concealer
bruise.
to her face that morning?
No.
Do you know whether she had applied any foundation that morning?
No.
Do you know whether she had applied any tint that morning?
No.
Do
Which
you know
this
whether
is-
she had applied any powder that
Okay,
morning?
They're
No.
gonna do this. They're gonna go through,
Now,
you
the
know,
next
specifics.
I
day,
to
can't
get a
tell
lot
you.
of
She
no's
looked like she
from
wasn't
him.
wearing any makeup.
right, and would you
And
agree that?
Clarify.
Sorry, people are
It
saying
looked like she
arnica,
did.
not amica. Thank you.
Actors Can be pretty darn good with putting makeup on so that you can't tell they're wearing makeup?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation calls for speculation.
I think that's a fair question to ask him.
I'll sustain as a speculation. Next,
All right.
next question.
Do you
The
have
other attorney,
knowledge of
defense
the
attorney is aggressive.
of Amber Heard with
Yeah.
respect to putting on makeup?
Well, it can't be that good because she's got a friend who is a makeup artist who came over to do makeup, but I don't really know.
Right, and
Oh,
that
she was
makeup
so great at it.
She's going to be
Can't
on
be
some
that
show
good.
or in some big public event or gala, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that makeup person, and you're talking about Melanie Iglesias, right? That
Right, yeah,
makeup-
yeah,
okay,
exactly.
And that
exactly.
makeup person doesn't put Amber's makeup on every day for her, does she?
I wouldn't know.
How many times did you see Melanie Iglesias put makeup on Amber?
One time.
Okay,
It's just one time.
okay. So she wasn't living at Amber's house, right?
No. I hung out with her and her husband and Johnny and Amber, and over there one time eating, and then another time it was when I met her that seeing her do makeup for these guys.
Okay, so you're not saying that Amber doesn't know how to put makeup on herself, correct?
Oh no, I'm sure she does.
Okay, but again,
I would
you've been-
think she does,
You-
but for the most, I'll tell you what, over 3.5 years, living around each other, for the most part, she's not a makeup wearing person, completely natural. Her, Rocky, total great complexion, Texas natural girl next
I
door.
love that it comes with all these
No makeup wearing,
compliments, too.
hanging out.
Did Amber ever tell you she was not wearing makeup?
Did she ever tell me?
In any of those 3.5
When?
years that you're saying she wasn't wearing it around the house, did she ever say, I don't have a stitch of makeup on? Objection.
As many times as she's told me I am wearing makeup, which is, I can't remember. So I don't know. Yeah, no. There's not one time I remember that or
Okay.
saying that.
Okay, so now let's go to the next day.
But
I think
good-
that's
good
the
job
day
on
you've
making
got
that-
two
that
times
question sound
that you saw
ridiculous.
her. She's with other people.
Yeah.
And she's either going out or coming in, correct?
Well, first time they're coming in and the second time they're going out.
So they've been out someplace before they're coming in, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation.
I'll allow it. You can answer the question, sir.
Oh, I have no clue.
Okay, but they're physically entering the house. In other words, they haven't been in the house, they're coming to the house from someplace, right?
Oh, I would have no idea. When I walked out, who knows? They might have been out and twice before that, but I don't know. They
Okay.
could be coming from another apartment, coming, to go there. And I'm seeing them, it could be the second time that they're entering this apartment, or the first time, or the third time. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay,
I have no idea.
and do you know, so you don't know where they were?
No,
And
of
so you
course
have
not.
no idea whether they were out in public someplace, correct?
No, of course not. I
All right.
wouldn't know that.
All right. And then the later time that you saw them that day, they were going out. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you know whether Amber had any Amica cream on that day?
I don't.
Okay, so
no,
she's mispronouncing
don't
it.
know.
I'm
And I'll
not
try to make
mishearing
this
it.
faster. Do you know whether
I'm seeing in
Amber
the
was
chat
wearing
that it's
concealer,
arnica cream, but
foundation,
she's calling it
powder, or
Amica
tint that
cream.
day?
I don't know.
Okay. Now, the next day, I think you said it was she and Whitney. Is that correct?
On Wednesday, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And again, do you know whether she was wearing any Amica cream?
Are they gonna prove that she had this cream?
Sir, you can just answer
I'm
the
sorry.
question.
I'm totally sorry. I'm sorry. That, no.
And
Oh,
do you
he
know whether
literally
she
just
was wearing
laughs at
concealer,
her.
foundation, powder, or tint?
He has the
Okay.
control
Can you
here.
tell me what Amber's hairstyle was on the 23rd?
That's Monday. Like I said, when she knocks on my door, hands down.
Okay. Can you tell me what she was wearing that day?
Not exactly, but if best of my recollection, pair of dungarees and a t-shirt.
Okay.
At the time when she knocked on my door to give me the key. If she went home to go change or something like that, I got no clue.
Okay. Do you remember what color the t-shirt was?
I think it might have been white, best of my recollection.
Do you remember what jewelry Amber had on? Okay, let's go to the next day, the Wednesday, and
sounds
you've got all these
ticky-tacky,
people here.
but
Next day is
It does
Tuesday.
get to detail.
Okay,
that he
next day
remembers, 'cause
Tuesday
he
is when
says
you
he
had
doesn't
the
remember
bunch of people
specific
coming
things about her
together to her
face.
house the first time, right?
Right.
What was
So
she
that
wearing then?
is a legitimate area for
You want to know
cross-examination.
something? I do remember of a women's beige long coat, kind of like a woman's not a raincoat, but it could be similar to that. It was a beige long, kind of looking like a business coat type of thing, the female version of a Columbo jacket.
Okay, and what was she wearing under it?
Oh, I have no clue.
Okay, and do you remember what jewelry she was wearing?
No.
Okay. Now, you said that on the 22nd that you kissed her on the cheek.
What day?
The 22nd, your birthday?
22nd, Sunday, yes.
Okay, so when you showed it the first time, you went like this, right? And then the next time when you said you did the kisses, you went like this. What's your typical way of kissing women when you greet them?
I'm not understanding any of what you just did.
Okay, so when you, well, I'll just leave it at Amber. When you, I take it that you would regularly
Beautiful.
kiss Amber on the cheek when you to say hello and to say
Oh,
goodbye?
yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
And tell us how you did that.
Objection,
Could you
Your Honor.
show us how you did that?
Which time regularly?
Did you have a different way of kissing her on the cheek different times? Or did you have a general way that you would greet or say goodbye to Amber with kisses?
It's a regular, you give a peck on the cheek, or, like you just touch cheeks and
Okay.
that's that.
So it's a pretty soft, it's kind of like almost a superficial one, or is it a really hard one on the cheek?
Oh my God, come
Not
on.
hard on the cheek.
No, it's, just,
And his
you
reactions
kiss
to
someone
it are
on the
very
side of the cheek.
sincere and
I don't
very
know, pressure
relatable,
wise,
too.
what kind of talk is there?
I mean, is
lip
it just
talk?
one of these little pecks, or is it much harder?
No, it's a regular. You touch, you touch and boom, and that's that.
So you think it was pretty hard? You peck her on the cheek pretty hard?
Asked and answered.
Did
Objection, Your
you
Honor.
peck her on the cheek?
I'll sustain the
pretty
objection to
hard?
the next question.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
You also showed that you did one like this. Did you ever do a two kiss when you greeted Amber? Two cheeks?
No, I'm not European. I'm no, you give, Europeans do,
All right.
both sides. And sometimes you even three. Bam, bam, bam,
But you never did that.
No.
All right, let's go to the fake punch. I want to make sure that I understand exactly what you remember
Europeans
seeing.
in the chat.
You
say
said
what
that
up.
it was 2 to 3 weeks into June. Is that correct? That you saw it?
It's got to be somewhere in that period.
Okay.
To somewhere in the first three, I would say the first 3 weeks of June.
All right.
Yeah, somewhere like that.
Can you recall which week?
Hey guys,
No.
I just
Okay.
started watching.
So
is this guy
you
named Vinny like
saw
2 times or something?
Whitney and Amber.
he's
Was
a
there
It sounds
anyone
like
with
he's
them?
No,
Okay.
cast
Bada
out of
Can
bing.
the
you recall what
Sopranos.
either of them was wearing?
But he's an artist.
long jacket,
He's like, you just give her
Yes,
a kiss on the cheek like
actually
she's
I
a
do.
semolina.
long jackets, overcoats,
And how was Amber's hairstyle that day?
down, pulled back.
Pulled back or?
Well,
down?
Potentially
when I say
criminal.
pull-
Do you have
it's like
earbuds? I think we're
hairs
getting an
down,
echo from you, maybe.
Maybe because of something around the neck or whatever, the hairs, flip back or whatever.
Yeah, I think it might be from
Not
you.
tied back. I don't remember if it was tied back, but just where it's full.
Okay.
That I remember.
Okay, so now where were they standing when you watched this?
This is
the echo's back.
where would they stand?
Yes.
They're standing, waiting for one of the elevators on the mezzanine floor where there's, I guess you could see, there's cameras that, has that view of the elevators
So
on the
they're on the-
mezzanine floor.
So they're on the mezzanine level.
Yeah, this is the same
Waiting.
level.
Think that
This is the
fixed it.
same level. There's apartments on that level. And that's how the exit, how you get out to go to the garage.
And so were they coming back from the garage?
Well, if they're standing at the elevator outside, that it could be, and waiting to get into the elevator on that floor. So it could be that maybe they came from outside, maybe they know somebody who lives on that floor because there's apartments there. I got no clue where they're coming from. That's not even in the
And he
thought
can get away
process.
with this
When I
bit
see
of attitude
when I
against her
see
because he's
it's
been
not like,
so
wow, I wonder where they're
sympathetic
coming
and
from.
so
No, no,
appealing this
it's
whole
just
time.
So now
what I saw.
tell me where they were each standing.
As I'm watching the video,
He's starting to get
this
annoyed.
tape,
Yeah.
Amber's
But the jury's
on the
probably
left,
right there with him.
and
Oh
Whitney's
yeah,
on the
because her
right.
questions are a
Okay.
little
And
annoying.
then
Yeah. And he's
tell
just
me-
pointing out, like,
take us
I'm
through.
sorry,
Tell me
this is
what you
stupid.
saw.
You're right, right.
Amber's on the left, Whitney's on the right. They're hanging out. Can I stand up?
Yes,
He's
sir.
about to get it.
And so here's Amber, here's Whitney, and they're hanging, waiting for the elevator. And Whitney they're looking at each other, yapping or whatever they're doing. And Whitney goes like this. Pow. Just a fake pow. And then they both start laughing. And then they're just standing there yapping, doing what they're doing.
And how close does Whitney's fist get to Amber?
Oh, I'm watching this. It's a fake thing. It's not
Right,
like
right.
she went and she hit her
No,
own
no, no.
sister.
No, but I'm
She
asking
didn't go
how
and hit
close.
her. She just, going pow. If here's my face, if here's my face, it's just coming by. Fake punch going by. Just, that far.
Okay.
Just making believe. Just making believe. It's a
Okay.
believe punch.
Okay.
It's a belief
And,
punch.
and then they both laugh, you say.
Yeah, they both, they just start,
Did you watch them get on the elevator?
no.
Okay, so the part that you saw, the elevator never opened during that time.
That's right.
Okay.
That is correct.
And how many seconds would you say, or minutes would you say this little clip was?
Oh, what I saw was 10 seconds, 15 seconds.
Okay, and do you recall what day that was?
That I saw this?
No. Was there a date on the video?
Oh, I don't, if there was, it wasn't something that I acknowledged.
Okay, great, good, thank you. All right, now let's go back to the argument that you witnessed between Mr. Depp and actually Ms. Heard, who was on the phone or the speakerphone. Do you recall testifying about that?
Say this again, start again.
Yes, let's go back to, you testified that you observed an argument between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard. Do you recall that? You came into the room, Mr. Depp had
Yeah.
Amber on speakerphone. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Depp was drunk. Would you agree?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you recall that Amber was actually in London, not New York?
No,
You don't recall that?
no, I thought I thought it was she was in New York.
Okay. And you
Even if he's
recall
wrong on that,
that
that's a
Mr.
detail that
Depp
doesn't really
was
matter.
accusing Amber of sleeping with somebody, right?
There was somebody else in the room with her, and that's what they were arguing about.
Are you sure that Mr. Depp wasn't thinking there was someone in the room and she was trying to tell him there wasn't somebody in the room?
He say that again?
Are you sure he wasn't saying someone was in the room and she was trying to convince him there wasn't anybody in the room?
Well, he said that he heard the other voice.
Okay, and did you hear the voice?
Oh no, I
Okay.
walked in there already. This is already in motion.
Right, and Amber saying, why are you saying that? Right?
Amber was saying, "Come on, baby, why are you being like this? What are you doing? Come on, Johnny.
bad
don't need- why are
cross-examination
you being like
questions.
this?
Right.
And it was
He's
Way too
taunting.
just-
open-ended. Yeah.
Way too.
How is it taunting to say, why are you accusing me of having somebody in my room?
Why is
He's
she asking
crushing
why
her.
questions?
Because they were in the midst of no solution. At that point, it would be instead of taunting, saying, listen, John, let's talk tomorrow and let's end this conversation right now and we'll talk tomorrow and we'll get to an understanding, because there's not going to be any solution right now. But there was none of that. It was just continuous, oh baby,
So
Oh.
and that kept it going.
if Mr. Depp in his drunken state was suffering from delusions and thought he heard a voice and wasn't, do you think it would have been reasonable
Speculation.
for Amber to be saying, what's going on?
Lacks
Why are you
foundation.
saying this?
Well, that
What's
too,
going
but-
on?
Yeah.
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's give a lay medical opinion
Oh,
here.
of course.
Yeah. When she's like, was, like, oh, come on now.
Would I think it would be what?
If Mr. Depp was suffering from delusions.
Get out of here.
Come
And there
on.
wasn't anybody in the room and he hadn't heard a voice, but thinks he's hearing a voice. Would it be reasonable for Amber to be trying to
Speculation.
figure out what's going on?
Speculation.
Objection, Your Honor. Hypothetical speculation.
I'll sustain as a speculation to that.
Yes. Thank you. That's
And,
just a
and the bottom
ridiculous.
line is, you came in on the call, so you don't know what he said first or whether there was any voices, correct?
Whether he heard voices?
Yes.
Besides hers?
Yes.
No, I didn't hear the beginning of the
Okay.
conversation.
And then after the hang up, he went straight to bed, right?
No, after the first hang up,
Yeah.
she calls back again, which was it necessary? I don't know.
Do
And
you
then
know
a third
whether she
time,
knew? Do you know whether she knew whether he accidentally hung up or not?
What does that matter?
that he accidentally
Yeah,
hung up.
what
Do
does
you know
this
whether
get?
she knew whether he hung up intentionally or
No,
accidentally?
Terrible
it's
cross-examination.
the same way that I wouldn't
Yeah.
know.
Too many
if, like,
pointless
too-
questions.
She didn't know
You
that
seemed a
the
little
telephone
too
line got cut.
emotionally invested too.
Okay, so after
Yeah.
the three
I
calls
would
that you
agree, Bree,
testified
yeah.
about, he went straight to bed, right?
Went to the couch and laid down.
Right,
Yeah.
and he was drunk.
Yeah, and he went to sleep. Yeah, he went out.
Do you know whether he'd taken any drugs that night?
No.
Now, you have known, you've already testified, you've known him for 42 years.
They're going to ask about
You didn't
drugs.
pay rent at the penthouse, correct?
No, no one did.
Right, okay. And then after you
He's a
finished
good
at the
friend.
penthouse, you went over and lived with him in Sweetser, correct?
I live in one of his house that he owns on Sweetser.
And you still live there
Yes,
and rent-free, correct?
yes.
Okay. And has, other than the 100,000, you never paid that back, right? The 100,000 that he's given you?
No, that's not. That's a thing that's
There was a thing.
for me how I look
He
at
already
it and
explained
stuff.
that.
At some point,
Oh, he
I
did?
would love
His
Okay,
explanation
to
was good,
pay it
yeah.
back,
Oh, I have no
pay
idea.
back.
Just-
Oh, yeah, no.
Some that money, but that's not something that is expected. That's he's expecting.
Would you say
So-
you're kind of beholden to Mr. Depp?
No, not beholden at all.
He's given you $100,000. He's put
Over
you
a
in that
period of-
nice.
I'm sorry. I didn't hear the whole question. Can you say it again?
You were rent-free in penthouses for a
That
number
is a
of
good
years,
point.
and now you've been rent-free ever since in Sweetser?
That's a nice.
Proper bias territory.
Okay. And I think you testified already, you're pretty angry with Ms. Heard, right?
When?
I wrote it down that you
Oh,
were.
about all the phony pictures
Was-
that were taken.
Oh!
Yeah, you mean all that
And
crap
about
she made
the
up?
Oh my
Yeah.
God,
Yeah, that's
where did she
annoying.
ask
And
that?
about and the way she's trying to kind of
Oh!
This is a
not
terrible
stopping
cross.
him.
Terrible.
DV claim. To
This guy's running
extort
wild in
and
the streets,
blackmail,
folks.
A man. Yeah, that
Pretty-
kind of got me.
Yeah.
Pretty angry with her.
frustrated, confused, angry, upset.
Oh.
Yes, which is why I said the best thing for us to do is not to talk to each other.
Okay. And-
Yes.
And was it fair to say you're still angry with her?
Oh, you know something? It's 6 years.
But
It's
we just heard you
6
give your
years. Am I
version.
angry anymore? I'm not, what I am is tired, and I want this all to end. Her to go heal, him to go heal. So, so many people have been affected by this malicious lie that she started and she created, and it's gone out the door and around the world.
Why are you asking these questions?
I can't even paint anymore. I've stopped painting for the last who knows how many years, and that's affected by stuff.
Going.
It's
You will not stop him.
I'm not angry at anybody. I want the best for her to take her responsibility, heal, and move on.
He's coming
Move
across
on.
very reasonable
And,
to
and
me.
for Johnny,
Yes.
I don't know how he's been the whole time.
his family has been completely
He's done really
wrecked
good.
by all of
Okay.
this stuff, and it's not fair. It's not right what she did and what happened
Oh my
for
God.
so many people
Oh,
to get affected from
He
this.
he is destroying
It's
her.
insane.
Absolutely.
And Mr. Baruch,
How this happened.
He's gonna
Mr.
try to
Baruch, if in
paint it
fact
as anger.
she's telling the truth, and if in fact Mr. Depp, who has engaged in enormous rage and domestic abuse and
I'll cough.
violence
I'll
of
try to
Amber
come
over a
back
period of
later.
time
Okay.
that you wouldn't know about, then maybe it's time for him to take
Judge, the results are
responsibility,
in.
Don't you think?
Objection, Your Honor.
That was good.
Speculation. Lack of foundation, relevance.
Speculation.
Everything.
So
Objections
horrible
on everything.
He
cross-examination.
just
I
went
can't.
off on this rant and rave about assuming that she's,
You asked questions.
I didn't ask a question that launched
You didn't
that.
stop
I'm going
him.
to sustain the objection.
Okay,
All right, next
you don't,
question.
I'll ask this.
Okay.
Mr. Baruch, you don't know whether Mr. Depp has committed domestic violence of Amber Heard, do you?
I never witnessed.
Good answer.
I never saw or witnessed whatever type of claim that is being said.
Yeah.
Ever.
There you go. Good
I've never
answer.
seen him be violent since
Yeah.
teenagers from first
I didn't
meeting.
ask you that. I said you don't know whether he has committed domestic
Repeat your
violence or
answer.
abuse on Amber Heard. Isn't that
You should have
correct?
Repeat your
stopped
answer.
him. That was a
Asked and
shit.
That's
answered.
correct. I
Stop.
did
Okay.
not witness any
There you go.
physical
Right.
violence.
So
Good.
you have seen Mr. Depp use drugs as well as drink and be drunk, correct?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Good.
Now,
I
how,
partake.
He's
in-
like, I did it a lot.
I'm going to ask you to
I
take a
partake
look.
with him.
Let's pick up Depp exhibit number 116 again.
You
It's
know.
already in. If we can have that.
We
published
busted
to the
many a
jury.
rail together.
Mr. Hop, how much more do you think you have?
I think I can finish it up if you give
Okay,
me
sure,
5 or
sure.
10 more
No,
minutes,
that's well.
maybe less.
Okay, all right. I'll
Thank
hold
you.
you to that. Okay.
Okay. So, Mr. Bruce, I just want to make sure that I understand. This is the penthouse thing, and you
Ms.
said.
Bernhoff, if you could go, the microphone's just so hard to hear you.
Yeah, I just realized that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
So on this diagram, when you got out of the, you said 9:30 today, but in fact, it was between 9:30 and 10 that you came back with your friend, correct?
No, it was around 9:30. Could be 5 minutes one way, 5 minutes the other way.
He's like, listen
Could've
here,
been-
toots.
it just-
Yeah.
Do you recall saying it was between 9 and 9, or between 9:30 and 10 earlier?
Today?
No.
Did I said that?
Do you recall, are you
Doesn't
sure
matter.
it was 9:30, give or take 5 minutes, or could it have been between 9:30 and 10?
It was 9:30, give or take 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes, either way.
And you saw a broken sconce.
No,
Correct.
I did not see a
That's
broken
not what he said.
sconce.
What did you see?
I saw a broken glass on the floor, shards of glass, pieces of glass, which I figured could have been a broken sconce, or possibly maybe something from the fire department stuff that's around the walls. So it could be something broken from that. But I maybe one of the sconces broke. I didn't see a broken sconce.
That is
I
what he
just saw
said.
the glass.
Okay, was there typically a sconce right there as you come off the elevator?
Yeah, from my memory, there was sconces on the walls, certain places.
Do you remember looking that night and saying, where did this glass come from? There's a broken one. Did you tie it together?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't.
Doesn't matter.
It was.
Yeah,
It was assumption.
There's
it had
no,
to
there's
come
nothing
from
at
some of
issue
those
here about a
places,
broken
'cause,
sconce. Like
what
there's no
the
allegation about that.
glass
He just
looked
said
like
that
to
was
me
something that he thought could be
looked like it might have
possible.
come
It's,
I think they're
it's
trying to
a
get.
throwaway.
I think they're trying to get the idea he trashed that penthouse.
Maybe the sconce.
Okay, when you
No,
said
'cause-
from the fire.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll just.
were you talking
Johnny
about
Depp's
the fire
allegations is that
extinguisher?
Amber
No,
trashed
no,
the
no, not the
penthouse
fire
after he
Okay.
left and tried to make it look like he did.
There
Oh,
was
okay, okay.
In the
Yeah.
hallway, that first hallway that you
So
go
during the
through,
break, I'll
the doors that
fill you guys in
walk
on those
through,
details.
You can just tell me to
after
shut
you
up.
Get out of the
No,
elevator.
no.
Those doors, they're fire doors that you close. All right. Hopefully no one gets burned to death. That would be, crazy. But then along the wall, I believe by the staircase, because there's a door that's next to penthouse 5, then there's the doorway, the stairwell door. And I believe there's a thing that's by the floor there that's got a glass plastic thing around it. So it could have been something from that.
Your Honor, may I approach?
All right, yes, ma'am. Counsel.
What did she say? 5 minutes?
She said it was more that he arrived at 10 o'clock as opposed to
Do you have another
9:30.
copy of the
I really don't think
deposition?
that matters in this
Is this
case
something
because
for me to look at?
all
I
that
can't believe they're
means-
not asking leading questions. I've
I
never
asked
seen a
you a few
cross-examination like
minutes
this.
ago
I would.
whether You
Yeah.
were sure that it was
90%
9:30, give or take 5 minutes, or if it could have been somewhere between 9:30
I could see times where
and
they need
10.
to
Will
ask
you
an open
only
question,
ask
but
for
yeah,
that
this should be.
question?
Yeah.
They know all the answers on this. They know the
I
whole timeline.
usually start my questions with, isn't it true that? Then I say what I want to hear,
Yeah.
and then
Okay.
make them say yes or no. That's
yes.
it.
Yes.
Yeah, unless they had him with a
Um,
previous statement, letting him
at
talk
page
is not helpful.
39,
Yeah.
do you recall giving
Right.
your deposition on November 20, 2019?
Oh, from down in Anaheim?
Yes.
Yeah, I remember that.
And were you under
That's
oath
the
at that
first-
time?
Well, I
Okay,
think
and that-
that's. I
Amber
believe
hired
so,
extras as
yeah.
her
It was about
lawyers.
2.5
Somebody
years
commented.
ago, wasn't it?
What's that?
Somebody just commented Amber hired
3
extras
years,
as
yeah.
her lawyers.
Between 2 and 3 years, yeah,
All
sure.
right, so if you can take a look, starting on page 39.
Hang on a second.
And if you go to the
Did
line
Elon bring
21,
Arnica and extra sconces?
where were you on the evening of
The
May
chat.
21, 2016?
Oh, did this guy
And
talk
your
about
answer
Elon
was
earlier?
all right. So
Yeah.
I was out in the
Oh
street.
shoot! Dang, I missed that
A
part.
buddy of mine
Yeah.
calls me. He asked
was-
if
it
I
was
wanted to
pretty
go out
brief.
and eat. And
Oh.
I says, I just ate, just meet
I
me.
can't believe
Let's
she
meet
let
at
him
your
go off
apartment,
like
let's
that.
go hang out.
I
I
know, and
messaged
basically
him
gave
on
an impassioned
probably
closing
11, so
argument.
around 9:30,
Yeah,
just
and
a
she
little
just
bit
let it
later.
happen.
I don't know, yeah.
She
Between
complains about it.
9:30 and 10, do you
And
see
then
that?
like but really the responsibility is
So I
hers.
met
She's
him
the
at
one
my
Yeah.
that's leading this
apartment.
Yeah,
Probably
you just
I
say,
wanna
sir,
say
sir,
around
thank you.
9:30
You're
or a
good.
little bit later.
And just
I'm going to interrupt
I
you there.
don't know,
Yeah.
yeah, between 9:30 and 10. And
Okay.
that ends up.
Oh.
So does that refresh your recollection that it could have been a little bit, somewhere
That
between
is such a
9:30 and
pointless
10?
impeachment.
I go more with
Yeah, it was actually
9:30, give or take
9:37.
5 minutes, because it could have been 9:20.
Okay,
It
but,
could have been 9:25.
But-
It could have been 9:35, but I go with 9:30.
okay. And did you see any police officers?
No,
Okay. Did you ever hear any police officers?
no.
God, this guy's good.
So let's go back to this 116 for a second. And you said that you saw a lot of wine right outside of
Wait a
Penthouse.
second, it's line 115?
Sorry. The exhibit that's in front of you on the screen.
Oh.
So you go by Penthouse, now I have to hurry up to make my promise to Your Honor. So you see Penthouse 1 there, and you said that the wine was in that area, right?
It's in front of the door.
Okay,
It's a little, it's gonna be 1.5 feet, 2 feet up further north.
north, closer on the way to PH3?
No, it's right in front of the doorway. You have it past the doorway, the blue dot.
Yeah,
It's,
that wasn't.
it's
intentional.
just in front of that doorway.
There we go. Okay, can you
To
put the
Penthouse
dot
5?
exactly where it was? Okay,
Can I
Okay,
move
Penthouse
that
5.
back?
and how much wine was there?
He's putting more dots.
It's a puddle,
It was a puddle.
a puddle of wine.
Could you walk past it without seeing it?
No.
It was, and could you tell a little bit about how much probably had been spilled of the wine? I mean, were we talking like a half a bottle?
Looked like, a couple of glasses of wine, making a puddle.
Okay,
Wasn't like a full bottle.
She got him to
that's
say,
a bit more.
no, there's no
Okay,
way you
thank
could have
Your
missed
Honor,
it.
I do have
If you'd
another
walked
exhibit I
past
need
there,
to
you
put
would
in,
have
and
seen
I think
it.
that might take a little bit longer than
Is
a
this
couple
to
of minutes.
impeach the
How
police
much
officers later?
Well,
With the
I
wine?
can do
The
it
police
as fast as I
officers
can.
came by at
Okay,
some
then
point,
let's- can we
and
pick
they
a-
didn't see
Heather,
any
can
of
you
this
pick up-
destruction that
well, it's
Amber
gonna be
Okay.
alleges
plaintiff's
Johnny
exhibit
left behind.
548.
So the idea is that stuff was all
Now,
planted after
do
the
you
police
have a
officers
recollection
arrived.
of
So sometime between the
Mr.
police
Depp
officers and this
having
guy.
a volatile relationship with his earlier partner, Vanessa Paradis?
No, but then again, I wasn't, I
Someone
met
said in the
her
chat they
a
cleaned it.
couple of
Try cleaning
times. I
red
have
wine from a
no-
carpet.
we weren't, our paths weren't crossing at that particular time.
Were those floors
when
carpet
they
or were they
together.
like?
All right, do you
Carpeted
recall
in the
Mr.
hallway.
Depp
Okay.
ever referring to a circumstance with her as carnage?
What's the relevance?
We're talking, he's trying to give character testimony here, and
You
I'll tell
opened
you
the
what, I'll move
door.
to a different
Okay.
one.
All right.
Now, you said that Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard were, you said that they were always nice to each other?
Yeah.
Do you ever remember Mr. Depp referring to Amber with the term cunt?
I'm sorry.
Like to her face?
No, no. to
Oh, I
you.
guarantee he's called her that a
calling
lot.
her a cunt to you.
What kind of a question is that?
Maybe in a, maybe
Like,
in a
how does that
text,
help Amber?
Yeah.
All right. Did
So
he
a
do
lot
it
of
more
people
than
thought she
once
was a
in
cunt.
text?
That's yeah.
I would have no recollection of that. I mean, he's called me a cunt in the chat. So, I mean,
So
it could be.
good.
That's a
I don't know
social
how
club when we
many,
play cards. I call
It
it
is a
guys
great
cunts all the
explanation right there.
time.
If there's something specific, if you could show me a text, that would be a different story. I don't, we've had many texts together, many
Okay, let's go to line 57 then. It would be section 57 of the exhibit that I have in front of me.
These attorneys are lucky. They're going to get to swear in trial a ton, and it's allowed.
Yeah. I got a super chat.
Now, this is a
$5
text
for the
message
C word.
between you and Mr. Depp. Do you see that?
And don't worry, guys. I'll get to the other super
If
chats
you go
too. I
down to
know some
50,
people have
go to the
been
one that's
asking
numbered
about their super
57.
chats.
57 from.
Objection, Your
This
Honor.
is from me to him.
I'm sorry.
May I approach?
Okay, sure.
All right, we got an objection. Oh my God, he's so good.
It's like, Your Honor, we didn't lay foundation about whether or not Amber really is a cunt.
Oh my God, yes. Bastia said, this guy seems very likable to me, but is speaking style a turn off to the jury? What's his relationship to Johnny? Also, keep up the great work. Thank you. I think he's an absolute turn on to the jury with his
Oh, yeah.
conversational style.
He's
completely
100% like a normal guy.
so relatable. And it's like it almost makes his brushes with fame with like Elon Musk and Johnny, like his life is so strange, and yet like you still are like, all right, but this is a cool guy. Like I like
Yeah.
this guy.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, if I met Elon Musk, I'd tell you all about it. But he's like, yeah, I saw Elon. I assume he's like, yeah, I saw Elon. And he's like, yeah, I saw
he's
Bobby
up
De
there on the
Niro. No big
balcony.
deal. Yeah.
You know, that was like, you know, June or July after the whole May thing.
So this is his childhood friend, it sounds like, from the way I understand it.
From
Are
high
you on
school.
57?
Okay.
Yeah.
57.
Hell of a
Right.
friend.
Oh my God, yeah.
And this is to you, correct, from Mr. Depp?
Is that how it's, it says from to 323-445-2400?
Oh, no, don't read the phone number.
My telephone number, so.
That's
No,
two,
don't read it
correct?
out loud.
Oh, okay.
Call
I
that dude.
understand.
Bring him on
I
your.
understand.
Bring him
Yes,
on.
yes,
All
yes.
right. And
That's to me.
I would
all right,
love to have
and
him
the
on
message
as a
he's sending
guest.
to you, and this
Such
is
a boomer, though,
18,
he's reading off his phone
2016,
number.
is hopefully
And
that
has his
comes-
contact.
Objection,
Well,
Your
not. Please don't call his phone
Exhibit's
number
not in
now.
evidence, and
But if
she's
you
reading
already know
directly from
him,
it into the record.
somehow, I would
All right,
love to
does
have
this
him on as a
refresh your
guest.
recollection that Mr. Depp referred to Amber Heard as a cunt, and in fact, rotting corpse is decomposing?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain the objection, rephrase.
I'll ask it differently. Do you recall Mr. Depp ever telling you that he, in base terms, hoped that Amber's rotting corpse is decomposing
Objection,
in
Your
the
Honor.
trunk of a Honda Civic?
I'll allow it.
Counsel even admitted it was based.
I'm not understanding the question. Say it again?
Do you recall Mr. Depp ever telling you that he hoped that Amber Heard's rotting corpse is decomposing in the fucking trunk of a Honda Civic?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yeah.
You can answer the question, sir.
Yeah, well, I say, yeah, I'm seeing it here. So obviously, yeah, it was said.
Okay.
It was written.
And then
he's
go to
so
59,
authentic.
please.
He's not trying to hide anything, and that is so perfect.
And
Even with these,
when you had to move
Seemingly
out
bad
out
facts.
of the penthouse to go to Sweetser, do you recall Mr. Depp telling you that this was Amber's fault and referring to her as a cunt?
Never
Can I
gets old.
read this
Yes,
thing
never
first
does.
so that
Yes,
way I see
please.
what's going on?
I don't get it. Oh my God. All the jury's going to hear is Amber and the word cunt together the entire time.
yes, yes,
Spoken by her attorney. Yep.
Yes.
you heard it here. You heard it here from her own
You know,
representation.
it's that
Amber
preacher-
Heard is a cunt.
Cumulative
Yeah.
bad for her. I don't get
Yeah.
it.
It's that preacher trick. You got to say it 3 times and they'll remember it.
Yes.
So now I've just read this and I understand, I remember this exactly, because this is the period of time, I'm moving, and that he's selling the apartments and there's people who are coming over. I'm still living there, and it would have been better off if I moved out, so that way then the real estate people can look at it and not come in and look at the kind of paintings that I make and all that kind of crap.
But my question
I've seen his
to
paintings.
you
They're
is, do you
very
recall
interesting.
Mr. Depp
Hmm.
calling Amber Heard a cunt and saying that it was her fault?
Well, it's
Why
written
are
there,
you doing
so,
this?
yeah, I could see that.
Okay.
Well, I don't.
They
That's
also had
not
a
what he
divorce.
says. He says that.
How
cunt
many of the
ruined
people
such
on
a
the jury
fucking
have
cool
been
life
through a
we
divorce
had
or have
for a
been
Right.
with
while.
someone who was going
I
through a
don't know.
divorce?
When
That's
And he
not-
says, I can't even.
When I
look
was
at the
getting
building
divorced, I had a lot of not nice
Right,
things to
can't
say.
even look at the
And
building
he's selling
anymore.
it.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. I'd like to move the admission of those.
That's it, though. My ex she's cool now. We're cool now. I mean,
Well,
I think we're cool now.
that's good.
Objection, Your Honor.
That's
There are
good.
some.
But it's
I
like
mean, it's a significant exhibit. There's
it's
definitely some
understandable.
hearsay
It's
in there.
reasonable
I
to
think
have those kind
I'll
of text
reserve on
messages.
that. On the
Yeah.
With a good old friend, come on.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Someone from high school.
Yeah, or like your college buddies. Yeah. I mean,
People in great marriages are saying that about each other. That's what guys do in a private conversation. So do women.
Oh,
Women
yeah.
do the same thing.
I'm
It's
reserving
true.
on whether, so.
Definitely.
Are we done with?
Doesn't
Ross?
shock anybody.
Okay,
Not
No.
at
redirect.
It is funny
Not at
though in
all.
court.
It
is.
Period.
For
For our purposes, it's
Okay,
fantastic.
there we go, Your Honor.
Oh God. Okay, sweetheart, just get up here. Just keep hammering the word "cunt" and Amber
Mr.
as
Bruch,
much
do
as
you
you can.
recall that Ms. Bredehoff was just asking you some questions about some text messages you received from Mr. Depp?
Yeah.
Do you recall when those text messages were sent?
$3 for every see you next Tuesday. Thank you.
No, I'd have to look at them again and look at the date.
I was
All
always
right,
told
I
it.
gotta hop out right now. I'm gonna try
All
to
right.
get back though. This is good.
Okay, see you, Mike.
I was always told it stands for "can't understand normal thinking," but yeah, I may have to bounce in a second when the tote trial starts up again. Holy
Yeah.
Jesus, that's a bad
And
one.
I believe we looked at
Oh my
lines
gosh. Well, yeah,
59.
thank you for coming in also.
Dude took the stand and just sunk himself. It was hilarious.
Oh God.
Yeah, I sent you a message about that. Like, it's a good one to watch later to do a video on.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Someone in the chat, Arnica Cream
This is the
can't
date
cover
of
up
when
this
you received that
testimony.
text message.
Yeah.
Very true.
So is he like an abstract painter then, or what's he do that's so?
It's
A month before.
explicit
a
and
month
graphic,
before
I should
moved
say.
out.
There's a lot of
okay.
nudity.
I'm interested.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is
When
he
was
like
the text message
renowned?
sent?
I don't know. I don't know.
It says,
But you can
10/18,
Google him
2016. That's October.
in a non-work environment.
That's, I moved
Well,
out the next
I work
month.
for myself, so
There you go.
So, in November.
what's his name?
So this is
Isaac
from
Baruch.
October.
So was that message sent several months after Ms. Heard made claims against Mr. Depp of domestic violence?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I'll allow it.
Yes, of course. This is after this whole fiasco that she started.
Mm-hmm.
And if we look at line 61,
What am I looking?
what's the date on that message?
It's 10/28, October.
These are awesome paintings, by the way.
We can take that down.
Yeah, definitely NSFW, but
Mr.
I mean,
Bruch,
he's-
Ms. Bredehoff asked you a series
Yeah,
of
don't-
questions
don't-
about the security
don't look these up at
video
work.
from the Eastern Columbia building that you observed. Do you recall that?
Yeah, the POW.
When did you understand that footage was from?
I'll sustain it, asked and answered.
Did you have an understanding at the time that you saw that video of when it was from?
I'll sustain the objection.
Ms. Bredehoff also asked you a series of questions about the argument that you overheard between Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp on the phone. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And you could hear Ms. Heard's voice on that phone, right?
yeah.
Do you recall if that was a FaceTime call or if it was just regular speakerphone?
It's just this speakerphone.
And what did you understand her tone to be on that call that you overheard?
he can do that. He can pick that up.
I'll allow it if you can answer. It's fine.
Yeah.
Taunting, egging on, almost demeanoring the baby talk.
Yeah, I'll sustain the objection. as
Why
to
is that
his answer, and I'll strike it.
What?
The whole answer, Your Honor?
That the answer, yes.
Why? That he can
I
say
don't
how it sounded
understand
to
that.
him. Yeah, it's an effect on the hearer.
I believe you testified that Mr. Depp
the very
hung up
least.
the phone during that conversation.
Yeah.
Do you recall that?
But you know what? The jury,
Did you
the jury
understand that
still
Mr.
heard
Depp
it.
was trying to
Yeah.
end the argument by hanging up the phone?
His understanding of what Mr.
Yes,
Depp
and I'm
was-
sure.
I'll sustain. That's past speculation.
I'm sure
Your Honor,
everybody knows
he-
she's not just like,
he-
oh my
he
love,
heard the
please
phone
come
call
back
and
to
he
me
was there
more.
to directly
But
observe.
what Johnny Depp's intention was, I'll sustain the
I
objection.
know what my intent.
Sir,
Oh, I'm sorry.
okay, thank you. Wait for the question. Thank you, sir.
He's like, Judge, I know my intent.
What was your
you don't tell me."
understanding of your intent with respect to hanging up the phone on that
Objection, Your Honor.
conversation?
He already asked and answered when he said he hung it up. And so
It was asked and answered. I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, is this
All
witness
right.
subject to recall?
Yes, please, please.
Possibly, Your
Let's
Honor.
get-
There's a silence. Okay, so yes or no, or not for you, not from you?
Yes,
All
yes,
right.
press.
All right, sir, since you're
Subject to recall.
subject to
Okay.
recall, that
He's
means
gotta
that you may be
return.
called again to testify at some point. So that means until that time, the rule on witnesses still is in place for you. So you cannot have any outside information or talk to anybody about your testimony here today. And don't look at any information about this on the news, okay?
Okay.
All right.
So he
thank
can
you, sir. You're
come
free to
on
go
my
at this time.
live
Thank
stream,
you.
but
Thank
only
you.
after trial concludes.
All right.
Yes.
So,
Wow,
all right,
what a
ladies and gentlemen,
phenomenal
we'll go ahead and
witness.
take our afternoon lunch. We'll give you till 2:30 to take care of lunch. Again, no outside information, and please don't discuss this case, okay? All right, thank you. Have a good lunch.
Fantastic witness. This guy, I love him. I want him to be my best friend. Johnny is incredibly fortunate to have this guy as not only his
Yes.
friend,
So
but
come
also
back
as
at
a witness.
2:30 then?
This guy was
Thank you.
perfect.
That is how you
Perfect.
do. That's how you testify, guys.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
And that cross-examination was terrible. It was awful.
Oh
It was,
yes.
not a single leading question, which is so
Yeah.
surprising.
Well, I didn't hear all of it, but yeah. I understand there's times where you're going to leave something open-ended, but that's you're trying to get them to verify something they've already said, or you're setting up a trap. And then if they don't go in your trap, usually that still helps you because now you can nail them down. But yeah, that was a lot of open-end. Oof.
Yeah.
And she could stop him. She could.
Yes. And that's the thing is that with somebody who takes control of a conversation so well and who is so relatable and so likable,
Yeah.
that can be hard, but you have to find some way of saying, I'm so sorry to cut you off, but I have to ask another question.
Oh no,
You know?
it's not even that. Just be a big asshole about it. Like, look, sir, like hold your hand up, be like, stop.
Yeah.
Now the judge might say, hey, you asked it, he gets to continue. Hopefully you derailed him for a second. I mean, I've made that mistake before and asked the wrong question, and the
Yeah.
person just keeps going, and I try to stop him, and the judge says, too bad, but I derailed him, so it saved the day. But
Yeah.
this guy, I
Yeah.
feel like he's on it. He's like a machine gun. He's not stopping.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And the thing is, like, he definitely was prepared for this,
Yes.
right? Like
Well-
they definitely talked to him ahead of time, but he didn't seem rehearsed. He seemed prepared, but not rehearsed. He seemed very sincere, very authentic. Like everything that he was talking about, he just seemed like he was just him, unvarnished, telling the truth,
Yeah.
everything that he saw and witnessed.
And for this guy, it sounds like he's talking about it like it happened about 20 minutes ago.
Yeah.
I mean, that guy's 100% raw, just the way he came across, the way he talks. He's, it sounds like anybody, I've ever known, just some guy talking at the bar about how things went down.
Yeah. Yes.
That was
exactly.
so good.
Yeah, because it just you feel like you're just sitting and having a meal, and also because of the fact that he was so relatable and they had so much great time with him on direct. By the time they got to cross-examination, when they started to ask these ticky-tacky questions about the arnica cream and the foundation and the contouring and all this stuff, that he's like, I don't know what that stuff is, and he has the ability to show his annoyance, show his frustration with those questions, because he is very authentic, like he's not guarded. He's very, he's very him, and he was very relatable up to that point. So it's like he can get away with showing some attitude to those kinds of questions, because he's just like, look, that's ridiculous. Why would you ask me something like that?
Yeah, and I think Johnny's sister is a big contrast to that, where Johnny's sister's she's trying to answer questions the way I think she thinks they're supposed to be answered, how a lawyer would answer them, how it should look. And this guy's like, I'm just going to tell you, I don't care how you look at me. Here's what happened. Here's the truth. Here's what I know. And, I seriously mean that. For those of you out there, God forbid you ever have to be in a trial for some reason, don't worry about how it's got to sound. I mean,
Yes.
the truth is the truth. Just get it out there.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. Yes.
I mean,
and
she could have come
he-
across like him.
Yes. Yeah. And the thing too is that
hi, Nate.
yeah, Nate, what's
Hey,
up?
potentially criminal. What's up?
Hi, Nate. How you doing? Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. This first time we've been on stream together.
Yes,
Nice
yes.
to finally meet you. I saw you over there on Nick's. I was like, oh, okay, cool. Can't wait to rumble with this guy.
Nate, did you get any of that cross examination and redirect?
Yeah. I watched it while I was picking up my kid. As a practicing professional, that cross examination had a lot to.
Yes.
First, for all you want to be lawyers out there, on cross, you never let the witness give a speech. That's why you ask leading questions. Isn't it true you said this? Yes or no. And when the witness starts going and rambling, crazily, you're supposed to stop that witness. Hold on, I didn't ask you about all that. Was that a yes or a no? You have to control the witness and that type of thing. And in this situation, I think the defense attorney had a plan, but didn't really know how to control this witness and let this witness go on tangents, drop tears. It was almost like it was direct examination again. And
yes.
Yeah.
He got to have a second direct examination. That's exactly what happened.
Yes. And I think in the overall scheme, what they have to prove is that what Amber did was make everything up. And I think this witness on cross-examination gave you a lot of that. Yes, she just made this up. Remember? Oh my God, she made this up. That's the reason why we're here. All that was said on cross-examination. And
it was
that,
the
I
question,
think, hurt the case.
But you're angry at her right now, aren't you? That question was stupid. That question is stupid because there was nothing leading up to this point that suggested that. If anything, he was like so like sunshine and rainbows about Amber. He was like, I loved Amber. She was the nicest person to me. She would always be so doting on me, and she's my friend, and I love all of her friends.
Yeah, I just want her to be held responsible.
To suggest that.
Yeah.
But then when she's like, but you're angry at him, aren't you? And he's like, well, I'm angry that she made up all this bullshit about Johnny. So yeah.
And that's where the lawyer was supposed to come in and stop. As soon as she said, I'm angry that hold on. Was that a yes or a no? I'm not asking you for a speech. I asked you a specific question, yes or no. If you didn't hear it, I'll ask it again, right? And then even ask the judge, can you ask it as non-responsive? She objected to the witness's answer after he gave like a 5-hour speech. And I think a lot of people who are out there don't also realize is that sometimes you ask the question knowing that it's going to be objected to and they're not going to answer. Why? Because the question itself has value. So, and the defense attorney did one of those where she asked the question and that question itself had the value. So it was like, what was it? Not really non-responsive. It was calls for speculation about the makeup. Do you think that if she had a bruise, she would wear makeup? And they were like, calls for speculation. But that question's already out there. The jury already knows. You don't
planted in the jury's mind.
The answer doesn't matter because we all know what the answer is supposed to be. So I think this, these are high-powered, making tons of money attorneys. I think it's just fundamentally on cross-examination, this attorney just didn't check the boxes correctly. I think had so much to work with, but just it just came out so poor for them. So
yes, I completely agree. And the way that you do that on cross-examination with a witness that is starting to take control, because really the cross-examination is all about a control balance between the two. As the attorney, you have to take control because this is an adverse witness. They could do this, right? Like they could just steamroll all over you, take a big deuce in the bed, so to speak.
Literally, right? Literally.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the job of the attorney is to prevent that from happening. So once they start to sort of wriggle and they start to put in their own narrative and they start to give their own answers, you establish that by getting a rhythm, like you start to get them so that they start to get lulled into complacency. Like, well, then this happened. Yes. Then this happened. Yes. Then this happened. Yes. Then this happened. Yes. And then you get them, and then you get a little zinger that maybe they're not paying attention, but because you're asking it so quickly and they've been lulled into answering so quickly, then they're like, yes. And then you ask the next question and then they're like, whoa. But it doesn't matter because you've already gotten your answer.
Yeah. This has been a fantastic witness. This has been a fantastic witness for Johnny's side.
Yeah.
If I was, go ahead.
No, I'm agreeing with you. Like, he's a $50 million witness.
Yeah. Oh yeah. But I would have, if I was Amber's team, no. My cross examination would have been it would have been surgical, but it would have really played on the whole bias. I would have been making it seem like you were friends for 40 years. How much? I would have came in with the numbers. How much he's been paid over those 40 years? Has he had any other jobs? Are you solely working for Johnny? If Johnny goes down, do you go down? Who, you know, you're living rent free.
Yeah.
You're doing all
That's where
this.
you got to
you're doing all this.
focus.
Oh yeah. And so it would have been, I'd have been, again, a commando raid. You'll say
Yes.
anything you'll do to keep the gravy train going. Objection. All right, withdrawn and sit
Yeah.
your ass down. Right.
Yes.
Because that's where he's at.
Even still, I think that even I don't even know if their best surgical raid would have been particularly effective, because with this witness, not with the previous witness, but with this witness, they were pretty good at addressing those, like, quote unquote bad facts on direct. They went through his potential bias. I mean, that was like the whole first story, was how Johnny basically made his life what it is as an artist. Like he made him. He owes his whole career to Johnny, basically, and he gave him $100,000, and he housed him, and he paid for his medical bills when he had to get an MRI and physical therapy and stuff. So it's like the bias is already apparent to the jury, even on direct, but they addressed it in such a way that it's like, well, I mean, okay, but he's still also being super honest about everything. So even still, even with that, of course, I agree with you that it would have been better for them to just go surgically in bias, questions about finances, questions about living experiences, questions about the fact that he's still living in Johnny's home now, boom, 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 and address it. But even still, it wouldn't have had a fatal effect on this witness.
Yeah, I think, because a lot of times when we watch these cases, we are trying to win the case with this particular witness on the stand. That's how kind of what our commentary literally goes, right? This witness is going to win the entire case, and we analyze it as
Because we haven't seen the next person yet,
and we haven't seen the next person, right? And we still, but we do this with every trial. So every trial we watch, we always do this. But I think with this witness, I don't think Amber's team had to win with this witness, right? Only thing I think they had to do was just make this witness say whatever he's going to say, everything he needs to say pro Johnny, even if he's being truthful, right?
Yes.
So we can't rely on, we can believe this witness, but we can't really rely on him for a win or for a loss, right? That's really what the defense is going here, especially a friendly witness, someone who's talkative. That's what I want to do. So I don't care about the stuff that he said. I don't even care if you've attacked it if you open it up on direct. You can have the same story, but two different narratives. And you're right. Sure. The narrative they placed inside that story was, hey, he's a friend, he's biased, this, no problem. My story would have been, you're sitting up there and you're going to say whatever you need to say to keep the Gary chain going, right? That's not what they said on direct. That's what I'm saying on cross. And at the end of cross, if you leave it with that, then, hey, we can like the guy, we believe him, but this is Johnny's friend, that's Johnny's sister. They're going to say whatever they need to say.
Sure.
And that's what I want the jury to leave with.
Yeah.
Yeah, and instead they heard the name Amber and cunt over and over and over again.
Exactly.
Which I mean, that was so horrible. Like and Alita said it, it's Amber's attorney saying that over and over and over again. Like, poof. That stuff actually sticks in their minds.
I would have had this poor guy looking like he was like Johnny and him were the same person. 42 years, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
They're longer than marriages, right? How many marriages have Johnny had and you've been together? He should marry you, I'd have been throwing it all out there.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, this was theirs to lose, and they definitely lost on this one.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I think it's funny because my heart kind of goes out for Johnny because I think she totally made all this stuff up, and I honestly, if there's any justice, I would honestly want Johnny to win because I believe this is all made up. But I think the case is he's still got a lot to go. And this witness did a lot to help him out.
Well,
she did a lot to help him out.
I said this yesterday, Nate. I think even if he does lose, this isn't a public execution of Amber. So, I mean, even if he loses, I mean, he lit her, he set her ablaze. So, I think she's toast no matter what. Yeah. And I think that's ultimately his ultimate goal is just to get that vindication.
Well, this wasn't, the thing is that from my perspective, whenever you have a client who's, especially like a press case like this, one thing is that sometimes the clients that he's not going to really get any money, substantial money from Amber. What he wants is to get his narrative out, because that's what cancel culture does, right? When
Yeah.
you're canceled, you can't say anything, right? Nobody cares what Harvey Weinstein's side of the story is. Nobody cares what anybody. When you're canceled, we don't care what your side of the story is. So
Yeah.
this was the only way Johnny could get his side of the story out, and people were forced to listen to it. And I think that's what all this does. So his win, I think, is, or soon as they said we're going to trial, Johnny has won the case. Now it's just icing on the cake, because the public relations nightmare that Amber Heard didn't want to get into, she's in now, right? She's going to be into the abuse. She's now has just as big of a chance to get canceled, just like he was canceled, because now all that abusive stuff, Aquaman 3, I don't know if that's really on the table, because you're an abusive spouse, right?
Yeah.
You're an abusive spouse.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey guys, I gotta go. The trial I was watching starting back up, so I'll see you guys.
All right.
All right. Thanks
See you,
for
Nate.
joining us.
Nice to meet you, Nate.
Oh man. So yeah, no, all of that is great. Oh, and by the way, guys, I've seen some people asking about who's testifying, what's the spelling on people's names. What we're starting to do is I'm adding a comment into the chat and pinning it at the top, which witness it is. I mean, obviously it'll change once we come back and we have a new witness. But I'm trying to do that so that you guys can just look up on the chat, see who it is, and just go from there. So just for future reference. And by the way, of course, as always, reminding you guys that we are giving legal commentary throughout this trial. I mean, there are portions that we're probably not going to talk through because of the fact that we've got some very interesting witnesses here, but we are still going to be giving our own legal commentary so that we can help to inform and along with coming from our own experiences, our education, etc., to help make this as educational and interesting as possible for you guys. And if you don't want the commentary, be sure to go to either Law and Crime, Court TV, Sky News, Washington Post, ironically.
Yeah. No, but a lot of people don't realize that, like, we're giving you guys legal commentary. We're talking about hearsay. We're talking about strategy. We're talking about this. And sometimes you have to talk about it in that moment. Oh, this is bad strategy. And like this part that we've been talking about, the strategy about how to question a witness on cross-examination. You're not getting that from the Washington Post, right? You're going to get that from here. So, if you enjoy this type of coverage, we got to talk about it. So hopefully people understand.
Yes, exactly.
So right
Babylonia
now,
Rising. Oh, sorry. Babylonia Rising says, friends like that are gold. Thank you for covering this, Legal Bites. Of course. Sorry, Nate, you're saying.
No, I said, so right now, this witness seems to be done. I think, well, it's about 6 weeks, so I'm assuming Johnny's going to go on for like we got another week and something of this. This witness was a half-day witness. I think Johnny's best witness so far out of the two. Where do you think he goes from here? Because essentially, Johnny's going to have to prove that none of this happened, or not beyond a reasonable doubt, beyond a preponderance of the evidence. Can he do it? It's like, because even that last witness still left hope out that he could still have abused her, because they asked her, are you saying for sure that he doesn't, that he never abused you and he abused Amber? And he couldn't say no.
Well,
and I think that's a win for Amber's side, because that doesn't mean, because if he said it didn't happen, okay, but if he said I can't say it didn't, then that kind of makes it seem like, okay, the door's still open for that.
You know what? He wasn't overselling his testimony, which I think was good. I think the fact that he limited it to, I didn't see any abuse. I didn't see anything. And he repeated that, with the multiple questions when she tried to ask him in several different ways, that he just said, I didn't see anything. That is a very realistic response, and it's very honest, I think. And I think that the way that Johnny Depp is going to get there is by getting multiple people getting their perspective, and multiple people saying, I saw them here, I saw them there, I didn't see anything. And then for the May 21st incident, getting the police testimony is going to be pretty important for that, because they're going to say, I came in at this time after this incident. I didn't see any damage to this place. I didn't see any wine stain in the hallway. I didn't see this door that was supposedly punched in, or glass that was shattered from wine bottles and from pictures and paintings and stuff. I saw none of that. Everything was tidy and normal, and they were bored and they didn't even want us there, apparently. Amber Heard and her friends. So that's going to be very, very important for that. And I think that what's going to happen is, when you start to show, I mean, there are 14 incidents that Amber has now alleged, but what's going to happen, I think, is when you start to show a pattern of like, okay, she made up this one. Okay, she made up this one. Okay, she made up this one. How many more do we have to show to show that that this is the boy who cried wolf, without the actual wolf, right?
But
I
don't
think
forget
I think
you still.
ultimately that's what's going to happen.
Well, first, before I get into the rebuttal, I want to say shout out to my man in the room, lawyer. You know what's up,
Yeah,
man?
lawyer, you know.
What's going on?
Sorry, I know. I just couldn't let you in without
No,
him.
that's awesome. I'm just taking it all in here. I'm just taking it all in.
Yeah. I know you joined us for a bit yesterday, and it was like in the middle of testimony, so we didn't really get to talk too much.
Yeah,
But
I just
I'm
came
really
in when
happy
I
to have
could. I
you on.
appreciate you having me. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Yeah,
of
so
course.
a couple things that I think are super interesting about this, kind of what you guys are already hitting on, is she only has to prove that in her mind she was abused by him, right? Because that's the statements. The statements that Johnny Depp's lawyers pointed out were pulled from the op-ed, that she was a victim, she stood up, she was a public figure, she's dealing with it, she's dealing with the power of a man that's called an abuser. She doesn't have to prove individual incidents. She doesn't have to prove that she had bruising on her face when the friend showed up. She doesn't have to even prove anything with that domestic violence restraining order. She doesn't have to prove any of that individually to win the case, which I think is really interesting because that's kind of what we're so focused on. But I do think that because we live in a world where it's a trial by jury, if Johnny Depp is able to disprove those big ones or show that those bruises were fake or self-inflicted or whatever, then I think he could win, even if he doesn't disprove the fact that throughout their entire relationship, she felt like a victim of domestic violence. This is really all she has to prove.
Yes, exactly.
That's really interesting to me.
Yes.
Yeah, good point.
Completely agree. And I think that, we were talking a lot yesterday about the specific statements that Johnny has alleged are defamatory. And I think that that's we are looking at this as lawyers as saying, well, I'm not sure that that's really defamatory. I'm not sure that that's really factual. But I think that a jury looking at this after 4 to 6 weeks, if they find enough of these big incidents where it looks to them fairly clearly like she made it up, they're going to look at that and say, you know what, I still want to get him some kind of retribution because he has been so harmed by this woman one way or another, and end up finding in his favor because jurors are emotional, and sometimes jurors make decisions that are not necessarily to the letter of the law, but but sometimes they'll make decisions that are
Based
more
off justice.
Exactly.
Yeah.
In the interest of justice. Yeah. So that could totally come to play here, and he could win on that level.
Your point about Boy Who Cried Wolf, I think was it, because reality, legally speaking, it's only got to be one time out of a million. She can cry wolf a million times, and one time, if it's true, she can say I'm an abuse victim and I'm a public figure. But I don't think the jury's going to buy it that way.
Yeah.
I also think I want to hear what you guys think about the damages. How are they going to connect the damages? Because for somebody who doesn't really know anything about this case, that's how I came into it. I mean, I know who Johnny Depp is, obviously.
Yeah.
And I saw Aquaman, so I guess that means I know who Amber Heard is. But like, how are they going to connect these damages? I think that's going to be really tough. I know certain people came out and said things about domestic violence, certain companies, but I mean, was he really going to get Pirate 6? I don't know.
But the way they're
there
connecting,
was Fantastic Beasts that he was
that he was
off,
let go from,
and now he's been replaced. So there is calculation
Something.
that's pretty concrete.
Mhm.
But
I don't
forget.
know.
Well,
I don't know. Maybe Pirate 6. Maybe there would have been, because they were churning those out as much as possible. And the merch that they're selling, and I don't know. He may have had contracts with them on Disney merch for using his likeness. Maybe that also got cut off. That's also a possibility.
Well, I think you got two things going on here. I'm not sure if this is a per se case, but domestic abuse would be a crime. So if this is under defamation per se, they may not have to go to the whole damages piece, because it'll be implied with if under Virginia law something like this would be considered defamation per se. But I'm not sure if the assault or the that would fall in that realm. The second thing about damages is that when we were looking at the case yesterday and the opening statements, it seemed to me that damages is not what Johnny Depp and his team were worried about. Right. They seem to kind of already believe they have that, because of the whole cancellation of Me Too. They're doing this inference, right? The fact that she said this, the fact that I wasn't getting any more jobs. Look at my money before, look at my money after. Here's the date that it happened. So all of this is happening because of these statements. And he's doing this whole pop culture thing. Me Too, I got Me Too'd, I got canceled. So he's essentially, his argument from reading the documents seems to be his cancellation was solely due to what happened to her. And his loss of revenue, just like everyone else's, Bill Cosby, this person, that person, but he's innocent. So I'm thinking that's how he attached his damages. But I think his biggest issue now, I don't think is damages, because I think both sides have kind of conceded the damages piece of it. I think his big issue now is I think Johnny Depp's big issue is are the statements themselves true, and are they about him? Because the 3 statements don't mention his name, and it was written in an opinion piece, and it's like, are they really defamatory? So he's trying to now make that connection, like, this was not only about me, but this was defamatory, and these were lies, these were false, and this is how I'm proving they're false. And we're starting with these individual incidents. But I think it goes back to what you were saying earlier, Lawyer, is that even if all those incidents, she didn't have a bruise, but if she can find one that is possibly true, then that kills his whole defamation claim.
Yeah, I think that they would have to be making multiple arguments then, because they're pretty much arguing that those statements were about him. I think it'd be tough for Amber to say, no, those statements aren't about him, based on the fact that they're saying, yes, he was abusive, yes, he did this to her and all of that. I also don't think that they've conceded damages, because they've talked about how he's been showing up late to sets, the drug and alcohol abuse, the blackouts. Like, that's why and I can't help myself, I'm a car accident lawyer. It feels like a damages case in my car accident where somebody's saying they got a pre-existing condition, and I'm trying to figure out, are these injuries to the spine old, or are they new? Were they caused by this accident, or were they already there? Were Johnny Depp's damages already coming? Was his career already spiraling, and this added to it? Or was this the cause of the spiral? That, I think, is an interesting part, especially with he struggles with pills, not drugs. They are drugs.
I think you're right.
Like, you can get arrested for having pills as narcotics. Those are drugs that can be illegal drugs.
But sometimes, but in terms of the bias that people will attach to those drugs can totally depend on which ones. I mean, getting addicted to pain medications is very different than getting addicted to cocaine or crack exactly.
Correct.
Exactly.
But you guys got to know that that's going to be Amber Heard's going to say, obviously, and that's the reason why they asked this last witness. He was drunk, he was on drugs, because he couldn't remember everything. And obviously, one of those drunk and drug binge times, Amber got hit and he just doesn't remember. And I think that is, that's something that I think they're going to have to overcome, because that's possible, especially if you're talking about a drug addicted Hollywood actor who doesn't remember everything. It's possible. And as soon as you say it's possible, now we're talking about that burden, what is it? Preponderance of the evidence. Because that's all it's pretty low, but it's tough when you do have the other side saying that we have a viable argument here too, right? So
it's going to be interesting to hear how they explain preponderance of the evidence in closing. I'm interested in that, because this is such a case where it doesn't feel like that. It feels like you got to call somebody a liar. You got to say she lied or he lied. It's on a reasonable doubt case in criminal, it's like, I don't know if you saw the January 6th thing that came down, but even the judge was like, it's probably more likely that he committed a crime, but because of the burden, he's not guilty. Can't really have that in this situation, I feel like. I feel like they got to call somebody a liar. If they rule in favor for Johnny Depp, it almost feels like 100% hammer down on Amber Heard. It's what it feels like to me, at least.
Yeah, at least that's
a good point.
That's the goal that they have, is to make it look that way, like 100%. This is a hoax.
And if I'm Amber Heard's lawyer, I'm making that burden seem like this. They have to prove that she lied.
Absolute proof.
All 3 times they pulled out those 3 statements, or all 3 of those statements a lie. That's the interesting part. You got a lot of bites at the apple. That's in the. I don't know if have either of you guys ever handled a defamation case on either side?
Yeah, well, I've done plaintiff side defamation cases, not defendant side.
I haven't, but I would love to, honestly.
Don't ever. Maybe on the defense side. So I've done a couple on both sides, and on the plaintiff side, they're so brutal, and it's so brutal to attach damages. Now, obviously, for Johnny Depp, we've done them for some political figures where you can say how their political career was affected, but I mean, it's really tough, especially in today's day and age where everybody's calling somebody a scumbag, everybody's being mean to each other with their keyboards, and it's tough. They're really tough cases to prosecute. Nate, you've done some prosecuting of them as a plaintiff's lawyer. They're tough. They're really tough.
Yeah, well, the couple, because so people understand the way it goes with private attorneys. I get to pick and choose cases, so I go through all the facts
Sure.
and like what's going on. And 90% of the time with defamation cases, it always goes to the damages. They called you these horrible, horrible things, but how do I connect that with you losing money? Because unless it's, and that's why you'll see on a lot of the defamation lawyers' websites, they'll say defamation per se, defamation per se. We're looking for defamation per se,
Exactly.
defamation per se, because you don't have to prove the damages and harm the reputation. But the cases I've held, well, I've had 2 cases, and both of them were per se. But what you do, so for the audience, so those of you who don't know, when you file your lawsuit, you file for defamation per se. But just in case that gets knocked down, you also file a standard defamation claim. So you're arguing both, and if the judge accepts it per se, then you really don't have to argue the full defamation. You'll see that in most cases. I don't know if you guys have that in your state, but that's how we do it here.
Yeah, it's tough, and attaching the damages are tough, and even sometimes the publicity part of it is tough, depending on like who saw the post or who are you talking to or how many people.
Yeah.
I mean, I get way too many calls for defamation. And it's always a tough conversation to explain to somebody that's not defamation. Like that's just not.
And I hear some vicious things, like
Exactly.
But it's unfortunately it's just not. And I think in this case, just looking at the statements alone, because, and I'll just be honest with you, if Johnny came into my practice asking me to help him with this and on contingency, I'm not taking this case on contingency at all. He's got to pay me.
And I don't think they did either.
Yeah, and I don't think his
Yeah.
attorney did it either, because this is not a case. And why I'm saying that is because you evaluate the strength of a contingency case. You have to evaluate it's got to be really strong, because you don't get paid unless your client gets paid. So that's why I'm saying on this case, it's a fight. But on the opposite end, I do think he has some punches to throw.
Mhm.
But I still think Johnny has an uphill battle. Even though I hope he wins, I still think he has an uphill battle to win.
It's got to be a character assassination, basically. He's got to talk about how she's a liar and drama queen. That's what they're kind of saying. That's the only way you really win this. I feel like. I mean,
I think so.
I feel like there's not going to be any. It's so hard to provide proof to prove something is a lie. It's hard.
Somebody asked this yesterday about character evidence and whether they're going to allow character evidence against Amber Heard and Johnny Depp in this trial. And I was guessing yes,
They already
because
have.
character is at issue.
They do have
Literally, the issue is their
limitations on it,
character.
though. They do have limitations on it though, because they have sustained some objections so far on the basis that it was character evidence. So they're placing limitations on it even still, which is kind of strange, because it's like you kind of have to allow some character evidence in here, because you have to have a starting point and an end point, right, to compare them to. We're talking about reputation after all.
Mhm.
Yes. Well, this I think character is at issue, because that's one of the exceptions to character evidence, if character is at issue in a trial. And here, I think in a defamation case where it's whether the person is lying, her character and the ability to tell the truth is at issue. So I think character evidence in that limited, because obviously character has got to be limited to that particular issue. Yes, I think you could bring evidence in. If she's lied before in the past, she's lied about something like this, I think that's all fair game in this particular case, because it's a core issue of the case.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Do you guys think there should be some other way, some other legal way to handle situations like this, like where you think somebody's lying, so it doesn't have to be such a big rigmarole like this? Like, what other way is there to handle these kind of disputes? I mean,
The
it just seems
Coliseum,
tough.
baby.
It is. I'm thinking back to the
Gladiators
old Viking
ready.
shows, right?
Lions and tigers.
You come before the Earl and he just makes a decision as to who's right. It's tough though. I feel like it's tough. It's got to be so frustrating when you feel like somebody's lying about you or exaggerating and making it sound worse or twisting words, and it's affecting your career. But like, is it really a lie? Did you never push her? Did you never touch her ever at all, to where she could just say, I'm a victim of domestic abuse or domestic violence? I mean, it's really tough.
Well, he's admitted to pushing her. He has admitted to some violent acts. So it's tough, because if they
But a push
play
is
those
not the same
admissions,
thing as what she's really alleging here. I mean, she's
I don't know.
alleging.
I've prosecuted people on pushes before. You go there in the house with domestic. Oh, he pushed me. Was there a bruise? Okay, well, he's got to go in for domestic violence. Pushing, you know,
100%. 100%. That's a battery. You know, I mean, I
I
think
don't know.
that.
I've done DV cases before. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's you push
I mean, but
somebody,
what
you're in
about
trouble.
what about where he's claiming that it's in self-defense?
But see, that's the difficult part. And that's what I keep coming back to is this is not a criminal case. This is not a, she did this to me and it's a justified act. This is her opinion that she was abused. It does not have to be right. She does not have to have the correct opinion. She could slap him in the face. He could slap her back. And she could now think she is a victim of domestic violence. And that's what she said in the op-ed. Therefore, it is a true protected opinion, not defamation. So I don't even think like a self-defense slap or punch or push gets him the win in this case. That's the tough part from how I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, yeah, it's going to be tough because
But the question
that would be a
is,
trial within a trial, essentially, right? You got
yeah,
to prove, then you got to prove the self-defense.
yeah, yeah. I mean, but what the jury is going to be analyzing is whether or not she actually believes that herself, right? I mean,
So the three phrases that they put up are I stepped up against sexual violence and felt the wrath. That to me, I think actually arguably you could say she was not talking about Johnny Depp. She could be stepping up against anybody's sexual violence, but she then, her lawyers have said he did sexually assault her. So, you know, she's kind of ruining that argument. Number two, 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse. Now that to me is a pure opinion. If she feels like he abused her, that can even be verbal. You know, that can be emotional abuse. And then number three, I had the rare vantage point and saw real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. Again, opinion. How do you prove that that's a lie? That she didn't feel like she felt that? It's tough to prove that those things are lies.
I think they're trying to prove that they're lies like they're doing now. This incident that she said that it happened was a lie. This instance, so they're trying to prove through these specific instances of conduct that each one of these are lie, and then have the jury say, well, the preponderance of the evidence. If we could prove these three are lies, then provide a preponderance of the evidence.
yeah.
She's been lying about the whole thing. And so that's what I'm thinking Johnny Depp's team is trying to go for. Even though I agree with you. I think it's a total leap, and I think it's going to be hell to make it there based on those three statements. I wouldn't be betting on Johnny Depp, but I think they are trying to get there. So
yeah. It's not a home run. They definitely have their work cut out for them. But I think that they can get the jury to be convinced that this was something that she didn't sincerely believe, but something that she cooked up. And they're starting to lay that out with this witness that we saw today, who was talking about the wine, like the wine in the hallway, the damage to the apartment or whatever, you know, all of that stuff, which we're gonna see from the police officers that are gonna say, nope, we didn't see any of that when we came in.
This is the video supposedly that is going to be pro Amber. This is the audio from I think Johnny recorded this, but listen to this. And again,
I don't know that this is actually pro Amber though, but let's listen.
All right, but listen.
And I feel like all the trust is gone. All the fucking trust is gone in the relationship because you keep splitting.
I'm not gonna be in a physical fucking altercation with you.
Then don't.
You fucking hit me last night. You fucking.
What about all the other times you split? Come on, you cannot act like that's about that. It's not.
We're on a plane. I can't split.
No, and you hit back. So don't act like you don't fucking participate.
I pushed you.
I'm not going to get into the details of that fight. You and I both know that you split when there is no physical violence involved. And that you do it at the very beginning of fights these days. And if you split and you go into a different room and you don't actually leave that house, it does nothing but perpetuate the fight. Really, when you split on me, how do you feel when I leave you?
So that's about it. But I think that goes
Well, there is more to it when he's like, well, what about when you start throwing pots and pans? And she's like, oh, but that's another thing. And he's like, and vases. He's like, that's another thing.
So I want to grant you that, right? I'll say I agree with that. She could have said the worst things possible after this moment, but the fact of the matter is, you have him admitting to some violence. to pushing back to them having these altercations, right? That's him on this video. And now he's saying that he was this, he didn't commit any violence, right? It was everything was lies. I think this doesn't say that. I think this gives Amber an argument to say there was violence. He did commit violence.
This is
to what
why.
extent?
Go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're good. This is why exactly what you're saying is why that kind of would have been my strategy in the case. Is just like we have to prove that she believed that she was a victim of domestic abuse. That's what I would say. I think though, that's not what they're doing. They're going full hog. They're saying sexual violence. They're saying bruises, beating, punching. He was doing it all the time. So I think they've created a burden and duty for themselves at this point, Amber Heard's lawyers, that they have to go with. They can't, based on opening and how they're crossing these witnesses, they can't possibly go back now and say, well, a push is all we need for her to feel like she was a victim, or else she looks like a liar. In my opinion, I think they've already blown the argument you said, which I think legally speaking is an argument that could win. That's how I would have attacked it.
And I think part of that problem is the fact that they filed counterclaims. If they had left her as a true defendant in this case, they could have just been on the defense and been like, nope. She firmly believed it. She firmly believed it. But because of the fact that they have filed counterclaims, they also have a burden. She also has all of this character evidence that can now come in against her because she's alleging reputational harm. So that was a huge misstep in my opinion. And for statements that also are no better than the ones that Johnny has alleged, in my opinion. I don't know, maybe a bit more factual, but I mean, those were, I spent a lot of time looking up or analyzing Virginia's case law on the litigation privilege. And I mean, maybe it doesn't fit into it. Maybe it's a bit more limited in Virginia than it is in some other places. But this was his attorney that was making statements to the press in the course of his duties as his attorney representing him during litigation. I mean, the only thing, I think the only reason why those statements are not protected by litigation privilege is the fact that he made them to the press and not to a judge in a courtroom. But it was still like as part of this litigation and part of their allegations and everything. So anyhow, I mean, in my opinion, there's still a fairly decent argument to be made that should be within litigation privilege. So
yeah, and most counterclaims, as we know, are just settlement tools. We'll also dismiss our counterclaim if we can resolve this case. We'll also dismiss our counterclaim. Half the time they don't care. It's like, I mean,
yeah. But if that was their strategy in this case, that kind of backfired.
It's interesting because I think a lot of people don't understand when it comes to these defamation cases, there are two components. First, the statements have to be false. Reading through those statements, I don't know if I can prove them to be false. I just don't see it. But I'm assuming they can prove them to be false. Whatever they're trying to do it. But then the second piece is the actual malice piece, right? The motive really doesn't matter. It's just actual malice. Did she know they were false? Now, if you could say that now, I think they're trying to attack both at the same time. We're saying, well, these statements were false because she made them up. And that kind of gives them that the two arguments together. One, these are false statements, and two, the actual malice, because she said them and she knew they were false. So that's what they're seeming to be trying to prove with these witnesses. But I think his own statements kind of kill that actual malice piece, because if you're saying you pushed, if you're admitting that we had violent encounters, if you're saying all this, then her saying that I'm a domestic violence abuse person, victim, and I 2 years ago this happened to me. That seems to me to be true, right? If what he said is true, what she's saying is true, and then that seems to be a true statement that's really not defamatory, because they both are saying they've had this issue. And that's why I keep thinking, even though I think Johnny has a case, I think it's just such an uphill battle because of the previous statements, we're going to hear now, and the fact that Amber doesn't have to win totally. Only thing she has to do is confuse everything, where it's kind of like, we don't know what happened, so it's good. And I think that's her attorneys need to go into it thinking that we don't really have to win on the points. We have to confuse the jury so much where they're going to be like, these are just two asshole rich people, and let them go home with nothing. right?
Mutual combat.
I
Exactly.
don't know that the confusion actually benefits her, because the confusion is as to her underlying allegations. So about these incidents, right? So I think that if there turns out to be this cloud of confusion as to what actually happened during these incidents, it more comes from the fact that her allegations, as she alleges them, are not exactly clear, because I don't know, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, I
But
agree
Johnny
that.
has to
I think
prove
that
them false,
benefits
though.
Johnny more than
But
her.
doesn't Johnny have to prove them false? If he can't prove
Yes.
them false and they're confusing, then she wins, right?
Yeah, I
Because
don't know if I
he-
would.
If in the process of trying to prove them false, a lot of this confusion comes up from her side, then that tends to show that the story is maybe not so consistent and maybe not so true.
Yeah,
I
I don't
think.
know. I don't know if confusion would necessarily be the word. I understand where Nate's coming from. I think that it's more if you can get a situation, be like, we can't tell who's telling the truth. So are you really going to,
Yes.
rule in favor of somebody that you just don't really know? Just cast doubt everywhere, create skeptics of everyone in the room. Kind of. Then I agree with you that confusion
that's
doesn't
true.
necessarily help Amber. I agree that doesn't really help Amber. I agree with you there, but I agree with Nate that I think just kind of casting doubt everywhere potentially is maybe the route to go. I would have taken an interesting legal strategy on this case, and it seems like Amber's lawyers want to get into proving the truth beyond a reasonable doubt as criminal prosecutors for her domestic violence criminal case, and she's the victim, which is not what's happening here. I don't think they could do that.
Yeah, I think it's that aim high principle, but settle for low. So in other words, we're aiming for reasonable doubt, and in trying to get there, we're going to automatically get preponderance of the evidence, right? So if we have enough for that, then we can get there. I'm just assuming that may be their strategy, but I think at the end of the day, like I said, I hope Johnny wins, because from the background that I do know. But I just think it's just going to be tough. Just even, and I'll say this though, because we're all attorneys here. Just look here. I'll even pull up the statement. Let me pull up the statements. If you look at those statements, and someone was really to come to your office and say, "What's my chances of winning?" Here are the statements. I know people want to be pro Johnny, and I understand why people, I understand what she's done. But as a legal matter, I don't see how this has got past the motion to dismiss. I honestly can't see it. Opinion. Number one. This is under the Washington Post opinions piece, right? So we know opinions. So you think so that we're gonna forget about that, right? The big opinion piece here. So it's his opinion. Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence. Fact, right? And faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. I don't see how this is defamatory to anybody at all. This again, what you're seeing here on the screen is a defense exhibit. This is the defense saying these are the statements that we're suing over. That first statement, I don't see where you're at.
But again, the court decided that the defamation by implication is well supported in Virginia.
Agreed.
So the fact that there's this undertone that sexual violence means that she was a victim of sexual violence by someone who, based on the context, Johnny Depp. She has these references to 2 years ago. 2 years ago was the very public divorce and the domestic violence restraining order. Like that connection on that second statement is I think a lot tighter than maybe what you guys are saying, but that's just me.
The second statement is the best one.
What I'm saying is the first statement is nonsense. It shouldn't even be up here, right? Would you guys at least agree with that? This first statement, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence. That's not against anybody in particular. How is this? I don't think this statement is defamatory. Her speaking up against sexual violence, unless they can attach it to something, it just seems kind of like a bland. Bleh.
I think it helps the context of the other two statements, but
maybe.
Yeah. And I think also when the court is looking at these to determine whether it survives a motion to dismiss or a motion for summary judgment, they're also looking at it in the context of the rest of the article, because of the fact that that's how the reader reads it, right? Because you have to basically place yourself in the feet of a reasonable viewer or a reasonable reader.
Well, this was the plaintiffs was the one who brought up these three statements, that we're suing specifically on these three statements. I agree. I definitely agree with both of you, but the second statement is definitely something that is actionable. The 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse. All right. Then I felt the full force of our culture's wrath of women to speak out. Okay.
I think representing has multiple multiple meanings, and I think that's why it's allowable here, because if it's like officially representing according to the ACLU, I became a you know an ACLU advocate, like that's one thing. But if I became a representation of what it means to be a domestic violence survivor because of the things that I said about being a domestic violence survivor, like that is something that is a bit more actionable. So I think that the multiple meanings of that term representation or representing, I think is what has given some weight here to Johnny's case with that statement.
You
Well,
need those
just-
two together. Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm just saying, looking at that statement 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse. As a lawyer, as whatever, but I understand in the context of this, she's talking about she's a victim. But in the context, I don't think this statement alone gives it. I think you're right. I think you need a little bit more context, but we don't really know who he's talking about. And then when you go to the third statement, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. You know, you can be saying this as a reporter, you can be saying this as anyone, right? Anybody can be saying this as something that they observed. So I think when you talk about just these three statements put against just normal defamation principles, it's like, all right, we're really not there. But in the context of this case, I do understand where we Johnny's saying she's talking about me, this is implying me, and this hurt my career. But if these are the only three statements that survived, I just don't see how you get to liability for defamation based on these based on how I understand defamation law. And I'll say this, I mean, I am not a defamation super lawyer, right? I've handled some cases, but this to me just doesn't seem, again, if you come into my office with this, I'm telling you, you're probably gonna have to find another attorney, because I don't think we can win. I don't think we can survive a motion to dismiss, even though it's possible, right?
Well, it did survive multiple motions to dismiss.
Yeah, it survived.
I think that there's just so much context that goes with this because, like we've already said, you connect the 2 years ago with the domestic violence restraining order. You connect it with other things that maybe weren't as publicized as this, and that's why they've chosen these statements, because these are the ones that she publicized to multiple people. But I do think the context of the whole thing is really important with these statements, and I do think the first two statements together are pretty. I mean, if we're going to try to look for something to go off of, I do think that that's a starting point, at least.
Yeah.
And I think her lawyers have helped them by doubling and tripling and quadrupling down that he is a sexually violent, abusive husband, as opposed to he pushed her around a little bit and she felt like she was a victim. Because based on these, sexual violence can be unwanted sex that we've seen people claim, well, they didn't know until after the fact that I didn't want to have sex with them, but that's sexual violence, and that can be her opinion. So if he pushed her around and she didn't want to have sex and they ended up having sex, she could say that that was sexual violence that she's a victim of, and she is standing out against it now, and she's a public figure representing abuse. I think that would be a clean legal argument that you could calmly make in court that would be a better argument than trying to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt, which I feel like is what her lawyers are trying to do now.
But the one thing, again, and this is where I think forum shopping comes into too, is that I don't think you could file this case in California. I think you could. I think
you
they
could,
picked Virginia. I think you filed this in Virginia because of this defamation by implication. You couldn't file this in New York and win, right? This was forum shopped like hell to say, where can we get a form where you don't have to really mention, because she's this opinion piece is written like she's a journalist looking to try to write a story of, right? That if any of those three statements were written by a journalist, we wouldn't be saying anything about it. But I think she forum shopped. She found a good forum that allowed us to get through a motion to dismiss. I mean, Johnny shopped a good forum, allowed us to get a motion to dismiss, and now he's up against it. And now it's just, can he win in this jurisdiction with these three statements? Now, it's possible. But I just, everything is ringing. All the alarm bells in my mind are ringing. It just, this is a loser. And again, I'm maybe 100% wrong. He could possibly win, but it's just all the alarm bells of losing are ringing right now.
I think legally it's a tough case. But I wouldn't say, I feel like Johnny Depp's way behind right now at trial and he's going to lose. I think average people, if they say they're unbiased and they're coming in clean slate, for me, for example, I would just lean personally more toward Johnny Depp than Amber Heard. I feel like that's something Amber Heard's lawyers are going to have to get over. Like people
Yeah.
like Johnny Depp generally, I feel like, you know, like he's famous. People like him. He's funny. They like his character. He has an iconic character. Like that's going to be part of this trial.
And Amber Heard, she's got the trophy wife issue to go, right? She found an older man who was famous and married him and got big on her own, and now
then
she's
she
trying
moved on
take
to an
everything.
even richer man, one of the world's richest, Elon Musk.
She's moving up the world, baby. Yeah.
Yeah, she does have that issue too. Well, are you guys okay if I take a step away for like 5 minutes or something, or 3 minutes, and then I'll be back as soon as possible?
Sure.
All right.
I have a question for Nate that I think he's going to be able to talk for a second about.
Awesome.
So Nate, I don't know if you've already done this, and if you have, we can skip it, but why don't you explain how and why this is so different than Cardi B's case?
Well, the number one thing is the defendant in Cardi B's case admitted to making the false statements, and on top of that, not only admitting to making the false statements, admitted under oath that let me just be clear. She admitted under oath that she knew the statements were false and made them anyway, specifically to profit. And on top of that, so everybody understands the Cardi B case. Tasha K, who was the YouTuber in the Cardi B case, when she was deposed in that case, she admitted that she not only knew the statements that she was publishing were false, but she said them anyway. And she actually published them early because the information to tell everybody that the claims that she was going to make were false were going to be coming out, let's say, on Thursday. So she was supposed to publish the statements on Friday, but she published them on Wednesday to get ahead of the statements that were
Ahead of the
going
truth.
to ahead of the truth. So that's the reason why she lost. In this case, Amber's not saying, I did it and I lied, right? She's not up there saying that. She's up here saying that this did happen to me, and here's how I'm going to prove that this happened to me. Now, the thing where I think Amber has a little easier time is that Amber doesn't have to prove this stuff actually happened. I think a lot of people think Amber has to prove it happened. She doesn't. She has to prove that it's possible that it happened, right? She has to prove it's really 51%, right? She kind of just has to prove that not only did she believe it happened, but a reasonable person could have believed that it happened based on the evidence before. And I think that's not a high bar. Johnny Depp, on the other hand, has to prove that this did not happen and that she's a liar.
Yeah, and that's the big ticket, right? That's what makes defamation so hard, is proving that somebody's lying. That's what we've been saying the whole time. That's such a high bar. And people have said on my channel, oh, Cardi B just won a defamation suit. They're not that hard. See, she got millions of dollars. Completely different case. Now, why that case went as long as it did, I think it's because of a collectability issue potentially. But
yeah.
I mean, that case was a slam dunk when somebody's literally admitting the elements of defamation and continuing to go forward, versus this where they're saying, no, this is protected speech. This is constitutionally protected speech, because we have two public policy arguments coming to a head. We don't want people being able to lie and hurt somebody with their lies and damage somebody with their lies and profit off of their lies. But we also don't want to stifle free speech. We don't want to stifle people's opinions. We don't want to stifle people's ability to stand up against other people that they feel did something to them in fear of public backlash. So those are kind of the two public policy arguments that are really coming to a head in this case that I feel like a lot of people are dealing with.
And I think most normal people know or feel Amber is lying, right? She's lying. Most people feel she's lying. Most people feel that she's, especially now since all these other tapes have come out, most people believe that Johnny Depp was harmed and that this is a kind of Me Too backlash, right? She jumped on the Me Too bandwagon to get more publicity and fame, and that's what they were showing earlier. And she did, right? She got these new movie roles. She got all this great stuff. So she benefited off of these lies, which I think were lies. But legally, I think a lot of people in the chat don't understand that legally. All right, a lot of people don't understand that the moral outcome versus the legal outcome are two totally different things. Morally, I feel for Johnny and I'm on his side, but legally, you got to kind of be honest with the facts that you had in front of you and say, can this person win based on these facts? And I think those are two separate questions to ask, but a lot of people kind of conflate them. So the moral thing is going to be the legal thing, and that's just not always the case. A lot of times it's not the case, and people would be surprised to know that.
Well, I'll say where it is the case. Johnny Depp was not arrested, charged, and prosecuted for battery, for domestic violence. He is not guilty of any crimes based off of what she said. So I think that's the correct moral and legal outcome. And I don't think that she has enough evidence to prove this case, her criminal case, beyond a reasonable doubt, which is why, that legal and moral cross-section is the correct outcome. That's why he is not convicted of a crime, right? Which is, we kind of just mix all these cases together, criminal, civil, and we don't think about them separately. And that is the correct moral and legal conclusion, where maybe we feel like, I don't know if she's lying or not telling the whole truth or doesn't have enough evidence to actually prove it. Therefore, we're not going to arrest this man. We're not going to charge him. We're not going to throw him in prison. He's not guilty of any crime. He's even better than that. He hasn't even been charged with it, unless I missed that. So I think that that's where kind of the moral and legal conclusion are correct. But when you try to fit it into certain civil actions, like you're saying, sometimes you don't always get the best moral outcome, legally speaking.
Yeah, it's interesting because I like looking at this case. I honestly, it's going to be 6 weeks, so we're doing a heavy analysis on 2 days worth of testimony. We got another 28 days to go based on the numbers. So ask me if I feel the same way in day 28. But my initial impressions, though, just based on what I've seen right now, Johnny's attorneys have, number one, put on a fantastic first 2 days of this case. First witness,
I think today was even better than yesterday. Yesterday was kind of a mixed bag, in my opinion. Today was
their first
today
witness
was
was
awesome.
shaky.
I don't know about the sister as much.
Yeah,
but
the
today
sister was
awesome.
all right, but today was a total win. Well, the first half of the day, because we still have to come back from lunch, was a total win for Johnny. There was no way. The direct examination was a win, and I don't know. I can't believe I'm saying this. The cross-examination was a win for Johnny. They were both wins for Johnny. I couldn't have done direct examination better than cross-examination for Johnny.
Elaine Bredehoft is a fantastic attorney for Team Depp. She's proven herself to be one of Johnny's best attorneys so far.
I can't. I know it's taking the L when you object to an answer to your own question on cross. I know that that's taking an L, but you have to do it there. I'm objecting to him answering that question as non-responsive, hoping the judge shuts it down. I take the L. We move on. He doesn't get to talk for 15 minutes about how Amber Heard has ruined everybody's life over these phony pictures and lies or whatever he said. You've got to object to him answering your question at that point. You have to.
Yeah, but she sat there and let him say the whole 30-minute speech. It's like anything other out of his mouth, and I've done this before, and judges get annoyed with it. But anything out of your mouth other than yes or no, when I say, "Is it true?" Blah, and you start going into a speech, I'm saying, "Excuse me," and then I always throw it to the jury. Listen, the jury's here. I'm here. We're not trying to waste time. I try to get through this quickly because we don't want to waste anybody's time. So it's just easier if you just answer my questions with yes or no, right? If you didn't understand it, let me ask it again, and then ask the question again. But this attorney, I think she was so interested in her script that she forgot to control the witness. So now he's giving a speech and she's looking at her next question. And now next thing you know, he's already saying, "Oh my God, and Johnny was wrong, and Amber is horrible." It's like, why did you let him get all that out? That doesn't make any sense. But I think now, strategy-wise, you go into the back and you're like, well, now we have these type of witnesses. We have to understand that we got to be better at controlling these witnesses because we can't let them get these horrible narratives out, because that just was the whole morning was a win for Team Johnny. The whole morning.
I think it definitely was a win for Team Johnny. And I almost think that she was surprised that he would react the ways that he did when he started to get annoyed with her questions, and he would kind of react to be like what was that about? What was what are you asking me about? What is Amica cream? I don't know what Amica cream is,
Too much on the makeup.
Yes. And he was very authentic with with his reactions to that. And because he was such a sympathetic witness, it's hard to then combat that and make him look bad for reacting that way. So I think she just maybe didn't really know how to handle it. But even before that point, she had already really lost control anyway.
And there are certain things where you have witnesses that are so biased, like this guy. And I'm not saying he wasn't telling the truth before the chat explodes. I thought he was an awesome witness. I thought he was very honest. I think the jury's going to love him. But when I mean bias, I mean literally Johnny Depp is paying for this guy's life. The reason this guy can eat is because of Johnny Depp. It doesn't get more biased than that unless maybe you're his sister who also is being paid by Johnny Depp. But I'm just saying, so these are biased witnesses, okay?
Yeah.
We have them in every trial.
Mhm.
You get the bias out. You basically let them know, you can't eat with Johnny Depp. You don't even need to ask the question, you're angry, because all they're trying to do is say, look at how biased this guy is. He's this, you have enough of that already. You've already proven that point on cross. Now, I do think her question was, you are angry, correct? Which is a yes or no question, not why are you angry, which is the answer that he gave, which is why you should be able to object to that. Sometimes judges let you control witnesses, like Nate said. Sometimes judges will let the witness explain their answer on cross. But specifically, she did not ask, why are you upset? But again, she was just trying to, like you've said before, take it one question too far. We're trial lawyers, what we try to do. But she had the bias. You did not need to get the anger bias in there too. Everybody knows this guy loves Johnny Depp.
Yeah.
But it's good to make your mistakes. If you're going to make them early, right? And don't make those mistakes late, because that's it. That's because nobody's going to remember this. And next week we're not going to be talking about this, right? It's hot now because
I'm Johnny Depp's lawyer. I'm writing those quotes down to say them in closing arguments. About how her phony picture and her lies not just ruined Johnny Depp's life and his family and his career, but they ruined so many people's lives, all because of her lies, and she wouldn't let it go away.
Yeah.
And you heard
writing that quote down because that's an evidence now.
You heard Isaac Baruch, the artist that that Johnny patronized. You heard him cry on the stand about how she ruined his life.
But
Absolutely.
you can't go into too much of that, because don't forget they're definitely going to hit. Then you can open that up to the whole. His whole life is Johnny Depp, right?
So what? They're going to do that anyway.
Yeah. But I'm saying you can't put too much. I don't think you can make him too important, because if you make him too important, I think he's a little easier to knock down than a.
I'm writing that quote down. All I'm saying.
I'm definitely writing that quote down.
Later. You're going to hear that again.
You're getting that transcript back to be like, what exactly did he say? Exactly. Let me get some super chats, because I want to get caught up on some of these if I can. Slade said, FYI, Isaac's art is a bit eccentric, so just be aware of who's over your shoulder if you look him up. It's true. It's a little spicy. Manny Fabani, this man deserves a Legalbytes t-shirt. I know. I've got to come up with a merch idea for one of his quotes, because he had some great lines. Barry Dvorak says, it's very common for abusers to be well liked by everyone but their chosen victims. The ability to turn on a dime is part of the abuse cycle. And then he says, clarification, by abuser, I meant Amber, with Isaac saying he really liked her. Real abusers know how to play the game around the right people. Probably true, yeah. Spurgey says, you should check his paintings out. You won't be able to show them on screen. Shannon Davis, look at this guy's artwork on his Instagram. It's amazing. There's a lot about his art.
Somebody said sent it to me too. It's crazy on Twitter.
Yeah.
I'll put it in the private chat. Hold on.
Yeah. Mia Miller says, has anyone commented yet on how Amber Heard's tie copies the one Johnny Depp wore on day one with the bee? Oh, did his tie have a bee on it too? Notice that she's got a tie on today. She looks like I'd said before, she looks like early, I don't know, like 1920s or something. Today.
She looks like she's ready to fly a plane.
Yes, like Amelia Earhart. That's so true. It's a different look than yesterday. I think it's a better look. It's a bit more tailored. She looks more put together. Yesterday, she kind of looked like she was intentionally tired or intentionally sloppy almost, which is not the best.
I have no comment on how anybody's dressed or looks.
Oh yeah. Oh my God.
I will
We'll be talking
always
about Johnny
comment
Depp.
on
I will listen to your comments. I will listen to your comments.
I love courtroom aesthetics, and I love talking about courtroom aesthetics. So
I did mention how, strategically speaking, have male and female lawyers splitting opening statements is unusual, but I think it works in a case like this, dealing with domestic violence, having a male and female client, having male and female jurors. I think that's a good part of strategy. It's something they obviously planned on doing.
Yes. Yeah. And the fact that both sides did that was really interesting too, because they're not going to communicate with one another on their strategy. So that was really interesting. Ali Masaros became a YouTube member. Hey, welcome. Florida Dad said, there is a possibility that this isn't Johnny's best witness. So there could be even better witnesses. Can you imagine? He was so phenomenal. Provolone Loaf. Hey, Yana, can I get some gabagool? I'm starving. Jay Watt, I love Nate, but can you tell him to minimize his commentary? I can't hear the witness. No, I'm sorry. We are here to give commentary for the purposes of legal education and entertainment and all that great stuff. So occasionally we are going to be talking over some of the stuff that these people say. So, you know, if you don't want to, if it really starts to annoy you, for sure, go on over to Law and Crime Network or Court TV or Sky News or any of these other places that will give you a straight feed if you want to see that. But here we've got to give our commentary because that's what we're here for. Carla
Are people
Colvin,
complaining about us? I just got here.
Sometimes.
Nobody can complain about me. Yet.
Nobody complained until you got here, so I'm not sure what that complaint was.
They complain about me all the time, so I'm happy to hear the
What I heard
complaints.
most about you, Nate, was it was your deep baritone voice that was just too loud, covering up what they really wanted to hear from whatever nonsense. We try to pick our places. Oh, hi, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm Rick. I just pop in from the sky.
Usually my thing is they'll say, "Shut up, Nate! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!" I'm like, "We're here to talk. If I don't shut up, I'm just gonna my pretty face. I can't talk.
In
What can I
fairness,
do?"
commenters, you should do like I do and just think, "Shut up, Nate! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!" You don't need to articulate that in the chat.
No, I love all your guys' commentary. And I welcome it, and please continue. And I know that there are other people in the chat that do appreciate it as well. Carla Colvin said, "Why do I want to say Hail Hydra every time I see Amber Heard?" Oh my.
I got to run, guys. I'll be back. I'll see you guys in a little while.
All right. Thanks,
you, Nate.
Nate. It was good talking to you. Florida Dad said, "What he said is Yiddish, and the literal translation is go take a shit in the ocean." It's like saying bullshit. That's awesome. That's awesome. And then I'll get just a few more here. Bogey 34, not positive, but I think it's Yiddish for F off. Albert Not a Retro says they could save a lot of time and money by just going to Incredibly Average's YouTube channel. It's all there, including that phone call. So talking about that recording that we went over earlier between Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. Yes, if you guys want to see more in-depth deep dives, go to Incredibly Average on YouTube. He's got a great channel with a lot of videos where he looks at this stuff in depth for sure. Gromax, thank you for your super chat. Lisa T, arnica cream can reduce the time of swelling. Oh, here we go.
Court, how we've handled the exhibits amongst the parties we've met and conferred.
Okay, arnica cream can
parties
reduce the
have
time of
agreed
swelling and
that we
bruises
have
slightly,
no
but it can't cover that
objections to
them
the
up. That's
Eastern Columbia
interesting.
building surveillance videos that have
You
been
got some makeup
authenticated by
process with
Mr. Brandon Patterson.
Yes.
Okay.
In
What
his
do you-
deposition.
Okay, what exhibit numbers are they? Or whose exhibits are they and what?
Well, so we have no objection to all, I think there's 87
Okay.
currently. So in the interest of time for the jury and the court and everyone here, because there are 87, we've agreed to show a selected smaller set, which have been identified by both parties. And both parties are taking on the responsibility of introducing and playing each exhibit for the jury.
Okay.
With your honor's permission. So since Mr. Depp is up now in his case in chief, we are going to be playing the video deposition of Mr. Patterson. We will pause the video. And then when one of Ms. Heard's exhibits comes up.
No, I'm sorry. The deposition, the person, it just one time. When that deposition, we're just testimonies once. You understand that? Oh, you're doing, then you're going to pause right now and then you're going to do it? I'm just confused.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Let me be a little bit more clear. We're going to pause the video deposition of Mr. Patterson to allow Ms. Heard's counsel to publish the exhibit, which is also a video, surveillance video. I know. It's confusing.
It's going to be a little difficult. Okay.
Right. So we ask that the court perhaps remove the publishing from Mr. Depp's counsel's table and allow Ms. Heard's
With this
counsel
much
to
money,
publish
they
that
couldn't
exhibit,
pay
which
somebody
is
to
a
edit
surveillance
this
video, and play
depo
that.
to
Each
have
side
the
has taken
video play
responsibility
at the
of
right
the
time
clips that they
during
would
this
like
video
to play.
depo?
I think there's been
If that
so
makes
much
sense.
How many
late motion
times is this
practice and evidentiary issues that I'm
How
not
many do you
surprised
have?
that they haven't had time for it. There's been
I mean,
so
just
much
vitriol though.
slung at the end.
They accused each other of all sorts of metadata nonsense, right? You start
Yeah.
editing.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is the detente they could agree to, was this horrible mechanized procedure.
So you'll pause it when the witness is watching the video, we're going to watch the video. Okay. All right. And how
Like we're
long is
there.
this
It's like watch together
video?
in court, folks.
I believe the entire deposition is about 1 hour and 48 minutes.
1 hour and 48 minutes.
And
Okay.
with the exhibits, I anticipate it might take us till the end of the day.
Okay.
But no promises about that.
That's fine. I still need the exhibit numbers. Okay. If we can.
Would you like to read them into?
That's fine. If you would precursor with whose exhibit it is. So I have two lists. So I just want to make sure I get it.
Sure.
What do you think? Do you think it's harder for
I'll
jury
give
to
you,
pay attention
I'll
to
give you
video
ours.
testimony?
It would be 670.
Sorry.
Did you
let
say
me
it's
turn you up a
harder?
little bit.
71.
Do you think it's harder for them to
672?
pay attention to a video testimony?
673.
Absolutely.
Studies show it's more
Sorry, I'm going out of
boring
order
and
here
you have
now.
to break it up.
666.
And sometimes we'd rather read a depo in court
680.
than play the video for certain witnesses. if it's a
681.
fact witness. Usually we would only do expert
682.
depos by video because they're so
683.
expensive and it saves time and scheduling. and stuff
684.
like that. It
This is
sucks.
why I
though.
asked the
685.
questions.
Yeah.
It just occurred. I was
686.
just thinking about it as an elementary school. It's like, oh, it's a substitute teacher day.
687.
Okay.
Yeah.
688.
It does for sure. And I've
668.
been one that had to read deposition testimony into the transcript
690.
before, and it sucked because like the
691.
judge told me right as soon as I started, as soon as I said the
692.
first line, like the person's name, the judge
693.
stopped me and was like, "Okay, hold on. Anything above
669.
sounding like a robot is inappropriate.
You can't add
694.
any emotion at all.
No human inflection,
695.
nothing." So like normal human speech is
696.
not allowed when you're
So we need a
reading
Siri
deposition
lawyer
testimony.
bot to just go
729.
in there and read it in something that sounds like English.
743.
Yeah, exactly.
And I don't want to hear any
745.
complaints from the commenters about us speaking over the evidence
746.
numbers.
Yeah,
Okay.
of course. Of course.
744.
For sure. On that note, let me get some more
750.
super chats here.
Sure.
751.
Okay.
752.
Law Talk with Mike. Isaac is charming,
753.
isn't he? He is. Mr.
755.
CVC, $5 for the C word.
780.
That came up a lot. Gromax says, shall we start a
780R.
swearing jar for this trial?
780X.
Jeremy Stevenson, I despise trials. Give me a contract to
789A.
draft all day, but if you give me opposing counsel on a witness like this, I might
789B.
do trials.
Hey,
Yes.
transaction attorney here,
789G.
Jeremy. This is all. I'm the ignoramus that asks the questions here. I'm doing contracts all day.
789L.
I had to jump off to do a stock purchase
789N.
agreement.
There you go.
789.
Bernie McKinley said $3 for every see you next Tuesday.
974.
My
Amber
goodness,
Heard's
and
attorney.
Did it get real
I
sweary
believe
when I
we
left?
had 1041.
Amber
which I
Heard's
think
attorney
was the-
trying to
what actually
cross-examine
came in from
the,
your
you know what? Actually,
today,
let me turn the court feed down a little bit.
the plans.
Okay,
for
because
the
this is just
ECB.
this is
I think
arguments
that's
about
same
the
thing, but it
about
was 1041.
this
I'm
deposition
not sure if
testimony.
you're
So
objecting.
Amber Heard's attorney on cross-examination
No, so 1041.
tried to bring up
So
how
you're
Johnny
entering all
Depp
those into evidence with
called
no
Amber a
objection,
see you
correct?
next Tuesday, as if that means anything. It was so pointless, and so it wasn't effective in making this witness look bad. And he was just like, I mean, if I said that by text, I don't really remember, but you know, if I don't know, it may have happened. And then she had him like read the text, and she repeated several times, like, yeah, Johnny Depp called Amber Heard a cunt. He called her a cunt. He called, and like several times over. So basically, you
wake you
have
up.
the jury hearing this word coming from Amber Heard's own lawyer multiple times. All they have is
And Your
okay,
Honor,
someone is
just
calling her
short-circuit
this.
for
And it
the
doesn't
court.
mean anything at the end
Our
of the day
Eastern
for
Columbia
this
building
for this
surveillance
trial, for
videos
the
are,
for
exhibit
any of the
numbers
claims
250
involved. And so it's just
through
it doesn't it
336.
really did nothing to move the needle. It was just hilarious for our purposes.
Honestly, yeah, I would.
No objection to those.
It woke me up when you said it. It would have woke me up certainly in the court of law from counsel here. It's like what?
Yeah.
Where?
Yeah.
What?
Yep. I mean,
Okay.
and the reason why I'm saying it out loud is because it was said out loud multiple
Yeah,
times.
no, I get it. I get it. You
In
can explain
court.
it to the YouTube robot. I get it. No.
Yeah.
Would Your Honor like to know?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's just bias. He's against her. I mean, like they have enough bias on him, right? Because it's like he got a penthouse from Johnny. You know.
Oh, this was words from Johnny, in text
Okay.
to the witness, which they went through a divorce. Like,
gonna
come
ring
on,
that bell.
that's gonna be that's
They are
totally
they are
reasonable.
biased against each other. It is safe to say here in this litigation where they are suing one another.
Since it's going to be a deposition with testimony, we're going to go ahead and put the big TV up. So
Yeah. All right, they're bringing up the big TV. I'll turn up their volume a bit.
We haven't
I
gotten.
don't
to
think
see
the
how
jury is back yet, though.
We haven't gotten to see how the broadcast handles a full video yet, have we?
No, we'll see
All
how
right.
this goes.
Could you speak a little louder? I'm sorry.
Welcome back, potentially criminal.
I thought the
Hi,
deposition
everybody.
video came through the other screen. I was just,
I think it comes through here too. Yeah.
oh, it does? Okay, great.
Yeah, we'll, when you have a remote witness, the remote witness will stay up there.
Right.
And then you can use those.
All right, I
screens
got to
as
get
well.
back to it.
All right,
It
thanks
was
so
really
much for
fun.
joining us.
Fantastic.
See ya.
Yeah,
Big
see
screen. If
ya.
you want to set up before the jury comes out, just to make sure you have the
Oh, did
person.
we just come back from lunch?
Let's just make sure it's all working before we get the jury.
That's a good idea.
Did they just? Are we just coming back from lunch now, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
good.
Yeah. How was the other case? The
Oh
other-
no! Well, they came back from lunch and the defense said, "Oh, we rest." So
All right, seems like.
All
just
right.
wanted to make sure that was done.
Okay.
Okay.
No, that's
Yeah.
fine. All right, are we ready for the jury then?
Jackie Joe 15. Thank you for your super chat.
Okay.
Is
Alex
this going to be one of the
Bird.
cops? I assume, if they're doing
I'm
the
not
remotes.
sure.
Hmm.
I can't remember. Oh, they said who it was going to be. I
Oh.
should have written it down. They'll say it again.
Okay.
Alex the Bird, Nate, thanks for breaking it down for us simpletons. Lydia Bell, Amber Heard, 100% Gone Girl from day one. Planned, took photos, sent texts, completely planned. Why started taking photo evidence when dating? Isaac is amazing. I love to hear his stories and his rant. Legend. Evie Warner, all the eye candy on the bottom part of the screen right now, and I'm expected to focus on testimony. Natalie said she can't say it isn't about him. The lawyer admitted it in one of the requests for dismissal. Although lawyers aren't testifying here, so whatever a lawyer argues is not going to be admitted as evidence here.
Yes,
Fedigator, great
exactly.
stream. Current top 3 LawTube witnesses: Nathan DeBruin, Isaac Baruch, Grambo. I completely agree.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
He's-
All right, your next witness.
He's my favorite in this trial so far, for sure. But we've only had 2, so here we go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I don't
Plaintiffs
anticipate this
call
being as engaging.
Brandon Patterson. He is
No.
the corporate designee of the Eastern Columbia building by
Okay.
deposition
Patterson.
designations.
All right.
Oh, is this like the super?
Yeah, it sounds like the
Oh, it's
landlord
gonna
and
be
Ladies and
resident.
gentlemen, this is the first
The
one that we have
manager, I think the property
of
manager.
a few,
Yeah.
where they already have been deposed. And so you're going to see them on a recording, okay? No volume.
Oh God, it's so quiet.
Oh, and he
Do you
put
have
his
an
building
audio
in the
connection?
background.
Just
just
Is
trying
that
to-
is that a little green screen background? I love
Yeah,
it.
he's got a shield for the company, man.
Try it one more time. Could you push play one more time?
General manager.
For what? If you could please state your name and address for the record.
Sure, Brandon Patterson, 849 South Broadway, Los Angeles, California, 90014.
What is in the bottom of
if you could
Johnny
please
Depp and
state
Amber
your
Heard face each other once again in court
General
day
manager.
2? What is that?
For what?
Oh, that's the YouTube page.
I'm the general manager for the Eastern Columbia HOA in Los Angeles.
That's me.
And how long have you been in that position?
That's not your title, is it? Oh,
I've been
okay.
here at the building 6 years.
Okay, were you there in 2016?
Yes.
And are you here under a subpoena as the corporate designee for Action Property Management?
Yes.
Okay, and if you could please pull up Exhibit 1 and just scroll to page 15 of the PDF, please. Does this look like a copy of the subpoena that you received?
Yes.
Is it okay if I call your building ECB?
Yes.
Is it your understanding that ECB has produced these 3 categories of documents and films?
Yes.
Please go to Exhibit 2 and scroll to page 8. And does this look like the topics of the deposition of the subpoena for testimony?
Okay.
Is it your understanding that you're the most knowledgeable person on these topics?
I I am the most knowledgeable within action property management as it relates to these items.
Are you responsible for managing any of the records or managing, preserving any of the records and videos at Action Property Management?
Specifically as it relates to Eastern Columbia, this is the only property and building for Action that I manage. So Action as a whole, I can't speak for that, but as for ECB, yes.
Thanks. And this whole deposition will be just referring to ECB related to Action Property Management. What was your role in locating the videos responsive to the subpoena?
The videos had been saved from the original case. I don't recall the exact year that was. I think this is number 4 now.
So he's probably just
So
foundation for the surveillance videos.
Yes. I
Okay.
think that's what's happening here.
Okay.
They're just using him to get that video in, I think.
Which is why recording is fine, et cetera, et cetera.
Exactly.
And who saved them? Was that you or someone at Action Property Management?
I had initially worked on saving them when I received the first list. And I guess I don't know if you're referring to the first set of videos that was ever requested or subsequent subpoenas, I guess, as this refers to, that were already saved, and I just transferred the already saved documents.
So we'll get into more details. But when was the first time you saved security footage relating to ECB in response to a subpoena?
Like I said, I don't recall the exact year. It was the first case between Depp and Heard as a response to subpoenas that we had received from both parties.
And what was your role in preserving those videos from that first time until now?
Can you expand on what you mean by preserving?
Sure. Did you, were these videos kept securely in the same format at ECB? And were you responsible for making sure that they were kept securely and in the same format at ECB?
Yes.
How many cameras are there at ECB in 2016?
I don't recall the exact number. We've since switched out the entire system and expanded on it. I believe we doubled the cameras, which we currently have 44. So I would be speculating, but I think it's probably around 22 or so.
So far, this is about as boring as I expected.
Where in 2016
Well, I mean,
were the cameras positioned?
Look, they're just going to try to set up that he
throughout
would have
common
reason to
areas.
know where the videos were made and how, right?
Yeah,
And
exactly.
did
That they're
ECB
authentic.
take them as a matter of course, sort of all day, 24
So
hours?
I'm sure the
a
jury
day?
is sleepy as well.
The recordings
Is there an issue
were
about these videos
24/7.
not being authentic or being doctored by Amber at all?
The concierge
I don't
staff,
think so. Not
I don't
not
know why you wouldn't
these.
just stipulate to this guy.
them, just as part of their daily duties.
They fought about
The
literally
video
everything in this case.
footage
So
Oh, I bet they did.
recorded onto
that's
a
probably
DVR.
why.
I bet they fought over the shape of the napkins during the
Back then, I
depositions.
believe it
It's
was
a
like
2-week case
20-day
with 4
period
weeks of
before it was
foundation.
written over.
Is it correct that you're not represented by an attorney?
I am not.
Did you review any documents or videos before the deposition?
I did not.
Have you ever communicated with Mr. Depp's former attorney, Mr. Waldman?
Yes.
And did Mr. Waldman, do you know if he drafted a declaration for you in 2016?
Yes.
Is Action Property Management, I believe you said this earlier, is it the property management company for ECB? Is it your understanding that in 2016, Depp owned the top floor penthouses in ECB, penthouses 1 through 5?
Yes.
And are you aware of whether Amber Heard was a resident at ECB in 2016?
Yes.
How many times have you seen Amber Heard? Personally?
Maybe, I mean, I would be guessing, my best guess would be maybe half a dozen to a dozen times.
Do you remember when those times were? Like what year?
I don't recall the exact year, but likely 2016.
So moving to May 21st of 2016, are you aware that officers were called to the penthouse of ECB on that day?
Yes, I am aware.
Were you there the day that the officers were called to ECB in May of 2016?
I was not at the building when officers were called.
Do you have any firsthand knowledge of why the officers were called on May 21st, 2016?
Firsthand, no, I do not.
Did you see Amber at all on May 21st?
Not that I recall.
Did you see Amber on May 22nd, 2016?
Not that I recall.
Did you see Amber on May 23rd, 2016?
The timeline is 2016. I don't recall the specifics of those dates specifically.
Can you testify to whether you saw Amber Heard at all the week of May 21st, 2016 personally?
I don't recall the dates now.
Did you personally interact with Mr. Depp at ECB in 2016?
No, I never did.
Have you seen Mr. Depp on video footage in 2016?
Yes.
Could you please bring up Exhibit 3, please? How would you describe Mr. Depp's behavior in that video?
I would describe it as animated.
And do you have any, in the times that you've seen Mr. Depp at ECB, did you ever observe Mr. Depp in an animated manner like you saw in the video?
I do recall a video of Mr. Depp in the elevator, I guess, in an animated state.
And was that in 2016?
Yes.
And do you have any familiarity with, have you ever seen Mr. Depp appear angry in the times you've seen him at ECB?
I wouldn't say angry. I use the term animated.
And what does the term animated mean to you?
What I saw in the video.
When were you first, Mr. Patterson, when were you first contacted for video footage after the May 21st police call to the building?
I don't recall the exact time frame.
Do you remember who contacted you about the May 2016 video footage? Who first contacted you?
I do not recall.
You know who selected what copy to preserve and what to preserve?
The attorneys from both sides submitted a list of video times and dates to be preserved.
And do you remember what times and dates those were, roughly?
I don't have a time frame now.
Do you have a rough time frame of what the videos that were preserved, what times those cover?
My rough recollection is that May 2016 timeframe.
One would assume.
Was it after the May 21st incident, that time frame?
Yes.
And do you know what role Mr. Depp's lawyers played in the selection process?
The attorneys came to the office here set up a viewing area, reviewed video footage, took notes based on that review. And those dates and times were provided to retrieve the video and save.
And do you remember which attorneys came, either their names or who they were, that came to review the footage?
I don't recall. There's attorneys from both sides that came very close together, and I don't recall who or what side they were on.
And was all of the footage that they selected preserved?
Yes.
Do you have any
And were all
notion
of
of whether
those
there's
videos
some
that
kind
were
of
preserved
contention of
taken in the
missing
ordinary course
videos
of
or missing
ECB's
footage as part of this case? Because this is
business?
all going pretty in depth to what should
Yeah,
be preserved.
that's when she mentioned the Depp attorneys. That's what I was thinking too.
Can you rephrase that?
Sure, it's ordinary,
Not that
is it
I
not,
have
for ECB to have
seen
these cameras
specifically about
rolling,
this.
and
There's
the
been a
videos that
big
were
issue about the
preserved
stuff that is
were
coming from
those
Amber
cameras
Heard's
that were rolling in
own
the ordinary
phone.
course of business.
Okay.
But this is coming from
Yes,
then.
correct.
And do you know how many video clips
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
ECB
Richard.
preserved?
Well, my initial
pursuant
reaction is,
to
wow, this
their
is
requests
I-
from attorneys?
broadly unnecessary if everything is up to
I don't
snuff,
recall the
but
exact
Yeah.
number. It was whatever was on the subpoena. We provided exactly what was on there.
Does the number 87 ring a bell? For how many
Maybe,
videos?
Yes.
And do you know where the videos were maintained from 2016 until today?
They were on a portable drive here in my office.
At ECB?
Yes.
And how are they maintained?
It was on a portable hard drive.
So this is chain of evidence.
And as far as you know, is that in the same condition that it was in 2016?
To my knowledge, yes.
And were the 87 videos preserved on 3 DVD discs or in some other format?
So through the subpoenas, the videos were provided to the different teams. I vaguely remember CDs. They weren't stored on CDs for purposes here. I just have the portable hard drive.
Any more video footage other than those 87 clips that has been preserved?
No.
And what happened to any other video footage that was not preserved?
Like I had mentioned earlier, the DVR has a capacity of so many days and it rewrites over itself.
And just for clarity, I just want to make it clear, how did you decide what May 2016 video to preserve?
The only videos that were preserved were the ones called out via the subpoena by the various law firms, or the 2 law firms.
And do you know why there's no footage from May 23rd, 2016?
I do not.
And you mentioned that both sides requested preservation of the video footage. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
Is it your understanding that the press at some point became interested in getting statements from ECB relating to the May 21st incident?
Yes.
Did the press ask ECB or its employees for statements?
Yes.
And what's the policy of APM or ECB with respect to press statements about residents?
The policy is that we do not give statements to press.
Solid policy.
Probably
And-
smart.
Did Amber ever
Someone
ask
in
you
the
about
chat
that?
said, please turn the Brooklyn accent filter back on.
Yes, she did.
In 2016, do you know if Rocky Pennington and Josh Drew lived in one of the penthouses at ECB?
Yes.
And did you ever see Rocky with Amber?
Yes.
If we could pull up Exhibit 4, please. Mr. Patterson, does this refresh your recollection about which penthouse Rocky Pennington lived in?
Yes.
Mr. Patterson, I'd like to go to the video footage now and go through some video footage. And let's
This
start
should
with
be a
Exhibit
little
5,
more exciting,
please.
chat.
Yes, I think so.
In particular, around timestamp 18:55:19.
And they were listing pieces of evidence to be played for a solid
Okay.
60 seconds.
All right, we'll do that.
Right.
Now we get to see how good lawyers are with computers on the fly. Always
Ooh,
fun.
always risky. Always very, very risky, of course, because lawyers and technology don't always do so well, especially in a formal courtroom.
Yeah, I mean, you're putting on a live show basically for the jury, right? To
Yeah.
the people that asked, it sounded like they stipulated to this edit of this deposition for this purpose, both sides. So that's why it is what it is.
Yeah. Yeah. And the reason why they're doing deposition testimony is because, so ideally you want to call witnesses to be there in person, but they have allowed a video live link for some witnesses. Others are appearing just by deposition because they are, for one reason or another, they're unavailable to testify at trial. So
And the court accepted whatever their excuse was. Yeah.
exactly. So, but it's interesting now that they are allowing people to do it by a live video link, because that pre-pandemic was not a thing. And this is the first time that I have seen a public trial like this that has cameras in the courtroom with any kind of a video live link. I think this is something that we're going to start to see more and more in courtrooms.
It's interesting because I think it works. It's probably going to be a bit of a generational thing, right? Because the reason you have the witnesses there is you want the fact finders, you want the juries to be able to do the evaluation we're doing. It's, oh, they're doing something weird with their bracelets, or you want them to be visible, and you're losing some definition on that in 2D form when they're not sitting in the room and have to face you. But I think for at least ancillary witnesses, I think it can work. Anybody that's like really involved, the litigants, I obviously I don't think that works because you need to be able to face them.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, here we go.
Yeah,
Here's
here we
the
do.
video. So you can see the timestamp. It's on May 21st, 2016 at 6:55 p.m.
Every time I have to translate that military.
I've gotten a little bit better at it after being married to the military for a couple of years now. That looks like Johnny and his bodyguard. Is that Jerry Judge?
As I promised, that was more exciting. Yes.
It was still more exciting than what we saw before. Okay, are they going to show what now? I think another portion of it probably. Let me get some super chats while we're waiting. Classic Pause says, Nate,
Mr. Patterson, do you recognize this
never mind.
area?
Yes.
And where is it?
This is the mezzanine vestibule between the building and the parking garage.
Vestibule.
I love
Do
that.
you know if you or someone else at ECB was responsible for pulling this security footage and keeping it at ECB?
I did pull some video early on. However, the task was very overwhelming and took away from my daily duties. So the task was sent off to an outside party to pull all the videos based on the subpoena list.
And what was the outside party's name?
I don't recall offhand.
But was it at the direction of you or ECB
Yes.
To assist you with time, or is that why?
Yes, I did not have the time to go through all of the video footage to record it.
Sure. Do the ECB video cameras
Someone in the chat
have
said,
time
"And
and
sir,
date
are you
stamps
wearing
as a matter
amico
of
cream?"
course?
Yes.
And in your
I don't know why that
experience,
got
are
me.
those time and date stamps relatively accurate?
Relatively accurate, yes.
And did you recognize the men in that exhibit?
Can you replay it, please?
Sure. And while we're waiting for the men to appear, how would you describe the quality of these videos?
Compared to our new updated cameras, not as clear.
And can you be more specific about not clear? Would
It's
you
so
consider
boring
these
that they
to
want to
be
show the
grainy?
courtroom.
Yeah.
I would say this video here in the pause state does appear to be somewhat grainy.
And does it appear to be just a little bit blurry?
Yes, this video as I see it now looks a little blurry.
And did you recognize the men in this video clip?
Yes, I do recognize Mr. Depp. The first gentleman looks familiar. I can't place him at the moment.
And do you have any reason to believe that the date and timestamp are not accurate?
It does seem consistent with the time stamping of the video. So unless it was
Johnny
somehow
may have fallen
altered,
asleep.
I would say it appears to be accurate.
Don't fall asleep in court.
And the video camera that you preserved.
He's
in your
counting his
office at
rings.
ECB since 2016.
See, that's
has
a
not
pro.
been
His
altered. Is that
attorney's a
correct?
pro. He's got that dead
Let's move to
stare.
Exhibit 6,
Oh, yeah.
please.
Mhm.
You recognize where this
Yeah,
is?
I fail at that sometimes. It's hard.
I feel at that on stream sometimes.
And where is it?
I start if I'm in
This
court and
is
it's something like
the,
this where it's just there's literally
mezzanine
no
level
reason to
again.
have this introduced. I try to make it look like I'm writing and I'm
vestibule,
usually just
the
drawing or
mail
something.
room is
Mhm.
directly behind it.
Well, there's literally
leading to
nothing for
the
them to
elevator
do.
vestibule.
Yeah.
And that's
This happens
something
a
in the
lot.
chat
Does
that
that look like it
they
accurately
think that
portrays
he's
the
drawing,
scene?
which could be. Could be.
Yeah, well, I tell my clients that. I'm
This
like,
shot
start writing,
accurately
start drawing, make it look like you're doing
depicts
something.
the area correct.
But
I
I
think
do
she's
this in
reading
family court a
along.
lot
I-
when stupid stuff is getting aired.
Yeah.
It looks like her attorney
As
handed
I
her the
previously stated,
deposition
I
would be
do
my guess,
recognize,
the transcript,
Mr.
and
Depp.
she's
Yeah.
reading along.
The other ones I do not.
Who knows?
And do the date and timestamp look accurate?
Yes.
This is
If
law,
we could
folks. This
please
is
go to
serious
exhibit
stuff. So you got to try to establish with
7.
crystal clear clarity that what you introduced before a jury is accurate.
This
Yeah.
is some of the more boring parts of being a lawyer or being at trial.
Right. Thank you.
Yes. Oh.
Especially for the lawyers this moment, because this was the work. This work was done in early March, so they're just sitting.
Yeah, it is kind of incredible that this guy was just deposed this last early March. I mean, considering how long that this case has gone on and that the fact that they knew they had a trial day, right? Okay, here's some more video. That looks like Jerry Judge and Brett or Sean something. Hang on. He's actually one of the witnesses here. Where is he? Where is he? Sean Bett. His 2 bodyguards. Johnny's got his Johnny Depp hat. Looks very Johnny Depp. All right, it's now 7 p.m. in the elevator with the 2 guys.
So these are the folks we saw come in through the vestibule, and we're
The
tracking.
mezzanine vestibule.
I'm sorry, the mezzanine vestibule. My apologies. Eastern Columbia building. And so we're just going to be following them through where the cameras
Yes.
catch them through the night of the 21st right now, it
Mhm.
looks like.
Yeah, I think that there usually isn't going to be any kind of audio in this sort of footage
Good,
because
switch
this is
back.
just
Okay.
security surveillance footage. So it seems normal that there's no audio.
Yeah, folks, and just think this is the edited version of this deposition. You can see it jump.
And do you
You can't
recognize
skip
where this
questions.
is, Mr. Patterson?
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
Okay, and does that look like a clip from the surveillance video in the elevator at ECB?
Yes.
And does it accurately portray the scene?
I don't know what you mean by scene.
Does it look like ECB, like the elevator at ECB?
Yes.
Is that how reality looks, sir?
And is this
Yes?
the quality of this
Is
a little
this
bit
real
grainy
world?
as well?
Yes.
It's displayed
Is that
right
you,
now,
John
yes.
Wayne? Is this me?
And do the date and timestamps look?
I don't blame anybody
accurate
for
like
being
ECB
confused by
keeps in
like
regular course
the
of business?
foundational magic words here.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. And the reason why this is relevant, guys, is this is establishing certain
Could we please play
timestamps
the
on
video
May
so we
21st,
can see who's getting on?
2016, one of the big incidents that Amber has alleged
Do you
against
recognize those people
Johnny
getting on the
in the
elevator,
penthouse.
Mr.
So this is helping to establish objectively with these
recognize Mr. Depp.
timestamps where people were at various
And, is
times
smoking
and kind of
permitted
what they looked
on
like
elevators at
before and
ECB?
after this incident.
No, it's not.
Let's move to Exhibit 8, please.
And we had heard this
you recognize
earlier,
this-
that
this,
the earlier
as
witness
ECB
say that he
video
saw
footage?
glass and wine in the hallway on the night of the
Yes.
21st.
Yeah. And that
And
may
you
have been
recognize the men
9:30
on the
p.m.
elevator?
It may have been 10 p.m. when he saw it.
As I previously mentioned, Mr. Depp told me.
And do those date and timestamps look accurate?
Yes.
How would you describe Mr. Depp's movements on this elevator?
I'll use the description animated again.
Is he also swaying from side to side? Does this footage generally look like the footage that you preserved from 2016?
Yes.
Let's move to exhibit.
Maybe it was the slow motion or otherwise, but I actually didn't register animated from the person in the hat.
Either.
No.
I'm wondering if maybe his description is after the incident he looked animated.
Yes.
Perhaps. Like
Yeah, or
maybe we'll see. But so far I haven't.
I thought he was just standing there.
Or yeah, his subsequent knowledge now is saying, oh yeah, he looks animated now, but yeah, I don't.
Now this is 8:30 p.m.
But I also think this particular person, as boring as some of you might find him, it looks like he's been down Deposition Road once or twice. I mean, he's answering very cautiously in every instance.
Oh, now he looks a bit animated. Yep.
Oh, is this full speed?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, yeah,
yep.
he looks a little upset.
He's a bit animated here, I would say. Going around, taking his coat off. He's probably hot and bothered.
Yeah.
He's had his coat on, so it's too hot for him right now.
Yeah. I will buy animated there.
He's yeah. He's pacing around. He's like a caged tiger right now.
I need to buy another naked picture from Isaac.
So 2029. It's 8:30?
Yeah, 8:30. Yeah. So this 8:30 p.m. So 7:30 was the last one before this?
I think it was 7
Or 7 p.m.
Yeah, I think it was just 7.
Okay, so an hour and a half later.
And do you recognize this area?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the same shot that was previously shown, the mezzanine vestibule.
So I think his
Is it
answers
shot
are
from one
in
of the
front
ECB
of the
surveillance
video.
Cameras?
So when he's talking about the next video we're going
And
to
does
see.
this look like one of the
Okay,
videos
yeah,
that was
that
preserved since
helps.
2016?
Because that wasn't a vestibule, that was an elevator. I'm pretty clear on that we
And
just
do the
said.
date and timestamps look accurate as far as you know?
Yes.
Rick Hogue knows his vestibules, guys.
And were you responsible for pulling this security footage?
Especially the mezzanine ones.
guy.
Generally, yes.
And do you recognize the people in that video?
Excuse me. I do recognize Mr. Depp.
And what's Mr. Depp holding?
It appears to be a jacket.
And how would you describe how he's holding it?
With his left hand.
And if we could please move to Exhibit 11. And do you recognize this as ECB surveillance footage?
Yes.
That checks out.
And
We
where
saw
was
him
that
take off
footage
his
taken?
jacket in the elevator.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is back in the mezzanine vestibule between the building and the garage.
Yeah. So that's
They
when he
left
came
the-
back down.
He stays on the corporate branding.
Between the building and the garage.
Mezzanine vestibule. We got
And was
brand
this
new
one of the
cameras.
videos
Those
that
are
was
better
preserved
now,
since
folks.
2016
Yeah.
by ECB.
Yes, we've taken remedial
I
action.
don't recall this specific
Please don't sue us.
clip, but yes, this.
I know y'all find him boring in
This
chat
is
and
video
whatnot.
that
This
was
guy's doing his job on a deposition
And
like
did the
this.
date and
Yes.
timestamps look accurate, like they would be on ECB footage?
Action calls for an
Do you recognize those people?
I recognize Mr. Depp.
And does Mr. Depp appear to be leaving the building?
That would be the pathway from the building into the garage.
And does this look like true and accurate footage from the ECB video surveillance preserved since 2016?
Yes.
Moving right along to Exhibit 12, please.
Oh, we don't get to see that one, guys?
And where's
Oh.
this video of
Man.
Mr. Patterson?
This video is the call box at the lobby entrance on Broadway.
And do you recognize that as security footage from one of the ECB surveillance cameras that's been preserved since 2016?
Yes.
And does the date and time stamp look accurate to you?
Yes.
And move to Exhibit 13, please.
Does Johnny have a pencil in his mouth right now?
And do you reckon?
Or a pen? That's what it looks like. Maybe he is drawing.
Could be pen. Could be like a straw.
Yeah. Okay. This is 8:57, about 9 p.m.
All right. And this is no vestibule.
Oh, no. This is the lobby
Yeah, it's a
With-
nice entryway.
with a candlestick. Get it? Like Clue? No? No one? I'm by myself? Okay, that's fine. I'll turn my mic off.
Where this is?
Yes.
Where?
This is in the main lobby of the building.
And does that look like a surveillance clip from one of the ECB surveillance cameras that's been preserved since 2016?
Yes.
And it says May 21st, 2016 at 20:53. Does that look like an accurate date and time stamp from the ECB footage?
Yes.
And
So
that looks
are we
like
to
a
take that
true and
those were
accurate
police
copy of
responding
surveillance
to the
that's been preserved?
penthouse?
Yes, there was a 911 call. There's 2 sets of police
Yes.
officers that
Moving
we'll
to
see
Exhibit
responding.
14, please.
Okay.
So this is now 9 p.m.
Not gonna lie, I would have liked to have seen Johnny leave through the vestibule after that elevator ride. I don't know why we didn't see that there.
I know. I would have also. It sounds silly, but just for completion, right? Because you know that they
Well-
talked about it, and you know they
Well, I mean,
left through there.
there's accusations of things thrown at each other up there, right? I mean,
and now we just
And
don't know.
Does it look like it's
I would have
from
liked to
one of the
evaluate it.
security footage cameras that's been preserved since 2016?
Yes.
And where was this footage taken?
This is the shot of the front desk.
And would you agree that the footage is also a little bit grainy?
As it is displayed now, yes.
And do the date and timestamps look accurate to you?
Yes.
And do you recognize this as surveillance footage from one of the ECB cameras that's been preserved since 2016?
Yes.
Do you recognize either of the officers?
I recognize them as officers.
That's fair.
And
I will say I do like Amber's hair. I don't like her, but
Does
I
the date and
like her
timestamp
hairstyle
look
today.
accurate?
I
as
don't
far
think
as you know?
anybody would deny that she's a pretty lady.
True.
Yes.
Very true.
Move to Exhibit 16, please. Does this also appear to be a ECB surveillance camera footage?
Yes.
And do you recognize that person who just left the elevator?
I do not.
And does this generally appear to be one of the ones that have been preserved since 2016 at ECB?
Yes.
And as far as you know, does the date and timestamp look accurate?
Yes.
And for all of these clips that you've seen, do they appear to you to be true and accurate copies of the footage that have been preserved?
These seem very grainy and slow to me, from what I remember. But these are taken from Eastern Columbia video cameras during this time.
And preserved since that time at ECB?
Correct.
And they were preserved in the same condition?
Yes.
Can we please pull up Exhibit 17? And do you recognize this as a clip from one of the ECB surveillance cameras that's been preserved since 2016?
Yes.
And as far as you know, is the date and timestamp accurate?
Yes.
And does that accurately portray the elevator scene at ECB?
Yes.
And can we move to Exhibit 18, please? But do you recognize this is ECB security footage that's been preserved at ECB since 2016?
Yes.
And it looks like an accurate copy of what was preserved, as far as you know.
As far as I know, yes.
And the date and timestamp, as far as you know, look accurate.
Yes.
Please move to Exhibit 19. And Mr. Patterson, do you know whether or not any of these timestamps are a few seconds off here or there or not?
I do believe there is a few second time discrepancy.
Someone in the chat, did you know if the officers were
And do you
wearing
know
makeup
why
that
there
day?
would be a few second time discrepancy? Or
So that was another one that they skipped. So
don't know the reason
I think they're only introducing to the court the ones that are going to be a part of other testimony.
I think
Would
so.
be my guess.
And
Oh yeah, this is just wholesale.
did you recognize that video clip?
Authentication.
This is one of the
It's
videos
just
that's been
mechanical
preserved at ECB since
authentication.
2016.
You're not getting the story with, and that's why they're skipping some of the videos.
Yes.
Although I don't know why they don't edit that out, but
And does
Here
that
we
appear
are.
to be an accurate copy? of one of the
Contentious
surveillance
fighting between the
copies that have been
sides.
preserved?
Yes.
And as far as you know, that the date and timestamp is reasonably accurate, with a couple seconds margin.
see, by the time you all get done with this video,
Yes.
you'll be able to do like the 5 authentication questions.
Please move to Exhibit 20. And do you recognize this as one of the videos that have been taken at ECB by a surveillance camera at ECB?
Yes.
And are these one of the videos that have been preserved by ECB since 2016?
Yes.
And I will say,
And
from having
as
dealt
far
with a
as you
lot of
know,
pro se
within
people,
a few seconds, is that
client-wise, as opposing,
accurate?
that's usually where I
As
get
far
them
as
because
I
they
know,
don't
yes.
authenticate evidence.
And
When
those
they're ready
appear to
to
be two
introduce.
officers leaving ECB.
That is some of that magic words that are necessary, definitely.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a
And
learned
move to
skill
exhibit
for sure.
21, please.
Oh
Do you
yeah.
recognize where this is?
Well, and you have somebody back there at one of the back tables checkboxing
Yes.
the evidence as it gets authenticated.
Oh, exactly.
What does it look like to you?
This is the same shot.
There's
from
some
the
ungodly
kiosk
number of
camera outside of the
offered
lobby on
pieces in this,
Broadway.
isn't there?
Is
Thousands
it
and
not from one of
thousands.
the surveillance cameras?
Oh
at
yeah,
ECB?
I can only imagine there's a ton of them.
Yes.
And does that appear to be one of the clips that has been preserved by ECB since 2016?
Yes.
And as far as you know, is the date and timestamp accurate as far as you know?
Yes.
Exhibit 22.
Yeah, this is it's a little rough right
Can we
now,
move to
but
that, please?
it's important foundational stuff
Does
that
this appear
has
to
to be
be,
gone through in order
this
to
clip
admit
appear to
this
be
stuff
taken
into
from one of the
evidence.
ECB
We
security
just
can't
get-
just toss anything in, right? Because otherwise we've
Yeah.
got these issues with
Yes.
Amber's photos that
And which camera?
we don't know what the
Mhm.
metadata says. You know,
No,
who
this is
knows if they're
serious
real or
stuff.
fake?
This is the lobby.
This is serious stuff.
One of the lobby cameras.
Yeah. I just can't
And does this
imagine when we
appear
get to
be
the
one
end of the
clips
trial
that
and they go
was,
through admitting the
preserved at
evidence.
ECB since
That's going to be a
2016?
hearing in and of itself.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
And as far as you know, is the date and timestamp accurate?
Yes, within a few seconds.
And were those two officers walking in this video?
Yes, those appear to be two officers.
Or does this look like how the lobby? Does this look like how the lobby looks in the video's surveillance preserved by ACB?
It is interesting. If you're the jury, you say, okay, well, I understand what this is. This is a
Move to exhibit
mechanical
23.
process
Do you
now.
recognize
I can
this,
essentially wait
as
for you all to
video
tell me why I
footage
should
taken
care
from one of
about
the
this
ECB
in the context of
security
actual
cameras?
testimony.
Yeah.
Yes.
And does this appear to be one of the clips that's been preserved by ACB since 2016?
Also, I just noticed that Ben Chu has multiple rings on his left hand
And
too.
as far as you know,
I
are the
wonder
date
if
and
that's
timestamps accurate
intentional
within a few
or,
seconds?
Oh,
or if that's
that
how he normally.
that is good for
Do those
today.
appear
Yeah,
to
to
be
draw that
officers
away.
walking to the concierge?
Yeah,
Like,
'cause
look,
he's
we
got
all
his
dress like
normal ring, and then he's got it looks like a
Yes.
family crest
Yeah.
kind of ring.
And move to
Yeah,
exhibit
we all dress like
24,
pimps.
please.
It's normal.
I have no.
And do you recognize
no
this
rings.
as video footage taken by one of the ECB
I've just got the
security
one.
cameras?
Well, yes. Now I'm
Yes.
going to get in trouble. My wedding ring is
One of
in.
the clips
Yeah,
that
all
were
right.
taken-
All
by
right.
ECB and preserved since 2016.
Yes.
And as far as you know, within a few seconds, are the date and timestamp accurate?
Yes.
Can we please go to exhibit 27? And do you recognize this?
Oh, ingenuity does win. Twenty-two, 29 is 10:30, right?
Yes.
Yes.
That's them leaving.
Thank you. I almost. wasn't
Is one
paying
of the
attention.
videos from the ECB security footage that have been preserved since 2016 by ECB?
Yes.
As far as you know, is the date and timestamp accurate within a few seconds?
Calls for expert.
And move to exhibit 28, please. Do you recognize this video as one of the ECB surveillance videos?
Yes.
And which surveillance video? Which part of the building?
This is the lobby.
Okay, and does this appear to be one of the clips that has been taken and preserved by ECB since 2016?
Yes.
And as far as you know, are the date and time stamps accurate within a few seconds?
Yes.
And do those look like two officers in the lobby to you?
Yes.
Move to 29. And do you recognize this video is taken from one of the ECB security cameras?
Yes.
And was this one of the clips that have been taken and preserved by ECB since 2016?
Yes.
And as far as you know, is the date and time stamp accurate within a few seconds?
Yes.
I mean, this appears to be an accurate copy of what was preserved.
Yes.
And move to exhibit 30, please.
Yeah, this witness
And
is
you recognize this
pre-recorded for
as
people in the chat asking. This
footage
is a
taken from one of the
deposition that was
ECB
taken in
security
early
cameras?
March, and he's unavailable, which is why
Yes.
they're
And does this
using
appear to be
his,
one of
his
the clips that has been
deposition
taken and preserved
testimony.
by ECB since 2016?
Yeah, and this is all mechanical. There weren't going to be any courtroom
Yes.
fights on this stuff.
And that may
that
be
appears to
why
be
they
an accurate
agreed to
copy of
do
what
it by
was preserved.
deposition, because why
Yes.
fly him out all
And
the
as far
way
as
if
you
all
know,
he's
is the
doing
date
is
and timestamp
introducing these
accurate within
video
a few seconds?
segments?
Yes.
Yeah, there's no point to have him
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
May we please go to exhibit
So as much
30?
as we would like to be able to evaluate him, you know, in person as the jury, or for us on the panel as the faux jury, right? It's realistically,
And
in
you
terms
recognize
of the
this is one of
cost
the,
and everything involved
video
in
clips from
bringing a witness
ECB
out, this
video
is fine.
surveillance?
Yeah, you can't trust those shady building managers.
Well, I mean, yeah,
Yes.
just the nature of the thing stipulated, allowing this
And
way.
is this
It's
the
basically, as
elevator
the jury, both sides
camera?
agreed that this authentication is
One
basically
of,
right.
yes.
Yeah.
And do you recognize who's on the elevator?
It appears to be Amber.
And does this look like one of the video clips that have been taken and preserved by
But if they
ECB
were
since
really flying, they could have
2016?
pictured and pictured this as he
Yes.
responds to what he's looking
And
at.
as far as within a few
Yeah.
seconds, is the date and time stamp accurate?
Yes.
Can we please move to exhibit 30?
That's quite the body angle he's taking there.
Yeah.
$31. And does this appear to be one of the video clips taken from the ECB security footage?
Yes.
And does this appear to be one of the clips that was taken and preserved by ECB since 2016?
Yes.
And as far as you know, are the date and time stamps accurate within a few seconds?
Yes.
And while we're waiting for someone to appear, do you recognize the person at the front desk, if you can see him? And do you recognize who's walking into the video now?
I do recognize that as Amber. I'm trying to get a facial recognition of the person at the desk.
Hopefully we'll be able to see one of these videos with Amber in it. I'm very interested to see that.
Yeah, to
What
see
she
how
looks
she looks
on the night?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I bet she's bumbling and stumbling around.
This is
Yeah.
almost certainly the last witness for today, chat.
Yeah, I think so.
Mhm.
Yeah, because we've got, I mean, it's supposed to go till 5, so we've got an hour
Yeah,
and
they
a half.
ended at 5 on the dot yesterday.
Mm-hmm. So, and then there's also a question about how do you cross-examine a deposition?
see
So
him now?
during the deposition, both sides have a chance to ask their questions. So
Yes.
if there's
And who's
anything
that?
that came out
His name is
from the
Cornelius.
opposite, from the
Do you know why
cross-examination
Mr.
during
Harrell and
deposition,
Amber would
that's
be
what you
going
would
around that
use.
corner?
The package room is around the corner.
And does this look like one of the video clips that's been preserved and taken by ECB since 2016?
Yes.
And does the date and time stamp look accurate as within a few seconds as far as you know?
Yes.
And does this look like an accurate clip from the ECB footage?
Yes.
I'd like to move this in as Exhibit 31 and move to Exhibit 32, please. And do you recognize who's walking through the picture in this video?
Yes.
Who is it?
Amber Heard.
And does this look like a video clip taken from one of the ECB surveillance cameras?
Yes.
And does this look like one of the videos that was taken and preserved by ECB since 2016?
Yes.
And as far as you know, are the date and time stamps accurate within a few seconds?
Yes.
I'd like to move to Exhibit 33, please. And does this look like video footage taken from one of the ECB surveillance cameras?
Yes.
And does this look like one of the clips taken and preserved by ECB since 2016?
Yes.
And as far as you know, are the date and time stamps accurate within a few seconds?
Yes.
I'd like to move to admit this as Exhibit 33. And do you recognize who's in this video right now?
Yes.
Who is it?
Amber Heard.
And where is she?
This is the service corridor outside of the package room.
Okay, and if we could please rewind the tape a little bit and see who Amber was with. Do you recognize that
Sip
person?
that coffee. This is long.
Yes, that's Cornelius.
And what's his last name?
Powell?
And,
Errol?
and was he walking out? Where was he walking out from?
The package room.
Where is this in ECB?
This is on the main level service corridor.
And would you agree with me that this footage is also a little bit grainy?
Yes.
If you could please, I'd like to move to admit Exhibit 33. And if we could please move to Exhibit 34. And do you recognize this as one of the ECB security camera footage clips?
Yes.
And this appear to be one of the video footage clips taken and preserved by ECB since 2016?
Yes.
As far as you know, is the date and time stamp accurate within a few seconds?
Yes.
And do you recognize who's in this video?
It appears to be Amber Heard.
I don't think you're going to get
And
any
you know where
Ambers
this
here
video
because I think
is?
I think the earlier discussion was
Can you
that
expand on
there's
that?
87
Sure,
and,
is it an
and
elevator?
we're stipulating to what goes in and
Can
we're
you
going to
see
show
it?
them a few to give examples of what
And
this
can we go
is.
back to that exhibit, please? A
Hmm.
minute.
I'd be willing that
Okay.
was the fight. We don't get them all. We'll see.
Yeah.
But when it accidentally went to Amber Heard's counsel's desktop, which is responsible
If
for
we go
actually
to
putting the videos up, I
roughly
think there were only like 6.
Timestamp 18,
It looked like they were like
22, 26.
5 or 6.
That's always fun when you get the surprise glance.
Yeah, it was the video folder, and there were like 5 or 6.
That was like how during the Rittenhouse trial, how we were able to see that the prosecution had handbrake software.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That was
still-
fun.
Yeah, that's not illegitimate at all to see.
On a trial laptop.
Yeah.
Because you're supposed to have nothing but what you need for that trial. Yikes.
That's when Natalie killed them, if I recall correctly.
It
Yeah.
is.
That was fun.
Well,
She served their heads on a plate.
well, it wasn't even just that, but it's alterating
Would you
software
agree with
on
me
a
that
trial
the
laptop.
Video footage here is a little bit grainy.
Yeah.
Yes.
And does it look a little bit fuzzy to you?
Yes.
And can we please move to exhibit 35? And does this look like video footage from one of the ECB security cameras?
Yes.
And does this appear to be one of the clips that was taken and preserved by ECB since 2016?
Yes.
And as far as you know, do the date and time stamps look accurate within a few seconds?
Yes.
So there's a question about why didn't they
Would you
just
please move
stipulate to the
timestamp
authenticity
to
beforehand? I think
1841,
for one thing,
29?
some courts
Do you
may want
recognize who just
that
walked
to be
in the elevator?
authenticated in front of the jury. Number one, it
Christie,
helps
Amber, I'm
for
not
the
sure
jury
who
to
the gentleman is.
understand
Does that
the
video appear a
authentication and to
little bit
understand
grainy
where
to
the
you?
stuff comes from.
As it's displayed
Number
now.
two, I think that in this particular
And
case
if we
with this
could please move to
deposition,
exhibit,
also they're kind of dealing
I
with
think we're
time
on
constraints and like
36.
not clipping stuff out
And
ahead
is
of time and
Well,
whatnot. But I think especially where it's coming from a
Does
deposition,
this appear to be footage
if
from
they
one
were
of the
just
security cameras at
show the
ECB?
video in front of them without this guy, even though it's kind
Yes.
of boring and it
And
seems like it's
who
just sort of
who
coming
just
up
walked
in
through the
between his stuff,
footage?
we're at least able to understand that this is the building
Amber Heard
manager.
and
He's the one that
a
would
gentleman.
know if these are true or real or
And
whatever, and he's the
does
one
this
that's
appear to be one
introducing
of the
them.
clips that was
It's
taken
at
and
least
preserved by
somewhat
ECB
helpful,
since
even if it is very
2016?
boring.
It is
Yes.
boring.
I
As
still think
far as you
Richard's
know,
correct though too. They
is
may
the
have they may
date
have fought over
stamp
all of
and
this
time
too
reasonably
at some
accurate
point.
within a few seconds?
It's got all the
Yes.
auspices of like a really harsh divorce proceeding here.
And would you agree with
So
me that
it's
this
also
was a little
possible
bit
because we
grainy in that
know there's
footage?
authentication issues
Yes,
with
as it's
certain of
displayed
the
now.
evidence that we want to be very
And
crystal
if we could
clear on
move to
authentication here
exhibit
because we know there are
37,
fights coming.
and does
Like
this
there's going to
appear
be
to be a
legitimate
video
fights over
camera from one
authenticity
of
on at least some
ECB's
stuff.
video cameras?
Yes.
And does this appear to be one of the clips that was taken and preserved by ECB?
But yes, if I'm on the
since,
jury, I'm like, okay, all right, I
2016?
concede everything here
Yes.
that is presented from those
As far
cameras
as you know, is the date
is
and
good.
timestamp accurate?
It's
within a few
real.
seconds?
It's from the day. The timestamp is
And
correct.
did you
Okay,
recognize
let's
who
go.
walked through that the video?
Amber Heard. And,
Well,
unknown
using this
gentleman.
kind of mechanical approach, you're just getting like
And is this
pages
video
from a
also a little
book,
bit grainy as it
and
appears?
you don't get any
As
kind
it
of
appears now, yes.
narration.
I'd like to move in exhibit 37. And please move to exhibit 38. And does this appear to be video taken from?
Yeah,
one of
Johnny's
security
definitely
cameras
writing
at
or drawing
ECB?
or something because you can see Ben Chu looking at what he's doing.
Yeah.
So it must
And
be
does this appear
somewhat
to be one of the
interesting.
clips that was taken and preserved by
You just
ECB
make a lot of art,
since
sell a page
2016?
per day, authentic Johnny Depp
Yep.
art from the courtroom.
Yeah,
Yeah.
his attorney
As far as you
told
know,
him
is the date and
look like a
timestamp accurate
stone.
within a within
And the
a few
thing is, right now, the
seconds?
jury may be
Yes.
wondering the same thing. Like, what is he doing? What
And
is he
if we
writing?
could
What is he
proceed.
drawing? Because that
Go
happened
to
during the
2256,
criminal
please, the
trial for the
timestamp
Twilight
wise.
Zone movie when
Do you
John
recognize
Landis was on
who's getting
trial,
on the
and
elevator?
the jury could see him writing or drawing. And apparently, there started to be this rumor among the jury where they were like, "Oh, he's writing his next script for his next movie. Oh,
I
is
cannot
it
see her
about
face,
the
but it
trial?
appears to
Is
be
it about? Are
Amber
we going to
Oh.
be in it?"
Yeah.
That's what came out afterwards. Very interesting to
Yeah,
see
but
like what the jury picks up and what they start to
And
think.
move to
If the jury's spending time thinking about that, that's less time thinking about the evidence, which may be the
39,
desired
please.
effect.
I
Does this look like a
I
true
would gather a good chunk of the
accurate
jury is
copy of-
checked out once they
for
fully realize how
surveillance
mechanical this is going to be.
footage
Yep.
from one of the
Yeah.
ECB cameras?
Yeah.
Yes.
And does this look like one of the
And I don't think
clips
that's the
that
end
was
of the
taken and
world.
preserved
I think
in
for the
No,
most
I
part
don't
they
think
can
so
check
either.
out
I mean,
here.
because really what we need from this testimony is the
Yes.
visual of
And
the
when I say by
surveillance
ECB,
footage.
I mean
That's
either
basically
you
what we needed.
or
We don't need to
someone under
really
your
remember anything about what
direction,
this
like
guy's
the contractor
going to tell us
you
about this stuff.
spoke of. Is that
Just
your
taking down
understanding?
the dates and the
Yes.
times of the video as it's rolling, and that's about it.
And I'd
Who,
like to
who,
move
what,
this in
where,
as
when,
exhibit
why.
38, I'm sorry,
But not even the
39,
why.
please.
Well,
That's
even
for
this
the other
methodology
deposition.
kind
Yeah.
of
And if-
kind of gives away that there's no big fight here. There's no big anything
and
that's
do
going to
you
be in
know
the middle
who
of
was
this
working
video or
behind the
anything like
desk in
that.
this video?
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Well, on
Who
that
was
note,
that?
let me get a couple super
Alex
chats then
Romero.
while we're going through this.
Okay.
Classic
We
Pause
move
says,
to,
Nate, do you think it's
exhibit
likely that if there's proof Amber Heard staged
40,
incidents, the
please.
jury will go, okay, she obviously
And does
made
this
this
appear
up,
to
but
be a
something
clip-
else
a
could have
video
happened?
From one of the ECB security
Honestly, it's
cameras?
possible. The jury
Sure.
can
Yeah.
think
Yes.
of a
And does this
lot
appear
of
to be
different
one of the
theories, a
clips
lot
that
of
was
different
taken and
things.
preserved by
Sometimes you can't
ECB
really
since
control that
2016?
coming from the attorneys that are bringing this case.
Yes.
And as far as you
Miranda,
know,
what
is the
type of
date and timestamp
instructions
accurate
were
within a
the
few
jury
seconds?
given for this
Yes.
case? So the jury's
I'd like to move
always
this
going to
in
be
as
given
exhibit 40,
instructions
please.
on not researching, not
And if we
doing
could go to
any
the
independent
timestamp 21
investigations either on the
1733,
internet
please.
or by watching TV or anything. Stay away from any information about the trial. Don't talk to the attorneys. Don't talk to the parties. Don't talk to anyone involved at this trial or the other jurors even. Basically, keep yourself in as small a bubble as possible.
It's a bit pretty tricky on this one when you're watching Jeopardy and they're like, coming up at 7:30, startling admissions in the Johnny Depp Amber Heard case.
Wow, you got the voiceover part down good.
Fantastic.
Yes. You know, they're reading their work emails. Oh my gosh, did you see what happened?
Sure.
Yeah, exactly.
What's the problem with something with this level of coverage? I mean,
Mhm.
it's everywhere.
Yeah.
And do you recognize who's getting on the elevator?
Yes.
And who is it?
MM says, why are there multiple law tube streams for this trial? You're making me split the baby here. I'm sorry, man. I
would you agree
decided
with
to
me that
stream
the
it and Nick decided to
video
stream it.
footage is a little
But at
bit
least you've
grainy
got
in
multiple options for different vibes, right?
I've got some thoughts as an
Yes,
answer
as
to that
is
question, but I'm keeping them to myself.
And
You know,
does that date and time stamp look accurate within a few
We're
seconds?
prepared
as
in
far as you
case of
know?
the strikes.
And does that appear to be one of the
Nancy
clips that was
Nancy
taken and preserved by
Valdepera
ACB since
says
2016?
his friend Johnny Depp calls me a see you next Tuesday. He did say that.
And I'd
That
like
was
to
the
move to admit
funnier
that
part
as Exhibit
about
40,
that he was
please.
like, I mean, he just called me a see you next
And move
Tuesday.
to 41, please.
Oh,
And it was
Counselor,
very
could you
funny.
pause
The
it for a
courtroom
moment? Just
laughed.
go ahead and-
So he just was able to just turn that right on its head. It was
Ladies and
Oh.
gentlemen, let's go ahead and take a
Oh, Isaac
15-minute
brought
break
that
till
up?
4 o'clock, okay?
I missed that.
well,
Thank you.
well, that was him in response to the cross-examination line of
Sure,
questioning there.
sure. Oh, I missed
Yeah,
that.
but so he said kind of when the attorney was like, oh, so have you ever heard him call Amber a see you next Tuesday? And he's like, I mean, he's called me a see you next Tuesday, like when we're
Oh, I
like
bet.
playing poker or something like that. I can't remember
Yeah.
exactly.
Okay. So that's why it
15-minute
happened.
break from the judge.
15 minutes.
Wonder if she saw like a juror falling asleep or something.
I bet she
Come
did.
back at 4 o'clock.
Probably.
She was probably starting to fall asleep herself.
So you just your eyes close a little bit too hard. You're like, you know what? How about a break?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, like I said, this is important stuff, but yeah, I missed too much of the earlier witness, and I get mechanical deposition videos. What can you say?
Yeah, but that's, you know what? I've got a couple clips that just came out on the Clips channel in the last like hour
All
or
right.
whatever. See those? You can see some
I'll check
some
them out. Are you gonna
brilliance
do
on there.
summaries every day? I saw you did a summary yesterday. Are you gonna do that every day?
I did. That's my goal. I'm
Nice.
if it by hook or by crook, I'm trying to do it. It'll probably be shorter for each day because this one was like 17 minutes or something. And it's a lot for my editor to work on right after doing a whole daily live stream with me and helping on the back end and helping with getting clip stuff done. So it's a lot that I'm trying to manage, but if I can swing it every day, I want to do it because I want to be addressing all of this stuff. There's so much interesting stuff to talk about, and not everybody can watch all of these trial streams also because people work and have lives and stuff.
Yeah. No, and so if you didn't see it, we'll just pitch for you here at Legalbytes. We did
there
a
we go.
summary of that 9-hour marathon stream we did yesterday. That was pretty cool. I watched it. I did watch it on 1.5, but it was pretty cool. So if she's gonna do that every day, you should check out the channel every day and
Thank you,
subscribe.
thank you.
We got what? We got
Oh, yes.
3,500 people watching right now. Subscribe
Mm-hmm.
to Alita. Subscribe to Legalbytes. She's doing this kind of
Yeah.
stuff all the time.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. And subscribe to these guys too. Everybody that is joining me today, they're all linked in the description below.
I
Check
talk
them
about
out.
video games. That's
Oh,
up
but
to
it's
you.
wonderful though. Like you are the video game and law guy.
It's actually why I had to bolt. To say one thing pretty funny, I did a video in between these two appearances over here because there was a breaking leak story that the Department of Fair Employment and Housing that's suing Activision Blizzard for their sexual harassment and pay discrimination stuff.
Ooh.
The two lead lawyers got kicked off. One was fired, one resigned, and accused Governor Newsom of interfering illegally with the action against Activision and implying that they were in the pocket of Activision Blizzard and Bobby Kotick. So I do have a video up on that.
Wow.
Don't leave this stream. Just take a note. Remember that it's over there in virtual legality on my channel because I do say the word bonkers 4 separate times, which is unusual for my content.
Hey Andy, how's it going?
Hey, Andy.
Hey, Andy.
Oh, I think you might be muted
Muted.
Oh.
for some reason.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
There we go. There we go.
Yep.
Yeah.
I just look. I'm streaming, taking notes, and because we do the after show, I check in from time to time. But can anyone explain why they're doing this in front of the jury?
So several possibilities. Number one, so the fact that they're using deposition testimony, ideally we would like to see this stuff pre-clipped out, like the pieces that they want to be using from this deposition, so it's as streamlined as possible. But I don't know that the parties have had enough time to really do that because it's been so contentious right up to the front gate of this courthouse, starting to trial. I mean, they have had motions for sanctions on evidence and all kinds of crazy things, new supplemental evidence that has been brought forward by Amber Heard's team, I think like the other day. So I think that may be one thing that could be a reason. Another one is that they may locally just have a preference to have that foundational those foundational questions be submitted for this kind of evidence anyway. I mean, depending it can be different from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. It's often helpful for the jury to have those kinds of foundational questions for stuff, because then they can kind of understand a little bit of context, like where's this come from, what is this, what is this from, what does it mean, what is it, this whole, I don't know, that whole kind of thing.
Yeah, often you could even do like 10 minutes and then stipulate to the rest. I mean, if you wanted to. But I do have this fear, which is with this many pieces of evidence, with this contentiousness, I wonder if you aren't going to have a lot more mechanical testimony of significant length just to try to bring things in, because this is what the two sides agreed to as process on this, because it's so contentious as to what is accurate, which, you do. If this were to become a high volume kind of project, I can't imagine you don't run the risk of sleepy jurors and making folks.
That was my next question, was like, is there a time limit the judge can eventually say? Because it's like, at this rate, I mean, we know it's going to be a long trial, but like, it's just weird both sides would want to do it this way and slow it down, because we're losing witness testimony and other things. Because
we're not losing it. That was part of the schedule making,
I guess, right? So this is just, I'm floored by how slow and tedious this is, and I can't imagine there was not jury falling asleep.
Yeah.
I don't disagree. But that was built into the 5 or 6 weeks. That was built in.
Like, just keep the jury out and say, oh, for the first hour, we're going to devote this time to like confirm this, so we can tell the jury.
Well, you could have authenticated it completely separately. This is what the parties agreed to as the process right here.
There's also an issue with jurors. Sometimes they want to know, like, if you keep them out of things too, they're going to want to know what you kept them out of.
Yeah.
And they may want to know, is this legitimate? How do we know it's legitimate? They may not accept the court telling them that.
I mean, you can absolutely read this as a prelude to there's some big authentication fight at some point. Like, this is the setup for they're going to fight over authenticity on something.
Yep. They're going to claim everything's fabricated from here on out.
The photos, now we're arguing over the surveillance footage, which I feel like we see it. What's in doubt? When it comes to the photos, that's what I was going to ask next. Like, we're going to see it's going to be never ending on the dispute of that. Because there was a filing that said, well, sorry, I was going to say there was a filing that they did where Amber did not follow what the judge told her to do, and sort of what both parties agreed. We saw the documentation from Johnny's team, right? And then we never heard the results of that, of how the judge ruled it. But we did hear Johnny's team say these could be fabricated. So I'm left to assume they're not allowed to argue that, right? So are we going to have to go through every photo and say which one's like? What is your advice on that?
I think that's basically what I deduced coming from the opening statements from Amber, or from Johnny Depp's legal team, when they had that comment about the photos and saying, this stuff, we don't even think that it's real based on the information that we have, and we're going to show all of that to you. I think
they said there's editing software in the metadata documentation.
Yes.
They said that in the opening statement.
Yeah. And so the fact that she was able to comment on that and it didn't draw an objection makes me think that they probably won on that motion for sanctions, and that is the remedy that the court granted, was that, okay, if you don't have time to get this out, get this all analyzed in time for trial, then it's going to come in because we need to look at it, but feel free to comment on it.
So then, as lawyers, like, what do you guys do when they bring that evidence back in and they're going to play those photos when we get to her side weeks from now? Do they argue every time?
You spend a lot of time talking about why those are fabricated.
But like in each case, do you suspect they're going to just bring photos out at some point per the process, one by one, and then each one gets debated?
It'll come out. It'll probably
definitely be part of Heard's testimony, right? Like, I think. Photos.
Well, Heard's testimony, and maybe if any of her friends, her friends are testifying by deposition too.
Is Whitney on the? Is she on?
She's on the list. I think she's one of the few that is in person. I think
she's getting referenced a lot.
Yes, yeah, because she has been there for a number of these, I guess, incidents. She's been there throughout the relationship. She was living in the penthouse for a while, so that there is quite a bit that she could testify to in terms of what she herself saw. Now, yeah, if there are photos that she says, supports what she saw, then maybe they would come up in evidence through her testimony, but definitely through Amber's testimony. And so basically what would happen is, when these guys want to admit it, I would expect that as soon as Amber's team offers it into evidence, or proposes that they want to offer it into evidence, Depp's team is probably going to show up and say, no, we object on all kinds of grounds, and here's why.
Yeah.
They'll have a sidebar, they'll argue about it, and maybe it'll come in, maybe it won't. But if it does, then they probably are going to be like, okay, but let's attack the foundation of this, right? Because we don't know where this came from. We don't know anything about.
They're attacking the foundation of it, right? That Amica cream thing was the biggest joke.
Can you roll this back for me? I know I missed a step. I know it's been on the Jokes on Chat. Is that that's the makeup they're claiming is awesome?
There is no Amica cream. It's Arnica cream. It's Arnica cream.
Arnica, yeah.
Arnica. She just
I'm gonna trust you
when she
guys on
saw
this.
it. Well, no, I looked it up as we were watching because I asked a lot of ladies watching. I was like, "What the fuck is Amica cream? This miracle cream that cures bruises?" And they're like, "She's talking about Arnica." And if you look if you search Amica, AMCA, you'll see it. Arnica cream will pop up, and if you just look at it with bad eyes, it looks like Amica, but it's Arnica. But
I'll believe that one actually.
But yeah, so
the glasses are not for show.
It proves she doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about. She's throwing out some swelling reducing cream that clearly nobody knows about because she herself is pronouncing it wrong multiple times. Does that hurt them? Like, or do you think the jury won't even care? That'll go over their head.
The misnaming, I wouldn't hold it against her for misnaming whatever I was putting on as makeup. If we assume that she did wear it, her ignoring the name, that doesn't bother me.
Yeah.
But it's not like a brand she messed up. It's the type of cream that does what she said over and over again doesn't exist. And she kept saying it like, well, do you know that she wears this thing that doesn't exist?
As a YouTuber with whatever 100 million videos I have and mispronouncing half the names that are put before me and otherwise misreading them, as a juror, I'd say that is an understandable human mistake.
I think there's quite a few guys on the jury. I don't think they even care. They probably have no idea what they're talking about.
They probably thought it was real.
Yeah. So I mean, I didn't know there was a difference. I didn't know that was a wrong.
I'd have concerns about the magic cream in and of itself, but the naming of it, no.
Yeah.
Well, and what people have said about this cream is that it supposedly helps to heal bruising faster or something like that, or it's like something having to do especially with bruising. I was not familiar with this before today. I had never heard of Arnica or Amica cream before today. But no, I do agree. I think that the jury is going to allow for people to have some slip ups, especially these attorneys when they've got, especially over 4 to 6 weeks, right? Something like Arnica cream, Amica cream, that kind of a slip up, they're probably going to be relatively forgiving of, and especially at this early stage, because they're still getting to know these attorneys. They don't necessarily have opinions. They might be starting to form them based on what has happened over the last couple witnesses. But it's still early days in terms of how much this jury is going to be judging these lawyers.
Interesting. Yeah, no, it's fun to come in and interview you guys when we have breaks because it's just helpful. But who do you think? So who's winning?
I think today's been a great day for Johnny Depp.
Yeah.
Yesterday was a mixed bag, but today has been a fantastic day for Johnny Depp.
On the mechanical video entry, it's 0-0.
Well,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah. Overall, it's been good for Johnny Depp, but like I said, if everything comes out that we know is going to come out, like I said, he wins even if he loses this. Like I said, I still think his goal is to
bury her. Yeah.
Yeah. So
hence the text that they're trying to use as the net, but it's like that's clearly what he's doing. So that Isaac witness was incredible. No,
amazing.
Why did Elaine let him keep going?
Yes. The cross-examination was terrible by those attorneys. That was a terrible job by those attorneys, objectively. Like it wasn't even like, because sometimes we can all have our differences of opinions on style, whether you should be objecting more or less. Like you can really, as my good friend Rick Hogue would say, reasonable minds can differ.
Yes, he would say that.
But that was their cross-examinations. Both of them so far have been, I think, objectively terrible in terms of just the proper mechanics that you should have down for conducting a good cross-examination. They should be
Yeah.
tight questions, yes or no. You lead them on a good rhythm, bum, 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 so that they're just going along your narrative, and you don't let them squeeze in extra words. And it comes with
Or
the way that you
tears.
craft your questions. Yes.
Yeah.
He broke down in tears.
Yes.
Like if
He
anything, it
cried
made him
during
more credible.
cross-examination?
Yeah, that Isaac guy.
A
at
little
the
bit.
end,
Yeah, he got
literally,
very emotional.
He got
Yeah.
choked up talking about how it's affected his kids, and it wasn't at anger. She's like, "You're still angry, right?" He's like, "No, I'm tired." And
Yeah,
the
he's
way
like,
he
"I
put
want
it
her
all
to
out
be
there, he was all
honest."
of us, and he said
Yeah.
it so eloquently, emotionally. I totally bought it. I was like, "You just made him. You were trying to like break his credibility, but you only strengthened it by like I couldn't." Is there? Could she have like stopped him and said, "All right, never mind"? Like,
Yes.
and she
Yes.
should have, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because that's something that is kind of difficult when you have a witness who is so appealing to the jury, because he had that entire courtroom eating out of his hand. He made a joke, everybody laughed, the entire courtroom. He even got Amber Heard to smile because he was giving such glowing compliments to her. Everyone in that room lightened up, and everyone just absolutely adored this witness, both sides. So it's hard to cross-examine someone like that, and especially when he is also a very dominating kind of personality in conversation, and he takes control of the conversation. So what you have to do is almost like in an overly polite way sometimes say, "Hey, I'm sorry, but this is I've got to ask you my next question. That wasn't exactly the answer. Like, you didn't quite answer my question. Yes or no?" And you start kind of respectfully, and then if they keep kind of trampling over your respect, then you can ramp it up a little bit more and more until you can finally say, like, "Okay, no, I'm sorry. We need to continue. You're being disrespectful now." But there's a way that you can start to regain control of that witness in a cross-examination, and he just steamrolled right all over Elaine Bredhoff.
Well, she had and she had the warning too, because he was like, "So you're angry," and then he was like, "You mean about the lies?" And then he just started going off on a whole spiel, which I'm sure Johnny's team was like, "Yes."
Oh yeah.
She let it go, and then she pushed it again. So you're clearly, I guess she thought that was like, "Oh God, see his bias. He's emotionally biased. You can't listen to him." But they completely disregard the fact that I bet you that whole jury was listening with bated breath, like, "Tell us more, sir."
Yeah,
especially because he was also so honest the whole time.
Right.
I'm sorry, I'm totally interrupting.
That's all right. No, my buddy, he's an attorney. He texted me about that. He thought that attorney just had
Ready for
target
the jury
fixation
then?
on trying to draw out the bias and draw out everything on him, that she was so focused on going after him, she didn't realize she was letting everything in. Like, kind of like what you said, Andy. She's like, "Oh, look, he's showing this bias." In reality, it was a genuine emotional display. So
Boom. Well, yeah, if you want to come on tonight, let me know. I'd love to get your take on that. So hit me up after. We'll be on after this.
Yeah.
Enjoy this when you guys are done.
DM me whatever
I
link
will.
you have.
And the rest of you, hit me up if you want to come on out. I'm always looking for more guests. Guys, keep watching. Enjoy. We'll be back.
Absolutely.
I love the
All right,
pop-ins.
thanks.
Come on tonight.
Yeah.
Bye, guys.
All right.
See you,
ya.
Andy.
All right. Jury's coming back.
Jury's looking at that 4 o'clock like an elementary school student watching that hour hand.
Yeah, absolutely. Interesting that the gallery behind them is pretty much empty.
Yep, emptied out.
Interesting.
I
I
think
would have thought that it would be packed.
Yeah. I think that break at 4 o'clock, there's only an hour left. It's just this for the next hour. You say,
Yeah,
okay,
that's true.
I'll be back tomorrow.
Yeah, the smart money went home.
So thanks, viewers.
Yeah, I know. What's that say about us? We're actually sticking around because we want to.
I am in it to win it. Yeah, we are here for the long haul. For better or for worse, right?
Hey, we're at 10 hours for me, I think, or a little bit more. Unexpected Depp Heard coverage, but I think you're doing a great job. And I think there's a lot of fun conversations over here, so I'll pop in when I can.
Yeah,
I do too.
thank you. I appreciate you guys coming over.
Sure. No, this worked out for me today. Worked around my own video and a bunch of legal crises. In fact, let's see if I have to leave right now.
All right. All right, you may continue. Thank you.
And does this also look like one of the clips taken from one of the ECB security cameras?
Yes.
And does this appear to be one of the clips that was taken and preserved by ECB since 2016?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that the quality is also grainy as it appears in this video?
Yes.
As far as you know, does the date and time stamp look accurate within a few seconds?
Yes.
And do you recognize the people in this video?
Yes.
And who are they?
Amber, Rocky, and Whitney.
And move to 42. And does this appear to be one of the video cameras from ECB security footage?
Yes.
And does this appear to be one of the videos taken and preserved by ECB since 2016?
Yes.
And as far as you know, is the date and time stamp accurate within a few seconds?
Yes.
And if we could please, see, go to 11:32 and 11:35. Do you recognize this as a clip from 2016? One of the ones that was taken and preserved by ECB?
Yes.
And as far as you know, the date and time stamp, is it accurate within a few seconds?
Yes.
Move to admit this as Exhibit 42, please, and let's move to Exhibit, 42, and move to Exhibit 43, please. Does this look like footage from one of the ECB security cameras?
Yes.
And does this appear to be one of the clips that was taken and preserved by ECB from since 2016?
Yes.
As far as you know, is the date and time stamp accurate within a few seconds?
I'm gonna get some more super chats while they're just authenticating still.
I think it's a good
Rhiannon
call.
Adams.
Can you tell me
Rhiannon
where this
Adams
is?
says, "Shame that
Or do you
this
remember
that the
where
closed
that was
captioning picks up Mr. Depp as Mr.
the-
Death." I agree.
In fairness, it also says misheard as
That is
one
the
word a lot, so it kind of
mezzanine
goes both ways there.
It's kind of funny, actually. Yeah, it's true.
And if we could
SoCal
move to
Sex
Exhibit
says,
44, please.
"I think Amber Heard was slipping drugs to Johnny without him knowing."
That's
Could
an
be.
allegation.
Could be. Ian So Forth says, "If they make a movie out of this, they should probably leave this part out."
See, I want an authentic legal movie that just has
Yes.
a 20-minute sequence of evidence authentication.
Oh, here we go.
So, I want them yelling at
Here's
an
Amber
intern
Heard.
in their office.
This is on the
on a Friday
25th.
night.
The 25th at 1:45 p.m.
Okay. 4 days after the alleged fight. Well, I think the fight is real. What happened is questionable.
Yes.
Amber's like, "Do you know who I am?"
See, so I was wrong. You did at least get an Amber clip, but not from the 2 days
Yeah.
full issue.
And I think that's why at the beginning they were asking about, okay, so you didn't get something from the 23rd and the 24th, I think, even though both sides asked you to preserve that footage. Do you know what happened? No, I don't know what happened. That's what it sounded like, right? Did you guys get something different from that part?
No, there was definitely a sequence that said essentially, why wasn't anything delivered? He said,
Yes.
I
I
mean, all his
reasons-
answers are,
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I think that just cuts off the other party from trying to bring it up later in closing. Like, why don't they have all this? Or why didn't they show it to you? And they could say, well, the morons at the apartment building screwed up.
the apartment building. I mean, it was a whole process. So, you know, they put it out to a third-party processor. You know, you heard him say, at least with respect to one of the videos, he thought it was running slow after processing, which can, you know, that kind of thing can happen.
Yeah, I just think it's their way to protect themselves
And
from
does
the other
it look
side.
like one of the videos taken from one of the ECB security cameras?
Yes.
And does this look like one of the clips that was taken and preserved by ECB since 2016?
Yes.
And as far as you know, is the date and time stamp accurate within a few seconds?
Yes.
And do you recognize who's in the photo? I mean, who's in the video?
It appears to be Amber and Trinity Esparza.
Trinity what?
Esparza.
Trinity Esparza.
Oh, sorry. I thought you guys passed.
Alita has entered the deposition.
And can you rewind that footage, please? And does Amber Heard have a sister?
Yes.
Do you know if that's Amber Heard's sister versus Amber Heard? Could you tell?
In this video,
Do they look that close?
Yeah, they do. They look similar enough. I mean, they definitely look like sisters. At least from like video surveillance footage, I
Yeah.
could see somebody mixing them up.
Well, I still don't think he's answered yet, right?
Yeah, seems like it.
So that could be an avenue.
not 100% now.
The video shows Whitney.
And would you agree that the video is also a little bit fuzzy in this clip?
As it appears now, yeah, it's grainy.
And does this look like an accurate clip taken and preserved by ECB since 2016?
Yes.
And if we could please move to Exhibit 46. As far as you know, did ECB preserve all the footage that Mr. Depp's attorneys and Amber's attorneys asked you to preserve?
Yes.
And did you, from your understanding, do you understand that the attorneys, some attorneys came and actually were involved in the selection process of videos, ECB in May of 2016?
Yes.
And moving to this exhibit 45, does this appear to be a video clip from one of the elevator surveillance cameras in ECB?
Yes.
And does this appear to be one of the clips that was taken and preserved by ACB since
All right,
2016?
let's get some more super chats then. Ralph Peterson said, "Hot and bothered.
far as you
Methinks
know,
licensed
is the
for
date
year
and
is
time
projecting."
stamps accurate within a
I'm
few
not
seconds?
projecting, you
Yes.
silly.
And
Steve
I'd like to move
Donahue
to
says,
this
"This guy on the stand right
45.
after lunch." Well, it's
And for
through
46,
deposition, so
Yeah.
And do you recognize the
You
people
know.
in this?
but yeah, it sucks for the
appears to be
jury right
Amber
after lunch
Rocky.
though. Paul
And
Byrne
would
says,
you agree
"Potential
that
criminal
the
has his keyboard
footage is a
connected
little
to
bit
his
fuzzy?
subwoofer."
Yes, as it's
It
Yeah.
could,
Oh,
it could be. I don't know.
no,
I think-
it's a little loud. I
I'd like to move to the-
apologize.
No,
I
that's
try to shut
okay.
it off when I'm
46 and move on
typing.
to Exhibit 47, please.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I think sometimes we also get something from the court reporter. Maybe sometimes I noticed this earlier, even when I was by myself.
Somebody
this
typing
morning.
does have a boom kind of sound to it, like they're on a drum.
Oh, I don't know if that's me. Hold on, let me. That's
Yeah.
me.
Okay, yeah, that's yeah, I can hear that.
Oh, okay. Well,
That's okay though. I mean, it's
And does this appear
it
to be
happens.
a
You can
video
I
clip
mean,
from one of the ECB
if you mute
security
it when
cameras?
you're just typing,
yeah,
then that's
sure,
fine.
sure.
Yes.
And it just appeared to be one of the clips taken and preserved by ACB.
Hey, you made money off it,
since
so.
2016.
Also true. Maybe you should keep typing.
As far
No,
as
I'm
you
kidding.
know, is the time and date stamp accurate within a few
Krillin Toda says
seconds?
Nick hates dogs. Indy got me here. I know, and
Would you agree
unfortunately I
that
don't have
video
Indy
footage
with me
is a
now,
little
but I
bit
will when
fuzzy
I'm
in
back
this
in my
clip as well?
studio.
Yeah, it says it's split.
And
TRG great or TR Greater
looks like
Rex
one of the
one.
clips that was
Sorry,
taken
I'm
and
trying to read this
preserved by
name.
ACB since
Says,
2016.
why must we watch the whole video to get the security
Yes.
video in? Is there a quicker or at least less boring
And
way?
as far as you know,
Yeah,
the
we did
date
talk
and
about
timestamp
that. I
look
know it's
accurate within a few seconds.
it's a bit tedious, I should
Yes.
say.
I believe we're on exhibit 48.
We
But
are
I
here to
think they've
suffer.
it seems like they've stipulated to that, so we've got
Does
to
this appear to
do
be
it the way that
a
they've
clip from one of the
agreed.
ACB video cameras?
This is their
Nick says,
process.
Yes.
yeah. Nick says not to
And does
mention
it
how
appear to
much
be one
this
of the
costs
clips
in
that was taken
billable
and preserved by
hours.
ACB since
Yeah, all
2016?
these attorneys
But,
that are
but
sitting in
that
that
check
courtroom.
was signed when they said 5 to
And as
6
far as you
hour
know, is the date and
trial,
timestamps,
5 to 6 week
accurate within
trial.
a few
So
seconds?
Yep.
Yeah,
if they,
I think
if they
so.
bring it in close to
And
that,
he recognized
that's
the
already been
woman who
counted.
was
And
Yeah.
yes, this is just ridiculously
about to get
expensive
on
as a
the elevator,
process.
getting on.
There's no question.
Yes. Agreed. We can all
There's
agree on
5
that for sure.
attorneys for this on Johnny Depp's side.
And
Just the
about the
ones
same
present.
on Amber Heard's too.
Yeah.
Which
Yeah, just the ones
website?
present, not the ones back at the
Amber's
office
waiting to
putting
get
together
on.
docs.
Rocky just
And the
came in,
paralegals,
he's
yeah.
over the corner. I
Also
don't
true.
know the other
Lucy
two.
Rambo, thanks for the super sticker.
Mhm.
Kayla Duck became a YouTube member. Hey, welcome. Jen VH,
And
thanks
can
for
you-
the super sticker.
Would you agree that this footage is also
Manny
a little bit fuzzy?
Fabani, someone said Amber Heard has
Yes,
ROTC
that's just
class
right
after
now.
this. It does look like
And
a
that looks
military
an
uniform,
accurate
doesn't it?
clip, from one of the ones that was taken and
Andrea
preserved by
GP says,
ACB since 2016.
Ian
It's not-
Grufford,
Yes.
Fantastic Fours. What's that?
If we could
I
please
was just
pull
gonna
up
say,
exhibit
this is
49.
this is one of those
Mr.
names that
Patterson, are
always
you
gets
familiar
me.
with the
It doesn't
layout
sound
at the,
anything like
penthouse
I
It's
O A
Ian,
N.
right?
Columbia building?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Ian.
Yes.
Okay. I think so, right? Yeah, Ian Grufford, Fantastic Fours, got an RO, got a restraining order
this
against
is
his ex
exhibit
because he was
49
afraid that she
that
was
I'm
going
showing
to
you,
do what
and,
Amber did to Johnny
does
Depp.
this look like
Smart man.
Yeah. Yep.
what you
If you think
understand
that
the
something like
layout
that
to
is
be
coming,
of the
sometimes being the
penthouse
first
3
one to
first
jump in
level?
is
Does
best.
this look to you like
He says it's
what your
Yoan.
understanding is
Oh,
of the
Yoan?
layout of
Yoan?
penthouse
Yep.
3, the
He
first
says it's
level?
Welsh for
Yes.
John.
Ah,
And
Yoan.
if we could
Okay.
scroll down,
It's
please.
just one I
Kind of-
always rings in my head because I always know. Nope, I can't say that one. I can never
I
remember.
know. Kind of like
This is what I
Does
bring
that
to the
look
table.
like
like
the
here.
layout of
Ray
the second
Fiennes.
level?
Ray Fiennes.
Yeah.
And then
Of
Killian
Penthouse 3?
Murphy with a C. Got some interesting names in Hollywood.
Yes.
Well,
Move to
Siobhan
exhibit
always throws me when I see
49,
it written
please,
out.
and can we please move to exhibit 50?
So now we're caught up on super chats. Pretty cool.
Thanks, evidence.
Yes, thank you, boring testimony.
But yeah, Johnny Depp's, lead attorney sitting next to him, probably $1,500 for sitting here during this, saying nothing, staring at a wall.
Mm-hmm.
If you can be a high profile
Pretending
litigator,
to
go
look
for
like
it.
you're not about to fall asleep.
Yeah.
Something that a
And can you please
$400
zoom in a little bit,
associate
please?
is doing on the deposition, watching that.
Mr. Patterson, do you
Sure.
recognize this as
Yeah.
The layout
He's got the good
of
moves down.
Mm-hmm.
the penthouse level?
Nothing's labeled. Generally, I guess.
Chromax says, no, you're not caught up on
Does
super
that look
chats.
like the pool's in the right spot on that exhibit?
I like chats updating us on various ways to say John in different countries.
I love it.
I find that to be amusing.
Yeah, yeah.
You're almost at 50,000.
Yes.
Weren't you at 45 like 2 seconds ago? That's awesome.
Yeah. And like a couple
From what
weeks
you
ago,
can
I was at
tell,
like
does
40.
everything
I
else
was
look
hanging
as
out
you
for a
would
while at
expect the layout to be in your
42,
familiarity with the
somewhere like
layout
that.
and your
So
experience?
it's been a
Nice.
wild few weeks. So
Hit
amazing.
the like button.
Yep,
Subscribe.
48.5.
Good times.
Yeah. Yep. So yeah, I mean, I'm super happy and
Yes,
thrilled that
generally.
people are
Going back to the
willing to
video
come
clips,
in and
we
watch
can
with
walk-
us.
There's a couple I'm saving
It's
to
amazing.
the end to see if there's time.
Well, we got to
But
chat through
for the ones
this.
that
I
I've
mean,
sho-
you don't want the
for
you don't want
ones
the
that I've
only
showed
feed
you,
of this trial to
um,
be just these
is your
people saying
understanding
this
that
right
those are
now.
all
Of
accurate
course,
copies
of course.
ECB footage?
I mean,
that,
imagine,
were
imagine
taken
just
over
watching this by
ECB's
yourself
2015?
without any friends, without us.
Imagine being on the
And
jury.
again,
Yes.
by taken by ECB,
can't
I
talk
mean
to
by you or
anybody
someone
about
under
it.
your direction.
You
in the
can't
regular
even
course
pull
of
up
business. Is
your
that
phone
understanding?
to look at Twitter to find the memes.
Yes.
Are they allowed to take notes?
And
I think so. Yes.
I was going to ask if
Is
this
it
was a
correct
note
that
jurisdiction or
ECB has
not.
produced all
Yes,
of the video
I think
footage
I think
that,
they I
Oh.
think they did. They are allowed to take
been
notes. Is
subpoenaed
my
by
understanding. Someone can
attorneys?
correct me if I'm wrong,
I'd
but I
be making
believe that
some
they are.
mazes right now.
Yes, that's correct.
I can't imagine
Um,
trying to remember
extent
everything in
that
this
The
case.
no notes
footage has
jurisdictions
not
are
been
like,
produced?
wow, really?
It helps me pay attention to
Is
be
it
able
fair
to
to
take
say that
notes. This
that
is
footage
what
no
I'm
longer
doing
exists?
Yeah.
here
Or
every
thank
day.
God it's not a
Information.
thank God it's not a jurors can ask questions jurisdiction.
Can you expand on that, please?
Yeah,
Sure.
I've never seen that before,
So
but
there's-
that must
my
be
understanding is that
Oh,
you
it-
testified
crazy.
that there's 87 clips that
In
have been
trials, it can be
preserved.
fun.
Is that right?
It gives you an idea what they're latching onto.
And
Yeah,
that the
that's
date and
true. That's true.
timestamps are
But
reasonably
sometimes they
accurate
just
to your
ask
knowledge on
ridiculous
those
stuff,
footage?
and then when you ignore
To the
it,
extent that there are any
and you don't
missing
answer
days
it,
or times,
they
is
get
it fair
mad
to
in
say
the
that
next
that
round of
footage
questions.
no
Like, why
longer
didn't you ask my
exists?
question? I
Or is
asked
there any
earlier.
other footage that could be
Mhm.
produced?
Outside of the videos that were requested, that's correct. No, everything else would have been written over at this point.
Okay, so there's no other videos other than those that have been produced, to your knowledge?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And I believe you testified that ECB currently has a new and improved video system. Is that right? Am I remembering that correctly?
I did. Thanks for bringing it up.
Yes.
Put a lot of capital improvements into the ECB building.
And back in 2016, would you agree with me that the
In
video
fact,
quality
due to my
was,
tireless efforts, it
somewhat
is now even more
grainy,
valuable
I
as a
believe that
result.
we've talked about in some of the
Therefore, I
Yes,
need a
compared
raise.
to
Sam
today's, yes.
Yes, it was so important. I got in Building Manager
and
Monthly. They did a
was-
spread on my work.
Was it also a little
I'm
bit
presuming
fuzzy
this
in
portion of the
clips that
questions
we
could
reviewed
be
today?
used in some kind of concept of, well,
Yeah, it
it's
says
too
they were
grainy, you
displayed
can't
on the
tell.
screen.
Add it
Mhm.
to,
And
is it Whitney,
Is
is
it
it
correct that you did
Amber?
not
You know, that
see
kind of
Amber
stuff.
in person?
And you know what? There may not
yourself,
even be a direct or a
May
cross
21st
examination
or the
of
several
this
days
deposition
after?
because the other
I
side might
don't
be like,
recall which day or days
you know, there's
she came into the office.
Are they
but
even
I
paying
did see
attention?
her on
Is the
Sure,
jury even
yeah.
listening?
Outside of that, no, I didn't see her in
Man.
person.
Laura S says,
Okay,
I have jury duty on
with that
Monday.
last
I hope
answer,
I don't
you
get
don't
picked for a trial
recall
like this.
There are
Yeah.
very
which
few
days you
like
saw her, is
this.
that correct?
Good luck. I hope it's something good.
I don't remember the
These
specific
come
dates of
very,
those,
very
interactions.
few and few and far
Mhm.
between, right?
Yes.
That's right.
That's the right phrase.
So would you be able to testify based on your knowledge whether Amber is wearing makeup?
Yeah, I would have liked to see a
Uh,
camera of the
the
jury
week of the-
reactions when they said 6 weeks.
21st of 2016?
Not that I recall.
There's no guarantee it's 6
And if we
weeks,
could
by the way.
please go back,
That's
Yeah.
not how trial works.
since we have a
It could
little
be
bit of
3
extra
months.
time, and watch the video that we
Actually,
couldn't
hold on.
hear
I'm
the
going to
audio
knock on
on. There's
wood.
something wrong with it, but I believe the
I
audio
don't
is
want that to
fixed.
happen.
So if we could please go back to Exhibit 3. Mr. Patterson, I believe you testified when we first saw this video without audio that you described Mr. Depp's behavior as animated. Is that right?
He did.
Yes.
Now that the audio is back, would you still describe Mr. Depp's behavior as animated?
Yeah, I think he's still animated, but with the audio, I would say upset about something.
And
Either
based
of
on
those are
your,
innocuous terms. Animated, upset.
The times
I
we've
was gonna
seen that Mr.
step away
Depp
for a
at
I mean, you're
ECB,
gonna have a video and a
have you
recording.
seen him
Why?
upset
Why does this guy's opinion matter? You all can
similarly
evaluate
upset,
that, jury.
That's
in the
fair.
building?
That's also fair.
There was one video of Mr. Depp in the elevator. Seemed, like I said earlier, animated.
With the one you're referring to, is that the one where you said Mr. Depp was swaying side to side, or are you thinking of a different one?
Yes, when he was swaying side to side.
Do you know who Mr. Waldman is?
Yes.
Who is he?
Johnny Depp's attorney.
Did Mr. Waldman contact
Is this a different
you
deposition?
about
Because
this
she already
case?
asked him if
Yes.
Johnny
What
Depp's
did Mr.
attorney Adam
Waldman
Waldman
want
had
when he
drafted
called
his
you?
statement in
Can
2016.
you clarify just because there's been several cases. I don't
I'm
recall
not sure. I
which
feel like they
case
would have
Mr. Waldman was involved
they would have
in.
flagged that for the
Um,
jury. You would think, right?
Well, they're
So
seeing the video,
I
right?
don't
Like
believe he's reached
our
out
broadcast here has
regarding
given up on showing the
this
guy,
particular
but they're,
one,
you
to
know,
my
you could have
knowledge.
a hard cut between videos. But yeah, that
Which,
was
of
they
the other
definitely asked
cases
him about
that
Adam
you've
Waldman
been
before.
contacted by Mr. Waldman about?
I don't recall this specific one. But he did reach out to whichever one he was representing at that time. And I believe there's a subpoena that had followed.
And did you say that Mr. Waldman contacted you in 2 prior cases?
I don't recall which case it was in regard to.
And did you talk to Mr. Waldman on the phone?
You're when somebody chatted. Amber looks
And
like
did you
she's about to
communicate
get
with
in a
Mr. Waldman
German
by
U-boat.
email?
It's like, yeah, she does.
Yes.
Did Mr. Waldman prepare a draft declaration for you?
Yes.
Remaking Das
Is
Boot.
it fair to say that you cannot testify one way or another
She's
about whether Mr. Depp
what's the
committed domestic
character in
violence
Indiana
against
Jones?
him?
Dr. Schneider. What's her first name?
cannot.
That's who she
Elsa.
is.
Elsa Schneider.
Elsa Schneider. She's Dr. Elsa Schneider.
This is how we
Sorry
say
to all the
goodbye in
Germans in the chat for my
Austria.
terrible, terrible. That's what she is. He's like, all I have to do is squeeze, and she's like, all I
And
have
does
to
this
do
look
is
like
squeeze.
a video camera from
That's
the
her.
ECB video
She
footage?
talks in her sleep.
It's only day 2, and they're reenacting Last Crusade.
Okay.
That's it. That's who she looks like today. Is Dr. Elsa Schneider. Oh, is this the end of it? Or is it? Are we going roll into the next one? Oh,
Oh, it's a clip.
we got a
We had to
clip.
pull up a clip.
So May 21st at 8:30.
This is the elevator trip down. This might have audio.
Oh yeah.
They were talking about audio.
Yeah. Yes. Okay.
Come on, dude, just hit all the buttons. I think we already saw this, didn't we?
Yeah.
Yes,
But there
I
might
don't
be
know if
audio.
I don't know if it's coming into court, but this one probably has audio based on what we were just hearing him asked.
Mm-hmm.
The audio did not make its way out to us. I don't believe. I mean, like, he's clearly agitated.
Mm-hmm. And that doesn't
She broke my
mean-
Scots.
Yeah, it just means that he's upset about something. It doesn't mean
Yeah.
that he did or did not do something, but you know.
That's right. Yeah. That's the fundamental problem here, right? Is you got them, you got 2 people agreeing that there was an altercation and what that looked like.
Exactly.
The stuff around it isn't going to solve that question.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
And does this look like one taken and preserved by ECB since 2016?
Yes.
It
As far as
sounds
we
like they
know,
found
the
an
date and
audio
timestamp
version
accurate
and they
within a
had to
few seconds?
re-authenticate it. But I don't know why you wouldn't edit out the first
Please take that down and
authentication.
bring up 10.
Maybe they just didn't have time before putting this together.
Yeah, I mean, as you pointed out, this is 4 weeks ago. I mean, it's they're coming in hot.
Yeah.
That's a very short period of time in law time, by the way. I know 4 weeks sounds like you could get some stuff done, but
Oh,
very,
yeah.
very short in law.
4 weeks.
I
go
mean,
by like
typically
And
by
does
that
this
point,
look
you
like
want all
a
of your
video from one of
evidence
the ECB
in
security cameras?
exchanged, done. You don't want to be taking any more depositions. You don't want to be doing anything new
And does this
at that
look
point.
like one of the
That's
clips that was taken and
that
preserved
gives
by
me
ECB,
anxiety just
since
thinking about it.
2016?
Yes.
Litigators are often stressed.
And
This I have found in
as
my
date and
career.
time, within a few seconds look
Yes.
accurate?
Just a little
As far as
bit,
you
just a
know?
little bit.
Yes.
Yeah.
Third-party
And
timing
can
and
we please,
deadlines
take
turns
that
out
down and bring
pretty
up,
stressful.
16.
God, it's so bad.
Heck, it's stressful when the party you're dealing with is the government, and you know where they are, and they're like down the street from you.
Yeah.
And does this look like a video clip from one of the ECB security cameras?
Yes.
And does this look like one of the clips that was taken and preserved by ECB since 2016?
Inger Joanna said the takeaway from all this
Yes.
is hashtag Amica
As
cream
far as
and
you know, is the
hashtag
date and time stamp
fecophobia.
accurate within a few
Phobia.
seconds?
Yes.
Please, and we could take this down and bring up 17, please.
I had to Google it, but it's not fecal phobia. It's like corporophobia, because there's
Does this look like one of the
corporophilia.
video clips from the ECB
Huh.
security cameras?
Ooh.
Yeah.
There's a-
I had
I
a
mean, I
client
guess
had that
there
issue
is always a
when he was in
philia
jail.
version, right?
Yeah.
And does this look like one of the
Yeah, he was in the
clips
nut
that
hut and he was
taken
finger
and
painting in
preserved,
his
by
room.
ECB from 2016?
Yes.
So I had to sit there. I'm like
And as far as you
Googling,
know,
and I'm
is the
reading
date
through his
and time
assessment, and
stamp
I'm
accurate within
Googling
a
what
few
these
seconds?
terms mean, and I'm like,
Yes.
oh.
Would you please take it down and bring up 18?
Oh, wow.
Does this look like a video clip from one of the ECB security cameras?
Yes.
And does this look like one of the clips that was taken and preserved by ECB from 2016?
Yes.
And as far as you know, is the date and time stamp accurate within a few seconds?
Yes.
Could you please take it down and bring up 25? And does this look like a security camera footage from one of the ECB security cameras?
Yes.
I think the other part that makes
And does
this
this look
so
like one of the
boring
clips that was taken and preserved
is,
by
I mean,
ECB
as
since
you mentioned earlier,
2016?
Rick, that it's very mechanical, but it's not coming in the form of a
Yes.
narrative,
No.
right?
As far as you
Usually
know,
when we
are the
have
date
a
and
lot
time
of this
stamps
evidence come
accurate
in,
within a
it's
few
as
seconds?
this person is telling a
Yes.
story, and then it just happens
If
to
we
come
could
up
pull
that
up
there's a photo that
26.
kind of helps. There's a diagram of the penthouses that helps him tell his story, you know, or her story, however this is unfolding. And
That's
so it's a
right.
lot easier to place this information and to remember it and to pay attention when it's part of a story, right? Because we're narrative beings by nature, right?
And these are story parts. It's like they took the plastic bags you get when you buy a nice new board game and they dumped them on the table. And that's important. You need the
And does this
pieces
look
to
like
play the
a
board
video from
game.
one of the ECB
But
security
the board game is
cameras?
not being set up right now. That'll be tomorrow and the next day and the
Yes.
next day and the next day.
Yeah.
And does
But
this look like one of the
That's a
this is
good
just
way to
opening the
put it.
plastic
taken and
bags.
preserved by ECB
Yeah,
since
that's a good way to put it,
2016?
is that you're unboxing the board game right now and just taking these out of the bag right
Yes.
That's it.
And as far as you know,
yeah.
is the date
Yeah.
and time accurate within a few seconds?
Yes.
But you know, it'll be
And just to
very
confirm,
interesting
that
to
is your
see when these
signature at
things
the
do
end of
get
this
played
document. Is that correct?
along with their timestamps, and we can start to put together
Yes,
this
that's correct.
timeline of events on,
Did
I mean,
anyone
this is
assist you
specifically
in
on
drafting this
May
declaration?
21st, 2016. And as we can sort of
Yes.
piece these things
And who
together,
was that
it's
person?
very, very interesting to see how they're starting to
Mr.
do that.
Waldman?
And
Yeah,
did
and if
Mr.
there are
Wal-
any fights on
and
any of this
assistance
in
in
terms of
drafting your
timeline or
declaration have
otherwise,
any
I mean, there's
influence
obviously
or
big
effect
holes in
on the
what we were able to
truthfulness of your
see in terms of
statements in your
time.
declaration?
And
No.
Is this a true and
it
accurate
doesn't look like they have any
copy of
cameras
your
on the
first
floor in
witness
question, which
statement
makes sense.
submitted
That's a
in OK
residence floor.
action?
Yes,
Yeah,
it appears
yeah.
to be.
So,
Mr.
but we
Patterson,
will
the
see
statements
body cam
contained in
footage
this
from the
first
second set of
witness
police
statement, are they
officers.
truthful?
So the ones that arrived
Oh.
at, I think, 10 o'clock.
Yes.
So we'll be able to see if that wine is there on the floor or whatnot.
We will.
Mr. Depp,
And
are
I
there
know what
offer you any
what it
money?
shows. And
Oh.
actually, you guys can get a sneak peek
No,
at
I
that
did not.
if you take a look at my video on the two
Between May
incidents from December 15th,
2016, which
2015
I'll
and May
represent
21st,
to you, was a
2016.
Saturday,
They are linked.
and May
The video is
27th,
linked in the description below.
2016, which I will
So
represent
not
to
now,
you,
but
was a
later if you guys
Friday.
are curious.
Did you
I'm gonna
work
stay
on site
spoiled
at the
because I
Eastern
like my
Columbia building?
ignorance and seeing what these people present to me
I don't recall
and the way they
if I was
present
there
it to
those
me.
days. I'm typically
But
there Monday through Friday.
Yeah.
yeah, it is interesting that so many pieces of this are out
Sitting here today, do
there
you have
and
any
about
recollection of
because it's been so
interacting
long.
in person with Ms. Heard?
Yeah, that's
at any
why I
point
love
between May
having people
21st,
on also that are
2016 and May
that basically know
27th,
nothing about this,
2016?
but
As I had
understand
previously
trials
mentioned,
and
I
understand
don't
evidence and
recall
all this stuff.
specific
So
dates of when
it's good
Ms.
because
Heard stopped by the office.
I kind of wanted to start off as like a
I
a juror and you know keeping one foot in
Alejandro
the jury
Romero
box
was another
myself.
person that spoke to
But then
you
I was
about
like,
his
you know what,
interactions with
I'm
Ms.
just
Heard?
too curious. I want to learn about
That I
everything that I
don't-
possibly can before trial.
Not 100%.
I think it's great.
So,
No, I agree.
but
It's-
it's
it's hard not
great
to
to
say
have you
that.
guys because it's like
I
we
don't
can get
recall exactly.
kind of like what the jury might be thinking
Was Cornelius
in
Harrell
that respect.
one of the people that spoke to you about his interactions with Ms. Heard?
I also don't recall a specific interaction with Cornelius.
Do you recall when Mrs. Sparza first came to you about her observations of Ms. Heard?
I don't recall a specific interaction. I have a recollection of, I guess Trinity stopping by, but I don't remember the exact interaction.
And are the statements contained in paragraphs 15 through 18 truthful?
As I review it, yes, that is my recollection of the occurrences.
I mean, that's another voice.
What footage
This might
do
be
you
3 or
recall
4
Mrs.
depositions of this
Sparza
guy.
showing you?
Yeah.
I recall Mrs. Sparza showing me video of the mezzanine level where the multicolored area rug is, of Amber with her sister and Rocky, and one of them, from what I remember, fake punched Amber in the face, in which they all started laughing and then they walked off screen.
You recall the date of that surveillance
fake
footage
punch that might have
video that
connected.
you just described?
I do not.
Do you recall whether it occurred after May 21, 2016?
I don't recall.
Mr. Patterson, does this, after reviewing paragraph 7 of your declaration that you signed under the penalty of perjury, does this refresh your recollection as to whether or not you observed
Always
the
nice to throw
surveillance
that in.
footage sometime around May 24th, 2016?
Yes.
Okay, let's go through the first interaction that you remember with Ms. Heard.
Actually sounds like it
Can
might
you
be
tell
Johnny
me
Depp's
what you
second
remember
chair.
about that interaction?
Similar cadence.
So
Yeah.
Amber came in, shook her hand, and she told me the situation where she needed to.
Speaking of that, it doesn't look like
have
she's
me
in her
make
chair.
a statement to her sources.
Yeah, she's
at People
behind.
Magazine.
She's behind him now.
Did Ms. Heard explain to you why she wanted you to speak to
Oh.
her source at People Magazine?
I don't remember the exact. I don't recall the exact ask. It was something to do with her getting ridiculed in the eye.
Side
of the
note,
public
I hate ask
opinion
as a
or
noun.
Something like that.
Thank you. This has been my TED Talk for the day.
Wait, you hate what?
Please have
Ask.
Exhibit 3 pulled up.
I can't
the
remember the
records,
exact
they
ask.
Stamped Depp
Like,
Oh.
3628.
it's a question or request. This is just me shouting at clouds, folks.
But isn't
People
that
use ask all the time.
isn't that actually the proper term for in the entertainment industry? You've got that ask. That's always weird.
Hey man, a lot of people use it in law and transactions. It's not my favorite.
Okay.
Yeah. Also, people have mentioned how they haven't seen Kathleen Zellner on Johnny Depp's legal team. She's a pretty big litigator, and I don't think anybody has seen her publicly. She may still be. She
Mr.
probably is
Patterson,
still on
does
the
this
team because
video
she just
clip
was
represent
added to the team like
an accurate
a month
copy of
ago
one
or
of the
something.
original clips that
And she
was
may just
produced
be in behind the scenes
response
doing a
to a
lot of their
subpoena in
consulting, doing a lot of their sort of
2016?
like the general moving the pieces on the map
Oh,
and the behind the scenes, you know?
Yeah, a month out. Yeah, she's not going to be able to.
And was this clip recorded and kept in the regular course of business for Eastern Columbia Management?
Hey, Kurt is in the chat. Come join us. You have
Hey,
the
Kurt.
link.
I misspoke. Let me rephrase. Was this clip recorded and kept in the regular course of business for Eastern Columbia Building?
Can you expand on that?
Yeah, let me rephrase it. This is surveillance footage. This is a clip of surveillance footage that was recorded for business purposes at ECB. Yes?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And it was kept or preserved by ECB, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Do you know which camera this particular clip was showing footage from? We can perhaps replay it because I believe it might indicate that.
Yeah, if we can pull it up again.
Do you know which camera this is showing footage from?
Kurt
So
says
this
he's
would have been
reading.
the
He'll maybe join
in-house
us later.
elevator.
That's fair.
And if we could please pull up Exhibit 4.
Kurt's comment about the Zoom background is great.
Oh, what did he say? Oh, yeah. Okay,
No,
so
hey,
here we go. This is 21 is what? 9 o'clock on the 21st.
Couple of police going to plant some evidence on somebody, probably.
Doesn't that guy look like, with a bald head, he looks like, what's his name? Jason Statham. From the side, at least.
I have to wait till he turns his head.
It's like Jason Statham, actually, and acting as a police officer. That's not the real police, guys.
Yeah. Yeah, I could kind of see that a little
Covered
bit.
in Ocean's 11 plot.
Yeah.
None of these are real. They just
No.
got the building manager. They rebuilt a set that looks exactly identical to his camera footage.
This entire thing is a
Agent
scam.
47.
Yeah, Agent 47.
It's
yeah.
Chirophacy. The
That
attorney
too.
from Rittenhouse.
No, you're right, Richard. This is all a scam, so Johnny could steal something from Amber.
They just rebuilt the whole place.
I lied. This is a fake lawsuit. This is a fake judge.
Honestly, with his memory of events, that would work. Right? If you could make the camera angles identical, he's just saying, "Yep, that sure looks like ours."
And Steven Seagal shows up.
It's a bit elaborate for this trial, but who knows?
Yeah.
Does this video clip represent a true and accurate copy of one of the original clips that was produced in response to a subpoena in 2016?
It appears to be. There's nothing
I
going
believe
on
so.
right now, but yes.
Yeah.
And which camera is this showing footage from?
This is also the penthouse elevator.
If I could please have Exhibit 5 pulled up.
Okay. 21st at 9:19.
Yeah, 15 minutes later.
And I wonder, who is this guy that's... Okay. Is that Josh Drew, I wonder?
Who is that?
Josh Drew is the ex-fiance of Rocky Pennington, who is Amber Heard's, or was Amber Heard's best friend. Yeah, Chad is saying Josh Drew. Okay.
Okay, I'm glad you included the second part because I was about to ask you who's that.
Yeah, yeah, sorry. Few steps there.
Okay.
It's funny that the officer on the right immediately, I don't know, starts goofing on what they just did up at the penthouse level. So they would have just talked to Amber at that point, or both.
It would have just been Amber, I think.
Yep. So this must be Officer Haddon, Tyler Haddon, and Officer Sands. I know at the very least that Officer Haddon was deposed, and he testified that he didn't see any damage to the apartment, no wine stains, no broken glass,
For the record,
no injuries on Amber Heard's face, nothing.
that's Bate
And
stamped.
they looked at the entire penthouse.
I like Johnny's suit. Wow, that's slick.
Yeah.
Did they test to the hall that we heard attested to earlier today? The wine and glass in the hallway?
It was right in front of the door of Penthouse 1. That's what Isaac said today.
Yeah, it looked like you would have been able to see that from pretty much anywhere.
And the thing is, on cross, this was such a stupid question. On cross, they asked, could somebody have missed it if they were walking down the hall? And he's like, no, it was a really big stain. I don't think anybody could have missed it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why would you ask that?
No, that's if you want to bring up that
one of the original clips that was produced in 2016.
There's so much I want to say right there, but I'm just going to leave it alone.
Yes, it appears to be.
I kind of feel bad for this guy. I only imagine this is like a 4.5 hour deposition. You know, I bet by the end they're just showing him pictures of like Bigfoot. He's like, was this in your building? Yeah, sure. It sounds like it.
Probably. I don't know.
Well, we definitely got multiple lawyers' voices on here.
Yeah.
And what is the date of this footage?
May 21st, 2016.
If you could please pull up Exhibit 6, Bate stamped Depp 3648.
Okay, so this is 10:30, right?
Yes.
Second set of officers. Keyed into the penthouse floor.
Yep.
Yeah. Getting his phone. I was like, I got to get my Snapchat ready.
Yes, these guys have body cam
Okay.
footage rolling, or at least one of them does.
I'm surprised the other two didn't because it's not like they're the Hee Hawville Police Department. I mean, they should be able to.
Yeah,
have
I'm not
cameras.
sure why. I'm not sure why the others didn't. It's the second one that entered or that
Yeah.
left the elevator. He's the one that had the body camera on him. And that body cam footage also shows the same as what the first set of cops saw.
Did they see what Isaac said was in the hallway when they come in the later trip?
Nope.
Oh,
Isaac's
so-
just wrong on this?
No, I think Isaac came in after these guys.
Okay, so he comes in at 9:30.
He said 9:30. It may have
Ish.
been 10.
Yeah.
May have been 10. These guys are coming in. The second set come in at 9-ish.
No, Isaac's like, it could have been 9:25. He's like, I just don't know. He's like, I'm certain it was around that time.
Huh.
That said, though, I'm convinced that he's probably correct on the time, the way he answered it.
Does this video clip represent?
So there's going to be an
a true and accurate
accusation of
copy
like
one the original
staging?
clips that you produced.
Yes.
Yes.
In
Okay.
2016.
Hey, Eric, how's it going?
Hey, I thought I'd poke my head in and suffer like the rest of
It appears.
Hi, Eric.
Hey, how you doing?
It appears so.
Good, nice to
I
meet
don't
you.
recall this
Nice to meet you.
exact time of this clip, but yes, it does appear so.
The streamers
is it,
have given up
what is
on
the
this,
date
and they're
on
just
this video
showing
clip?
the video
May 21st.
on a shot of the
2016.
courtroom.
And which camera?
It's
is this
much
showing?
more interesting if you can observe the whole courtroom, right?
Yeah.
If we can wait
Yes.
for the doors to open.
Broadcasting to an empty witness chair.
Wow.
This actually has a certain artistic sensibility. This is
It's very meta.
This is a commentary on an empty witness chair in our modern tumultuous time.
Yes. very
Separated in
postmodern.
person. Video only.
Yeah. Reminds me of Ted Kaczynski and his idea of technological slavery.
I interviewed the FBI guy who brought him down.
Mhm.
He had something interesting to say about Ted Kaczynski. He said he's brilliant. He's ahead of his time. He just happened to like to blow people up.
Oh, jeez.
Well, I'm not lying. Like, if you read some of his writing where he talks about we're
Very
just going to lose
smart.
our lives to
Mr.
the
Patterson,
internet
I will
and the
show
world.
you
He's
next
a genius.
video clip that's
Yeah,
on
he's
page
he's
cam
not too far off.
2610.
He's got some good points.
He's
Yeah.
also
Exhibit
was
7.
created by MK Ultra.
Yes. Yes.
This is what happens to the stream when we get these kinds of mechanical witness testimonies. Suddenly
Well, okay.
Ted
I mean,
Kaczynski-
do you want to talk?
Yes.
Hey, I didn't bring him up.
Hey, I'm not
Hey.
saying he got some good ideas, but he wasn't wrong.
I said this was an artistic depiction of a courtroom.
Exactly.
Oh, here we've got
Ironically,
another.
Oh, come on, broadcast guy. You
Video.
got to at least show us the. Thank you.
Okay, there's Amber on the 22nd.
Oh, okay.
is
At
it
1
Amber or
p.m.
sister?
Yeah, we're having. Yeah, is it Amber or Whitney?
Well,
I
no,
think
Whitney
it's
had her hair
Amber.
up.
But Whitney
I
had
think-
her. If it was Whitney in the 25th, that's. I mean, it's a different day.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, different
Yeah.
day. Yeah, but I can see how they could be
Oh.
confused from behind.
Is that another herd?
That may be Rocky,
Okay.
possibly,
Now,
or
who's
maybe just somebody else.
They're not together. All right.
Who's Rocky anyway?
Amber's friend at the time. I don't know
Is
if
she
they're
an
still
MMA
friends.
fight? I was trying to look somebody up and that was popping up.
Herd of cattle. you're, these comments are hilarious.
Mm-hmm. We're getting some very, very funny.
Well, now we talked about Ted Kaczynski. We're talking about freeing Assange. It's like, don't get me started on that.
This is a true and accurate copy of one of the original clips that was produced in 2016.
Yes, it appears to be so.
Luna Wolf says that's her because she was photographed at a party that day.
Do you know
wearing
which
that.
camera this is showing
Okay.
footage from?
This
Actually,
is
it's a
the
good
front
point. There'd be
desk camera in
paparazzi
Milwaukee.
pictures to document who's who.
Next, can we please have Exhibit 8 pulled up? Which for the
Well, you
Why
can
would they
record
be
the
around back
authentication
then?
testimony for the
2-0.
paparazzi photos. It's another 4 hours.
Yeah.
In 2016, was Amber Heard paparazzi worthy though?
She's Johnny Depp's wife
Yeah.
at bare minimum.
Yes,
Yeah.
Aquaman.
Yeah,
Aquaman
that was
coming out.
2016 though.
Mr.
It
Patterson,
hadn't
this
been
is
out
video
yet.
clip
I'm just
representing
wondering
an
if they
accurate
showed up with
copy of
Johnny
the
was
original
around, but
clips that was produced in 2016.
All right, that's fair.
that's a good question.
Yes, it appears to be so.
Do you recognize who the person is that entered the elevator at 2256?
It appears to be Amber Heard.
Can I please have Exhibit 9 pulled up?
Okay, she was in Justice League 2017. That was her first thing. So I'm just saying that as of 2016, other than Johnny, I don't know how important she was.
Yeah, because she had been in other films. Somebody mentioned that she was in the Rum Dyers with Johnny Depp. That was where they met.
She was in
but I don't know
Drive
how many
Angry
people-
3D.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah,
shit.
Also,
Okay, that
Magic
takes
Mike
care of it.
XXL. That's where people may have seen her first.
I think the first time I saw her was actually Drive Angry 3D.
Well, she was also in the Independent Adderall Diaries.
Okay, so this is Amber. It looks like her sister and Rocky. Yeah, that wasn't Rocky in the previous one. That was just somebody else.
I just want to see somebody get out the elevator and smack all the buttons as they get out.
Like in Elf.
Yeah.
When he's on the Empire State Building. That was great.
I would hate living somewhere where I was videoed going in and out of my place. I mean, other than my own
you probably
footage.
are and you don't
I was gonna say,
realize.
you say that like
Yes.
you're not.
Yes. Oh, you sweet summer child. Yes.
Your
Well, okay,
neighbor's,
so-
your neighbor's ring camera is pointed the wrong
That's
direction.
true. My Ring camera's pointed at me when I'm
There you
coming
go.
in, but
They'll subpoena Ring or whatever.
Is this the actual camera? Yes. Another 4 hours, Richard.
I'm not.
Does this
I'm
video
not gonna
clip
lie. I
represent
watched that video
an
clip.
accurate copy of one of the
I can see the
original
three
clips that was
people.
produced in
I
2016?
couldn't tell you which one was Amber Heard with that perspective and everything else. I can't.
Yes, it appears to be so.
I'd agree.
Probably at this point I could. But that's just because I've been looking at a lot of this stuff.
and she's quantified the hairstyles. Okay, that's an Amber Heard hairstyle. No.
This is also the penthouse elevator.
Can I please have Exhibit 10 pulled up?
How long is this authentication going to go?
I think
don't
they're
know,
gonna.
but we're getting almost to 5 o'clock.
I think she's gonna let this go because it should have. It should have ended at the time by their math at like
And for the record, this is base stamped
4:50,
Deb
and then she had a 15-minute
1607.
break.
Does
So I
it
think
appear
she's
to-
gonna let it go until this is over. Would be my
think
bet.
So too. I think so too.
But it should be right in the 5:05, 5:10 range.
Yeah.
Was it really wise to do this now? Because I feel like any momentum they got from the witness earlier, I'm assuming that they did, it's just all the life has been sucked out of the day.
They need these videos for presumably the next person. I mean, I think that's why they do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was pre-planned, and I don't know. I don't think they anticipated Isaac burning it down like he did. So,
I mean, him being the only witness of the day gives it a spotlight anyway, if it is good for him.
sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just don't think they anticipated that, and maybe there's even
So
better stuff
is this
to
Amber
come.
Heard? Is this Amber Heard the one that is like looking back into the elevator now, or is that someone else?
I think so. Yeah, that looks like her. So we should be seeing a mark on her right cheek or on her right eye there. I mean, it is grainy. It's surveillance footage, right? So it's not in 4K exactly, but
It looks like a cheekbone more than anything. The shadows.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Certainly, I couldn't make a legal judgment on it.
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't look like she didn't learn her lesson once.
Oh no.
Hey.
That silencer says, "I salute you all for bravely plowing through these videos. They're pure chloroform. Cheers. Thank you."
But when they actually
Also,
show the
Katie
thing,
Young.
it's nice.
Welcome to YouTube memberships.
Wow.
Yeah, okay.
Video clip of a true and accurate copy of one of the original clips that was produced in 2016.
Yes, it appears to be so.
Do you know which camera this is showing footage from?
This is also the penthouse elevator,
And what date is depicted?
May 25th, 2016.
People are saying Johnny's going to testify tomorrow.
Next, can
Would
I
it be
have
that
please
they want it
exhibit
that early?
12, which for the record is bait stamp DEP 3572.
Yeah, I don't know. That yeah.
I think I would want him last.
Yeah. And he's the star. You gotta, he's
Unless they're worried about him, would that be a case? If there's things they're worried about, to have it further from?
Yeah,
I think he could, maybe, but he can go to the end and explain everything. I mean, he's sober, so I doubt he's going to get rattled.
Yeah.
Is he?
Well, he's not coked up in court. I don't think.
No, but he's.
Counsel would have advised against it.
Yeah.
Yes.
I would not be surprised if there weren't a
I don't
modicum of THC in the system if we were to test him.
What's a little bump before you testify?
I don't know. I'm just.
This is how you start conspiracies about that mint box.
Here's another one. On the 25th,
Mint box.
1:51 p.m.
I didn't say the mint box, but thank you.
They are passing around a mint box. That's
all right. Well,
They've got a box of stuff. Looks like she's taking her stuff out of the apartment or something. Somebody's stuff.
Yeah. When Johnny's done with her, she's only going to have that cardboard box left.
Yeah.
Maybe so.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this time that's Amber with the bun.
She's the one that seems to keep working.
All right, I'm
no
on
matter
board.
what.
Why are you holding the elevator?
I don't know.
Such an asshole move.
Yeah.
It's the penthouse elevator. They're the only ones that use it.
Yes, it appears to be so.
And do you know which camera this is showing footage from?
This is the front desk lobby camera,
And what is the date of this video clip?
May 25th, 2016.
And if we could please go to
IWD says, having nothing of substance, Heard's defense
13:45.
team has adopted the time-honored strategy of putting everyone in a coma to win.
Yeah, except this is the prosecution doing
Yeah,
it.
it's still Johnny's case. Yeah.
This is Johnny's direct case. But
Do you recognize the woman at the desk, walking to the desk?
But it definitely does feel that way, doesn't it?
Looks like
Well, I
Amber
assume that
Heard
Johnny's
is
team would have been
approaching
okay
Trinity
just
as far as
stipulating to
electronic evidence.
authenticity here. So maybe the
Can I have
comment is
Exhibit 13
other
pulled
side
up,
decided
please?
to ask for this to be dragged out. Don't know.
Mm-hmm.
On the other hand, if they're going to have an authenticity fight, there is some value in showing how you actually establish authenticity.
That is also true.
But then shouldn't there be a fight now? I mean, it's kind of like if we're just
There's a
going
fight
on
coming.
and-
There's none of this is they're fighting over, but they're fighting over other stuff. So at bare minimum, you could have something that says, thinking back to day 2, that's how you make sure things are real. And unfortunately, our opponents on the other side aren't willing to do any of that with all of these photos that they say are demonstrative.
Yeah, look at everything we showed you. Does it look like we messed with any of it?
Okay, on the 25th at 7:18 p.m. It's on the same day. Amber's got a different look.
Or is it possible that one of these pieces of footage, when it comes up, will suddenly get a fight?
Is that Amber with a cigarette?
No, I don't think so. Oh, wait, maybe.
maybe.
I thought that was her on the far right with her hair down.
I don't know.
See, this is the problem.
Yeah, and then there's the trucker hat.
I'm fairly certain trucker hat is not Amber Heard, but that's all I'm willing to commit to.
Yes. And not the one in the denim jacket closest to us here.
Or the jumper.
Well, and whoever that was just littered.
Well,
You
I
see
don't-
her throw it
eating
over her shoulder?
nachos? What is happening?
Oh yeah, that's
that's Amber.
Amber. That's Amber coming in now.
Amber's a litter bug too. Okay, so there we go.
But why was she doing it outside the elevator in the first place? I don't even know what happened there.
You look like she was popping a piece of gum in. I think she might have gotten some gum in through the
That seems like an
wrapper
older
over
woman.
her
Is
shoulder.
that a mother or something?
Oh.
No, I don't
Who's
think
the short-haired
so.
woman? Do we know?
Is that Amanda de Cadenet?
I don't know. One of her friends
This
who probably says yas a lot.
Amanda de Cadenet is someone that has distanced herself from Amber because when she heard the audio tapes of Amber.
Oh my gosh, we're looking. That looks so faked. Oh my gosh, we're
What
making
was
sure
what
Johnny
does that
isn't
hallway
here.
look?
They're probably going to say,
Well, this
like,
is
look.
now going downstairs. This is not on the penthouse floor. 'Cause the
Oh.
penthouse
This is
floor
weird.
this is the lobby now.
Oh, maybe they're
The-
looking for paparazzi or something.
How is it we only have some color, but we don't have a lot? It's like this is a weird color pattern where
Yeah,
it's
it's a very
black and white
muted
and
kind of
kind of weird colors.
Oh, it's.
coming
I think
out.
that's it's. I think the camera's trying to switch between color and infrared.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, yeah, they definitely didn't go to the penthouse. We know how that looks now. An hour and a half later.
Yeah, this definitely looks like they're. I don't
In
know
the
what they're
basement?
doing.
Could they have storage in the basement and they never accessed it and they don't know where they're going? I've had this
Maybe.
issue. You can tell, personal experience.
Then they just abandon their friend.
Okay, now they're back to the lobby level. It looks like.
They gave
I
up.
think that's the lobby level.
I
Okay.
have no idea.
Yeah, this part, I don't really know what this part is about, but okay. It'll be interesting to see it used through another witness.
That's the problem with the pure mechanic. It's like, well, we're just trying to build stories. What am I even looking at?
Yeah.
Yeah. But
Good news. We'll get to see every bit of footage again, I bet.
yay! Well, the footage itself is interesting. It's just the foundational part where they're just like, does this accurately portray
Does this video
the?
clip represent a true and accurate
Oh,
copy
yeah.
of one of the original
Well,
clips
what does it mean? What's the
in
point? It's like,
2016?
okay, they're getting in an elevator. Okay, she's throwing something on the ground.
Yes, it appears to be so.
And do you know which camera this is showing footage from?
I mean, I also wish, because they're like just replaying the deposition testimony, I kind of wish that they could just put those portions on like
This would also be
1.5x.
the penthouse elevator.
Speed that
What
up
is the
so we
date?
can
Yes,
just
yes,
get right to
yes,
it.
yes. To my
So we
knowledge,
can still
yes,
hear it,
yes.
but
May 25th, 2016.
What could be worse? He could be the guy having to
Do you
sit there
recognize
his
the
whole day
woman in
going,
the black shirt
yes,
just outside the
yes.
elevator?
Well, yeah, I mean, you could definitely think about it from that direction, right? This is a gentleman who's working a job,
Yes, Amber Heard.
doesn't
So
actually have
is this
anything
one of the
directly to
video
do with this
clips that
case. Appears to have been
represents a true and
deposed at
accurate
least
copy
3 or
of the
4
original clips
times
that was produced in
on this particular matter,
2016?
hours out of his workday. You
yeah,
talk about the
yes,
lawyers getting
absolutely.
money. This is the opposite of that.
And what is the
Yep.
date
Yeah.
of this
And he's
video?
probably
at
not
least-
paid for his hours. He probably
May
has to work
25th,
overtime to catch
2016.
up on what he's missing for the
What
day.
camera angle?
Yeah,
well,
nobody likes
he
depositions.
might be
but we
getting
don't know
paid
what
for it
it's
actually because he's
What
he's
camera
there.
is this
He's
showing
there
For the
footage
acting
court
in
orders,
his
yeah.
responsibility
This
for
is
the Eastern Columbia
mezzanine
building.
camera
So
I think he'll be
between the
paid
building
for
and
it, but that's that's
He probably got
that's an
paid for
interesting
it, but
discussion when you still have to get the work
according to
done
the
from the
stamp,
6
yes.
hours that you
well, of
missed.
course.
exactly,
Right.
yeah.
That's what I
But
mean.
realistically, he's probably salaried anyway. I don't think
really
he's
is.
hourly.
Exactly.
So
It's no fun.
Yeah.
These are longer days for him. I promise you.
And at least March 2nd was a weekday, not a Saturday where he had to waste doing the deposition.
Well,
that's
the one answer that he gave, I thought, was just this side of testy, which was like we had to use a third party because it was all taking me away. All of this stuff was taking me away from my
Yes.
daily duties. And it's like, yeah, well, yeah.
Is this
I don't blame
video
anybody
clip
being
represent a
resentful of
true
the
and accurate
process.
Copy of one of the original clips
Oh, yeah.
that was
Agreed.
produced in 2016?
Because this can
Yes, it
happen to
appears
you.
be so.
And
Yes.
what is the date of this video?
May 25th, 2016.
And which camera is this showing footage from?
Also, even
this
if you're
is
not
camera
like a
7
litigant
lobby
or you
camera.
have any
And does this
potential
video
liability that
clip
you think of,
represent a true and
you're
accurate
still.
copy of one of the original
It's not a
clips
great
that was
feeling to be in a room with
produced in
lawyers asking you
2016?
questions, whether or not they're terribly pointed. So there's always a level of stress with that with
Yes, it
anybody,
appears to be so.
even
Yeah.
building
And
manager
what is the
guys.
date of this video?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
May 24th, 2016.
You know his
And,
phone's blown
what
up right now.
camera
Like,
is
hey,
this
you're on
showing
TV,
footage from?
man.
This is camera number 6, which is the
Yeah, that's what you want.
kiosk
That's your appearance.
camera
It's like
outside
a,
on
Yeah.
Broadway.
not his 15 minutes of fame,
Thank you.
but
Please
his
mark this
3
security
hours of
clip as
pain.
Patterson
Yeah.
Exhibit
There you go.
16.
It's a very specific,
Next,
narrow niche,
can I
but
please
yeah.
have
Yes.
Patterson Exhibit 17,
Oh, my mom be
Depth
like, look at my son. He's doing so great.
3594.
He's doing well.
Yes.
He's doing his job on this depot.
Yeah.
Does this video clip represent a true and accurate copy of one of the original clips that was produced?
There are the
in
standard
2016?
authentication questions, and there's ones that do get like a little
Yes,
bit
it
off
appears
of
to be
that.
so.
For is something missing? Did somebody do something to make something missing?
And what camera is this showing footage from?
So we're just trying to guess. We
This
got
is
like the
camera
spoilers
number
first, and we don't know what the movie is.
Broadway, outside of the
It's like a Christopher Nolan movie. We don't understand it yet.
What is the
It's
date
backwards.
of this video?
Yeah. Tenant 2, the Johnny Depp trial.
Robin Bliss. Yes, the jury's sitting there having to watch this the entire time.
They are.
Which is sad because you could tell Johnny, his lawyers, Amber, and her lawyers, they're not paying a bit of attention. They're just doing whatever. It's like, check
This
work,
is done work for them, yeah. Yeah, imagine spending 2 hours saying yes. Well, this is longer. I mean, you actually see the jump cuts here. This is probably at least a full half day.
So what happened with the witness earlier? I didn't get to see the cross.
That dude was
Anything
awesome.
exciting?
What is this? This is storage, right? This is the basement, something like that.
Probably storage. This is
So
on the 22nd
1
at 1
p.m. on the 22nd.
Yeah.
Dear court, what am I supposed to be looking at?
A hallway.
Is this like trying to find the ghosts in Haunting of Hill House? Hang on here.
You got to keep staring, and then it jumps out.
Oh, here we go.
Jump scares in
Somebody's
court.
coming out.
All right. Well,
This looks like Amber Heard.
and that was it.
Was this like
And
to the
a
garage?
gentleman.
Maybe?
Oh, is that Elon? Maybe?
Oh my God, it's Elon.
Maybe.
This video clip
Salaciousness.
represents a true and accurate copy of one of the original clips that was produced in 2015.
Did he drive his Tesla truck? That's what I want to know.
What, like sneaking
yes,
in
it
the
appears to be
storage
so.
entrance?
Do you know which camera this is showing footage from?
Maybe if she knows that there are cameras. I don't know.
This is camera 4, which is the service hallway.
And what date is
Service
depicted in the
hallway.
security clip?
May 20,
Yeah, maybe that was a,
2016.
Is that
The
even
service
supposed to be open to
elevator.
tenants? Probably not.
but when you are a
Thank you. Can you
penthouse
please mark
resident,
this
maybe
video
the
clip
rules
as
are
Patterson
different.
Exhibit
Yeah.
18? Next, Patterson Exhibit 19.
Oh, they didn't identify.
Depp 3611.
Half the
He
time.
couldn't identify
You've
him.
done that a few times.
Yeah.
Oh, Elon has been identified before?
I mean, he's been mentioned in actually today in today's witness
Does this
direct
video clip
testimony.
represent a
He
true and
talked about
accurate
Elon,
copy of
that
one
he
of the
did see
original
him.
clips that was produced
Oh,
in
Eric, you were asking
2016?
about how it went on Cross.
Yeah.
Amber's team, they
Yes,
crashed
it
and
appears to be
burned
so.
on
Oh.
Cross. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
They all into the ground.
Yeah,
And,
it's
what
just
camera is
the
showing
mechanics of
footage from?
of what a cross examination should
This
be
is camera
were not there
13,
at all.
mezzanine
They allowed him
level.
so much space to just
And what
steamroll
is the
them
date on
with
this video
his
clip?
giant ball of sunshine that he
May
is.
22nd,
Um,
2016.
It was
Thank
very,
you. Can we
very
please mark the
entertaining to
security clip as
watch,
Patterson
and
Exhibit
very
19?
unfortunate for Amber Heard's legal team. But a
Okay,
great day for Johnny Depp.
Question for you as a
Turning to Patterson
non-lawyer.
Exhibit
My thought
20.
would be somebody like him who's really
For the record,
popular,
it's date
positive
stamp
person.
Depp
Would it be wise to say that
3612.
would you call Johnny Depp a dear friend and you do anything for him? Yes. Okay, and you also liked Amber Heard? Yes. Okay, no more questions.
I think
That
To
would
get
have
him
been.
to say that he would do
Maybe.
anything for
Represents
Johnny.
true and correct-
I mean, what are you
Maybe.
going to do to him? He's his buddy.
But I didn't-
I mean, I'd be
Yeah.
like, how did it change your life? How did the penthouse
Yeah.
go? What does the patronage
Well-
mean for you?
It-
Just general.
Yeah.
But he
Yeah, you
answered
could-
I
all
mean, they
that,
had
didn't he?
the thing is they had already talked about that
And
kind of
what
stuff like
camera
from
is
the
showing footage
get
from?
go.
They tried to
So,
disarm it.
so
Yeah.
his
This
it didn't
is
really
the
matter what
garage,
his
camera
answers
number
were
2.
for that. The questions were more
And
to
what is the
place
date
those
of this
questions
video
into the
clip?
mind of the jury.
May
But,
22nd,
um,
2016.
But realistically, like
Thank you. Can you
I
please mark
personally
the
think that
security
he had
clip
been
as
so
Patterson
honest
Exhibit 20?
in the stuff that he had
And
talked
do you know
about,
what camera
including
this is
like
showing footage
the
from?
CUNT text
Yeah.
messages.
This is
You
parking
know,
garage camera number 14.
he was so
what is the
himself
date
and so
on this video clip?
authentically
May
Yes.
22nd,
unvarnished as himself
2016.
and open about bad facts that
Thank you. Can we please
I
mark the
didn't
security clip as
personally I
Patterson
didn't
Exhibit
care
21?
about his
Mr.
biases
Patterson, I
because
believe
he
you
seemed
previously
like
testified
he
counsel
was
informed you that
telling
there
it
were
exactly like it is.
87 video
Yes.
clips
But that's
that
what I
were
mean. If he's
produced
that powerful of a
in
witness,
response to
isn't that
subpoena
all
in
you want is to say,
2016.
Yes,
this
you
is,
want to
this
limit
is your
that.
best friend and get that
Yes.
acknowledgement. And then later on, you get to say,
And,
of course, he
all
loves
87
Johnny.
video
He'll say
clips,
anything for
to
Johnny.
the best of your
And just spin it
recollection
later
as
in your
the
own.
person most
Oh, of
knowledgeable
course.
for-
Yeah, but they.
I would totally
um,
expect Amber Heard's team to spin that and say, look, he's still living in one of Johnny's houses. What do you expect him to say?
property.
Yeah, and
Right.
they were, but they also
me,
wanted
action
this.
property
They
management.
overworked it. They wanted to get him to talk about the
Were
text
those
messages
87
between
video
him and
clips
Johnny. They were asking a lot of open-ended things, but yes, you're right.
recorded
This should have
and
been.
kept,
Nate kind of said it.
preserved
Just in and
in the
out,
regular
get your
course
hits
of
in and leave.
business for Eastern Columbia.
And they didn't do that. She stayed there for like 2 hours.
Yes.
And got to the point where she said, well, do you hate Amber? Does she make you angry? And he's like, no. He's like, I want the best for her.
And were
I
those
want her to
clips
get on with her life. I just
collected,
want her to take
preserved, and
responsibility for what she
produced near
did.
the time of
I
the
mean,
actual events recorded in the
Which is
clips?
horribly damaging.
Oh yeah, yeah. It was really bad. And
Yes,
I
it
know
would have been
Alita
within
didn't
that
say it,
20
but
to 30
yes,
day timeline.
CUNT and Amber's name came out of the defense, her attorney's mouth repeatedly, like
And
in
it
the
was
same
the regular
sentence, like
practice
Her
for
own
over and
lawyer?
over and over
to
again.
record security
Oh my
footage
She didn't.
similar
She didn't
to
say
what
my
is
client
reflected in
is,
these
you know,
clips that you've been
No,
shown
but it
today.
doesn't
that.
matter. Oh,
Now that's a
Yeah,
malpractice
the
case.
jury.
Yes, that's
Yeah, the
correct.
jury's now hearing that Amber and that over and
Mr.
over
Bass, I
again.
believe
well, no, okay, this is like a marketing
testified
principle.
earlier that you
A really good friend,
commented
Chris Lockhead,
on
who was talking about it.
revisions
When
to Mr.
you're
Waldman's draft
Pepsi,
declaration. Is
right?
that right?
Yeah,
And you do a commercial, what do you not mention?
And I would
You
like
don't
you to
mention
read,
Coke.
please, the comment.
Exactly, because the association
third
is there, and
comment
it's like
down,
automatically pointing it out. So
which says, "Was this
that does a
footage
complete
found?"
disservice to
I'm-
even
I'm
say.
not certain of the date or time. I
Exactly.
also do not recall who she was with, but it was 2 females. I do not recall
I mean,
who threw the
The
pretend
closing statements are
punch.
already going to
I
have
also do not recall
plaintiff
if
presented a
she had any
cadre
signs
of
of injury during this
hangers-on and
time.
people that are
However, I do
Yeah.
recall one of
used
the
to getting
females
what they
pretending
need
to
from
punch
Johnny Depp,
Amber,
and they can't afford to
in
have
the
the
face.
sugar train end anytime
Did you
soon.
did you write this comment?
But yeah, they gave this guy a lot of room to run, and he,
Do you remember
yeah,
it?
like Alita said, he
I do recall,
was as down to earth as possible.
vaguely.
Yeah, he definitely came
And
across.
This
Very
footage
well.
never was found. Is that correct?
I agree with you. They
To
just
your
need to remind
knowledge?
people, hey,
The footage
he's
was
dependent
never
on Johnny,
requested.
so evaluate as you would.
Yeah. Also,
Yeah.
Eric, check out his art.
By
It's
whom?
really good.
I shared it with
Any of the
Alita
photos.
earlier,
Oh,
actually.
you did? Oh,
Yeah, I'm not going to show it on screen because
I did tell her. I
You're not
did
gonna
tell
show
her,
it on
do
screen
not
with that
display
kind of
this.
art?
Oh, come on. What's getting striked
If
like
it was-
once or
is
twice
your
do?
testimony that
I
Well,
did,
he,
I'm
he,
okay.
he has a
This
deep,
footage
abiding
exists or
love for
not?
Donald Trump.
It would no longer exist.
and nudity.
and it would
Yeah.
no longer exist.
Oh, so
Well,
and it was
nudity
never
is that
one
why they're
thing,
all
but
orange?
that-
Rare
Okay.
combination.
Oh,
that
I
right?
wondered that when I
That is
saw
correct.
the orange people.
And
There was a question
believe
in
you
the chat
testified
about
earlier that attorneys for
why
both
are the
sides
jurors
selected
kept
times
off camera, and
and
it's
looked through
to make sure that there is
video and made
no
selected
identification of these jurors to the public,
Is
because
that-
we want to
was
make sure
that
that nobody
your
seeks them out
testimony?
to try to
Yes, that's
tamper
correct.
with them.
Yes.
Because that
But nobody
is a
selected that
huge
footage?
risk in this case. If there is evidence that somebody does get in contact with them
knowledge?
to try to sway
to
them
my
one way or
knowledge, no.
another, that's a
And it was
quick
never
mistrial.
question on that though.
Not to my
Okay,
knowledge,
so
no.
does that mean that they filter who's actually going to be sitting in the gallery since they put it on video and hide the jury? They're like, if you want to see it, just watch it on video, but you can't come to the gallery
And is it
because
correct
somebody in the
that,
gallery could go and track and figure out how the
that you
jurors
do
are.
not recall
No
Well,
problem.
no.
All of
at
that's
time
illegal.
whether Amber had
Yeah.
any
Of course
signs
it's
Yeah,
illegal.
the
That is a
tracking- the
very
tracking is
high-end
illegal.
felony.
No, I do
But
not.
they
Of course
don't.
it is.
They don't filter who comes
And
in
according to that
on that
comment, you
basis.
did
They
not
do
recall
tell
at
them
that
you're not
time.
allowed to
Is
have
that
your
your
phones out.
understanding?
If
I
we
don't
see it, we'll
recall.
take it away.
And you don't know the
There's a
date
court
or the
order on
time
that. There's a lot of security. You can
of
see the
that
2 bailiffs at the back. There's probably more around other perimeters.
footage?
Don't recall.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
no,
I'm
so
just saying
those
that
people can see the
what
jury.
is the difference in
Well,
terms
because
of that?
one is
And
volume
you
and
didn't recall at the
quantity, right?
time
You send the
either.
internet
Is
the
that right?
images, that's a whole different ball of wax.
That's correct.
And those are recorded and copied and photographed.
All right, that
Um,
completes testimony,
so-
correct?
Ooh,
All right.
that completes
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for
testimony.
your extra
Oh,
time tonight. I just
wow.
wanted to get through that witness
We
tonight
made
so
it!
we can start with a new
Woohoo!
witness tomorrow,
Wow.
okay? So have a good evening.
wanted to
Again,
finish that
don't do
off
any
today, let's
outside
be honest.
research. Don't talk to anybody about the case. Probably stay off social media. I would appreciate it, okay? And we'll see you in the
How's
morning
the
at 10
judge
a.m.
doing,
Stay
by
off
the
this
way?
live stream.
Yes.
Well, and the constitutional importance, just to finish up, of a public trial, to allow a public gallery and functionality under the Constitution is so important that
Oh, I
the
agree.
limited risk of people in the gallery doing bad things. You can see a court photographer there, and is different than broadcasting camera footage to the internet.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I
And
just
we-
want to say, since you had that technically and you're obscuring the jury, you could then put extra.
Okay. Well,
Um,
I know 6 weeks sounds like a lot of time. time, but it's only 24 days and we've already done 3 days. So you have 21 days left. You know, stipulations is one of my favorite words. So you might want to consider looking back through all
Don't
the
do
evidence
that
that you
again.
have.
After what we
A lot
just
of
did.
Information, because I promised the jury would be
That
done
was
by
the
Memorial Day
best.
weekend, and we will
This
be
is
done
the
by
judge
Memorial
giving
Day
them a
weekend. So
warning.
when your time is up.
After 2 hours of why didn't they
My law
stipulate
clerk
to
said-
this?
Tracking everybody's time,
Ooh.
how much time has been used by each side. So you'll keep doing that throughout the trial, and we'll let you know on a weekly basis how it's going.
Just tracking time.
But if things don't speed up in the deposition, you're just not going to get through this. So I want you to keep that in mind, okay? All right.
The judge is the
any
manager
remote
of her
witnesses tomorrow?
courtroom.
If we need to set that up.
Mm.
No more. Okay. All right. Great. Thank you. Have a good evening. We'll see you at 10 o'clock. Okay.
See you at 10 o'clock tomorrow.
Wow.
Wow.
Nice.
Okay. Yeah. So basically, that was a very soft way of saying, "Don't you dare do that again."
Don't
that
do
was
that
horrible.
again.
Yes.
And we are watching. We are watching how much time you're using. Hurry up.
Yes, there was a strong encouragement there to.
I thought
work
that
things
was
out.
great. I honestly thought that was the great judge statement right there. Hey,
Yes.
we can
Yeah.
stipulate stuff. Did you know we could do that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And that's one of my favorite words is stipulate.
Well, there goes the U-boat commander.
Oh, it's Dr. Elsa Schneider.
Yes.
So how is the judge doing as a whole? I went to ask that earlier.
She hasn't been tested.
She's okay.
Yeah. Yeah,
Right,
I
she hasn't
think
been
I've
tested, but I
disagreed
think
with
she's been-
some of her rulings on objections personally, but the places where that's happened, I at least don't feel like it's been
material
horrible where she's
against Ukraine's military, but it has damaged
has
it
a,
economically.
It's not about Ukraine. Okay, sorry.
She has a fairly broad interpretation of hearsay in some contexts. I mean, that's what she sustained a few yesterday that I saw. But I honestly, I have no problem with her at all. I think she's managing a courtroom and doing fine right now.
Yeah. I think she is. Yeah, and she's been handling things well. She doesn't look like she's been like frustrated by anybody so far. At least, if she is, she's not showing it at the very least.
Yeah, we didn't get to see her during that, but you do wonder if she was shooting some laser beams.
Didn't she go off on one of
video.
them yesterday, or gave a little bit of an aside?
So the mics were off during all of the sidebars, so we can't hear what they're saying during any of them. And she did look like she was gesturing quite a bit at the defense attorney
For
during
the sun reference.
Yes.
Yeah, there was a lot of demonstrative hand waving during the "we talked about this" kind of period of referencing son and wife beater.
Yeah, she was. She looked like she was speaking Italian to them. A lot of hand gestures. If you guys can get that, but okay.
But
Anyway,
on those
moving
objections,
on.
right, on
That was
those
French.
objections, the materiality is high. Like the sun one mattered, and I think that went the right direction. And they had a fight about whether the plaintiffs could say he'd never been formally accused of anything before Amber Heard. And as far as I don't know the history here, but that appeared to go the right direction as well. So those are important ones. Some of the procedural stuff, she granted all the foundation ones because honestly, Johnny's attorney wasn't setting foundation the right way, but it didn't matter.
All it does is it allows them to ask the question in a different way that sets the foundation a little bit better. And honestly, it's more helpful for the jury anyway. So it's sometimes for foundation issues, sometimes it's almost better to let the person, committed an unforced error. And because if they are asking questions in such a way that they are not laying enough of a foundation, sometimes the jury can't follow where they're going also.
Yeah, no.
So
Somebody was
yeah.
asking if Amber Heard is a Scientologist in the chat. I'm going to guess probably not, because they tend to not allow them to be a couple for very long. Just judging from the people I've had. If you look, it's like John Travolta and Kelly Preston. Tom Cruise, Katie Holmes had to be dragged into, and then that split it up. So I think they were together, a couple years?
Yeah. Johnny Depp
he would
wouldn't
have
go
to
there.
be. Yeah, he'd have to be himself. And one, he does too many drugs. Two, he's seen a shrink to help him with an addiction. And Scientologists
And
will
she went
never
with
let
him.
that.
They went to some
Scientologists will
couples
not let that
therapist.
happen. They despise any kind of psychiatry, and they have their own anti-drug programs, which are very controversial, shall we say, involving a lot of niacin and people who come out completely orange, back to the orange art that we were discussing earlier.
Wow. So yeah, I think based on that does sound like she's probably not a Scientologist, but I mean.
And somebody pointed out therapists are not shrinks. I'm not saying that. I'm saying the view of the Scientology would put them together most likely. That's I'm not going to parse out an entire profession like that. That's not it. It's the view of theirs, not mine.
Yeah, for sure. IWD says, we are supposed to believe a frail 50-year-old table snow enthusiast was able to brutalize a woman in her prime who used to brag about being as good at MMA as pro fighters. LOL.
Oh,
That's a pretty good statement.
I've never, if you look at Johnny, and I think that's why people have come to his side, he has never come across to me as an alpha male in any way. And I don't mean that wrong.
Yeah,
I mean, he's
right.
actually kind of always been a little bit pretty in
Yeah.
some
Yeah.
ways. And
Yeah.
not a violent type. He's more of a fun type. I mean,
Yeah,
Sure.
well, he's been the quirky guy. He's been that's kind of been his brand, right? The quirky, offbeat guy. He's Edward Scissorhands.
even all the
he's
way back to 21 Jump Street, he wasn't hard. You know, it's like
Mhm.
the other characters were harder. He was young looking.
Mhm. Yeah, no, I definitely agree with you on that. Jillian J says body cam does show a faint stain on the carpet. I did not see that when I looked
Spoilers,
at it.
don't tell us.
Okay, well, we have a difference
I'm
of
just-
opinion there. DB's RN says,
Wanted
let's
to
all
see.
rewatch Star Witness Isaac tonight. Yes, rewatch it if you would like.
Oh, I was texting with Spidey earlier that he's got to watch him for sure. Also, the Johnny Depp's reaction, because I showed him that picture, and Johnny,
Yeah, I told him the
Spidey
same
was telling,
thing.
yeah, Spidey was telling me, we were looking at it, and he goes, okay, yeah, there was a little bit of mischief in Johnny's look at the two of them have gotten into some trouble together.
Yeah,
There's
I
a
believe
long
it.
relationship.
I believe
Oh.
it. Well, because also the drug question too, the cross examination that came up. You know, whether he knew if Johnny Depp ever did drugs. He's like, yeah, we did them together. He's like, we had fun together, basically. But that's how you respond to those kinds of questions in a way that sort of reduces the sting. If as a witness you answer like, oh, I don't want to answer this, then it adds shame. It adds
Yeah.
an element
Define
of like,
drugs.
oh, this is a bad thing. Oh yeah, yeah.
Somebody just sent me something in an email, which is interesting. Amber's Admiral look is a copy of Karl Lagerfeld from Chanel, and her black tie with the B is from Dior. She's trying to show she's a fashionista and ridiculing JD for representing Dior. Very weird.
Interesting.
I mean, there could be some I don't know. She looks like an 80s movie.
Epic burn, I guess. Yeah.
I suppose so.
Yeah.
So I think in my opinion today was a big win for Johnny. That the third witness now was boring, but we got some important stuff in that is probably going to be very crucial later on for setting up this timeline for who was where and when, and looking at Amber as to what she was doing and how she appeared in these things. Obviously there's only a certain resolution that we can get from that footage, so there's only so much that we can really pick from how she looked, but I think that it's going to be interesting to see how they use that footage. But man, Isaac, he was the star today, and so far he's the star of this trial.
Yeah. I want him to be my friend. He sounds like a pretty
Yes!
cool dude.
Yes,
By
I
the
want
way,
him to come on to here. They've still reserved him as a witness, so he's not quite free. But I want him to come on to this show. If anybody knows someone who knows him,
By the way, I never
I wanna
said.
talk to
I
him.
don't think I said that Johnny Depp was beta. I said he wasn't alpha. I know that's it's
That's the
weird. People
assumption.
are correcting, you know, and it's like I don't really think of him as beta either. I think of him as kind of different, kind of quirky. But I want to
Depp
clarify
category.
that. Yeah,
Population 1 Johnny Depp.
kind of. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sigma. I think there isn't a. I think there's a Sigma category.
Yeah, there is
which
a Sigma category.
Oh, is there? Okay, that
Mhm.
makes sense to me. I mean, yeah, to say that somebody would be it has to be either an alpha or a beta is a little much for me.
Definitely.
So, but yeah, is there anything else that you guys want to add to this? This was a great stream. Thank you so much for joining me. I know people were popping in and out, but this was great. We've got day 2 of the substantive trial done. And by the way, as a little note, I realized yesterday that apparently trial is not in session on Fridays. So we're not live streaming on Fridays. It's Monday through Thursday. So that makes things a little bit easier going for 4 to 6 weeks.
However, there is a live stream every other Friday at noon.
Yes.
that
And where's that,
Legalbytes
Eric?
is up to. That is on Laid Back News. And Richard, do you want to come on?
Oh, maybe. I don't know. I always have to bounce in and out of things.
That's
so
fine. And
that's why the live
potentially
streams are good. But just put
criminal.
me
I
in
have
the
no
DM.
idea what your name is.
Sean.
Sean. And
Yeah.
Open invite here. I don't know all of LawTube yet. It's kind of expanding.
Sure.
But it's it's
Bro,
generally
we
a fun
splinter
stream.
off. The Civil War is coming. You know, it is what it is.
Yes, it's going to be. Yeah, well, I think I am free this Friday. So.
Yeah,
well,
I will
if
be
you-
there. I will be there
If
for
you
sure.
can follow me
to
on
talk.
Twitter and tag me,
I'll basically be there to talk about Johnny Depp and Amber Heard because that's all
I'm
my,
sure that'll
my
be the
brain is
show.
on right now.
I was going to say, is there anything else going? I mean, you're going to do another summary after this, which, by the way, 2,800 people watching. Like, subscribe, follow Alita. Let's get
Yeah,
her over
almost to
50,000.
50K.
Can we get over 50,000 tonight?
my
Maybe
God.
tomorrow? Let's see.
Yeah.
We can do it.
48.5.
I'm also
that's-
trying for Friday to bring Nick on too, and it would be cool if I can get him and Emily, and then you could bring the Johnny Depp heads together on the stream.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, we're actually almost to 48.7. That's crazy. I can't believe I'm that close to 50,000. That's nuts. But
Are
yeah,
you?
thank you.
You just have to
Nice.
remember me when you pass me, Alita. You just have to remember us back there when you go flying by us. All right, that's the rule.
I mean, we're it's a rising tide raises all ships, right? Like that's what our community is all about. So
Well, we like to have
so-
fun. Yeah,
Of
no.
course.
So, yeah, I think
Of
that's the last
course.
thing. That's the last thing I had. Like and subscribe to this channel. She does.
Yeah.
good
All right,
work.
and
she's
and
on
to
forever.
everybody else that has shown up as well. So if Eric, if I haven't gotten you tagged in the description yet, you will be tagged.
thank you.
And if you want to see us on Friday, we will be at Laid Back News on Eric Hunley's channel. So
And that link I think is in one of the descriptions. But
yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah. So let's see here. Then then otherwise we've got tomorrow at 10 a.m. I will start streaming at 9:30 just to get kind of warmed up, get everybody situated, and then talk a little bit about today again, and then talk about what's coming up. So
I have to draft some mezzanine notes, so I'm going to use the word mezzanine. It's not a vestibule; it is a promissory note that I have to put together. And here comes the food.
yeah.
oh, she's
It's
always
this
funny,
time-
and somebody be handing her a drink from the side.
This time it's just avocado toast.
You just stick your
well,
arm
you
out.
Very
are in
California.
California, isn't that mandatory?
It doesn't work. Yeah.
Yeah.
So have a good one. Thanks for having me on. And I will, I will bounce in later. Check out, like I said, I did a video during all of this on Activision Blizzard over at Virtual
Yes.
Legality. So if that interests you,
Wow.
it's crazy. It's crazy. The governor's been dragged into the mess. So please do check that out. Otherwise, yeah, I'll be bouncing on again, I'm sure. So
I
I
love
will
it.
see you all
Thank
later.
you so much.
All right,
Thank
see
you.
you.
Thank you. All right. So that about does it for me as well. I will see you guys in the next video.